Chapter 181, Stirring the Muddy Waters. Days passed since Alina returned to her clan, and she was always either in meditation or training her magic and sword. The training style of the Moonblades, as well as their martial tradition and sword dances, were things that were passed down through generations until it reached this age. These traditions hailed from a race that came to invade Tamriel once back during the First Era 2703, that race was known as the Tsaisian, pronounced Saesc or Seichi, that can be described as the Serpent Folk. After they got defeated at the hands of King Reman Cyrodiili, some escaped and some stayed, founding the Dragon Guard, the modern-day Blades. Some however fled and got mixed with the locals, which led later to the appearance of the half-Nords half-Akhavur, the modern-day Moonblades. The Moonblade possess some two very powerful innate abilities, which are the snake blood that gives them weird abilities regarding poisons, which immunity is just the start of it, and the Moon Eyes, which is a very enhanced eyesight ability that can do wonders. On top of all the Moonblades, Alina was the one with the strongest bloodline ability. Her eyes were crimson red and didn't only grant her sight but also foresight. She can tell lies, predict possibilities of the future, see other places. Sometimes she can see places she was not in. Her eye powers were always high wire and hard to deal with. The part of telling lies and truths was the easiest part, and it made her life both easier and harder. She wasn't really happy with the powers that got her alienated by her peers in childhood and the accident from a month ago when she awakened her bloodline to its fullest. Now, her eyes have a stronger power, as she can put powerful people into a state of fear just by looking at her eyes. A power that made her life even more complicated. Well, there was Jon. Someone who she met and was a bit arrogant with. He also was cold to her, even though they could get along as senior and junior. She was ever so grateful for him when he could withstand her dreadful power and even shut it down. The crazy thing is, he was not affected by a single strand of her power. She couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or lying, she couldn't scry or predict him, or even intimidate him with her lately acquired eye power. More to that, when he saw her without a veil for the first time, he became head over heels for her. Becoming ordinary in the eyes of someone after being seen as either a freak child or an untouchable genius was all good and fine to her. And to be surrounded with people whose power are equal and even stronger than her was a good experience in her opinion. Aside from Jon, Jolinar, and Wulfur, as well as the Black Cat Nefertiti, can all be considered misfits in society for their talents alone. Adding her to the punch meant she won't be alone in this world. The thing that was more terrifying was Jon when he uses the Thursday Alina gave up on competing with him in this part, even though it hurt her pride a bit, but she was completely outmatched. She can only shout 2 words for now and may faint afterward. All in all, Alina was in a good mood now that she has some time to think about the past 7 months. There were many experiences that changed the behavior of that 17-year-old lass. Her behavior was a bit daring. She would cross anyone and trade insults now, unlike her old self when she was just a solemn girl who uses her power to prove right from wrong. The concept of having fun while doing things were all things she picked up from Jon. Finishing up her meditation, which was totally fruitless due to her mind being in Winterhold, Alina walked down from the backyard of the fort. It was apart from the old structure that was built in the Akhaviri style. She would sit in one of those pavilions that oversaw the northern sea and the areas around it. She could clearly see the haunted tower that was on the hill covering Dawnstar, and she also could see Frostflow Lighthouse. During her thoughtless staring into space, footsteps came from behind her. Alina is still lost in her thoughts. You have been here since the morning. Alina turned around and saw a familiar face. Brenda. Where have you been? I was on a mission with Evan. Come here, let me have a look at you. Alina and Brenda exchanged hugs. Brenda Moonblade, and previously Brenda Firemane, is the eldest daughter of Fursetti, who got married to the Evan Moonblade. She is a fairly tall Nord woman with strong arms and loves to wear armors. Back in the day, she was fond of Hilda and can be considered an elder sister to Alina. Alina talked to Brenda and started telling her about the long-lost cousin of hers as well as all the events that happened. Jon's existence was revealed to the fireman's main family and a small circle of the Moonblades. It made Brenda ecstatic to hear stories about her cousin. By the way, I heard some of the servants talking about you going head-to-head with Kaya. Everything all right? Humph. She is 100 years too early to affront the most beautiful young lady in Tamriel. Alina started acting all haughty and indifferent, which made Brenda lag for a second before falling into laughter. Pfft! What is all that about? Haha. I don't know, somehow, that way works with those kinds of people. True, but beware of Elsa. From what I know, she wouldn't let you off after what you have done to Kaya. She is welcome anytime. I know she will never sit still until she sees me getting away from her brother's path. I know, you have done a good job until now. It would be nice if you... I don't want to. Tell your husband to quit lazing around and step up for it. I am not going to become the matriarch. Here you go again. Brenda held her head from the headache this topic brings to her. There were 3 candidates for the family leadership positions. The elders picked Alina, Evan, and Igor Moonblade as the most talented 3 which the family has to pick from. The strongest candidate was Alina, who managed to gain a strong popularity and has a lot of connection with the other clans. Evan Moonblade was a prodigy, but he was too lazy to do anything, and finally Igor Moonblade, brother of Elsa and Kaya, is a talented person, but he was never on the good side of Alina. The hate that remained inside the Moonblades towards Alina was mainly because of Igor's faction. Alina wasn't interested in being the matriarch, but her late apprenticeship to Archwizard Nurina and achievements in the rooting the blood sales outside of the hold, as well as establishing a connection with Jon Dare, all of that made her position soar higher and higher. She would argue that none of these were anything worthy of being called achievements, but they were really a major change to the big picture in front of the elders. Brenda started stating these facts to Alina, who was not accepting any of them. Anyway, I don't care, but a lot of people don't want to see Igor in the seat of the patriarch. I will talk to Evan again, but no promises. Please, I don't want to take part in any of this too. Either marrying in the Firemen's or living with my master in Winterhold are far better options. I am doubting your reasons, but something must have made marriage a good option for you, isn't it? I will have to look into that. Blah. I was just saying. Anyway, just watch out for Elsa these days, she might be brewing some troubles for you. What are you thinking of, lass? Senior Jon once said something about how to feint and make strange movements to force your enemies to halt back whatever they are planning. Enemies? You sure are going all out this time, hey? Come on, I won't do anything harmful. Can I send a messenger to Winterhold? Not today, tomorrow will be fine. But you need to take permission first. Never mind, I will ask father to help me with it. In public? Well, that's the point. And what will you do? Hehe, just wait and see. That evening in the dining hall of the clan, Alina requested to send a message to her friends in Winterhold to invite them to visit and form a good relationship with her clan. These friends were Jon, Jolinar, and Wulfur. The names were known to be the top 3 executives of the Dare Dragon group, which indeed caused a stir in the muddy waters in the Moonblades. It was a timely invitation to make some good bonds with the new rising force in Winterhold. It indeed forced Elsa to halt her mischievous plan against Alina, but who knows for how long. Chapter 182, The Disappearance. Alina was expecting Jon to be there, but it was only Jolinar and Wulfur with the overboss cat, Nefertiti, with the word that Jon will come a week from now. A welcoming party was thrown to welcome the guests. Some employees and guards from the Dare Dragon group followed Wulfur and Joel, transporting gifts from the company and also to negotiate about business. This was a busy event that forced the dirty little schemisters to behave until Alina leaves back to the college. Friends, hey? This is sure unexpected. Kaya was sitting next to her sister while grumbling about the matter. Elsa, on the other hand, was silent. In her mind, this only halted her plan a little. Still, something was on her nerve. The black cat that was eating from her own plate on the table across the room was staring at her as if they were some sort of enemies. The girl who half-dark elven girl who was sitting beside Alina also noticed and kept looking at Elsa from time to time. Elsa didn't feel comfortable, as if she was seen through. Her instincts told her to never miss with those cat and girl pair. Wulfr was conversing with one of the Moonblade elders, and it seemed that the matter shifted from business to blacksmithing. The mood was too harmonious for someone with ill intentions to stay in, so some people have already withdrawn after failing to establish connections with the people from the Dare Dragon group, for they were already deeply affiliated with Alena. Elsa and Kaya also walked away and stood at the wall of the castle watching the north. "How will it go, sister? Will we be able to?" Kaya asked. "Not as simple as I thought it would be. I was a fool to underestimate the firemen's judging of characters." What do you mean?" "The people from the Dare Dragon, whatever, they were coming with an agenda from the beginning." Alena made it sound like she was inviting some friends to come and play, but not a fully armed group and businessmen. All those who were not planning ahead and acted carelessly while trying to make some connections are the people from our side. Alena figured them out. Wait, she was aiming for that? But Igor won't. Speaking of which, where is our foolish big brother? Hunting. Probably. Or maybe whoring in Dawnstar. Kaya fell silent, as she was already aware of what was in her sister's mind. Igor is not a bad swordsman and could practice the ancient martial tradition known as aura. He could pass the minimum requirements of being a candidate, unlike Alena, who already broke the record when it comes to talent. More to that, a rumor was going around lately that Alena and Jon Dare has developed some sort of relationship. Igor's chance of inheriting the leader's seat was as good as gone now. Following such a useless person was too frustrating for a person like Elsa, who would only play for the win. Still, she won't admit defeat easily. If she won't take the win, she would destroy the whole game. Elsa walked away, preparing her next scheme. The next day and the day after went well. Wulfr was invited for the forge by its master, and the two girls, Alena and Joel, toured the place together. The one in the dull mood this time was Nefertiti. As a mage sentry cat, her senses were abnormal, and by following Jon around the past year, she could sense even the shadow itself. After transforming into her beast mode, not only can she speak simple words, but she can even kill a dozen armed men and hide herself in places even Jon needed to use special ways of magic to find her. In truth, Nefertiti was already in an unknown path of a magical evolution, to the point that her keen could read the body language of any being. All this and that made Nefertiti very wary of some certain individuals. If not for Jon's strict training, she would have gone all wild and killed that strange girl from yesterday. As strange as it seemed, one girl was carrying a very evil aura that made Nefertiti want to throw up. It wasn't something that a human would have, as Nefertiti was sure this girl came across something very evil, but she didn't care too much. In the end, she is a cat and she shouldn't alert humans. She can hunt and laze around, but the point of her action is to remain unseen. This is the only iron rule that Jon cared about. Other than that, she can just laze around. So after warning Jolinar about the girl, Nefertiti decided to stay aside. The next day, Elsa went out with some guards and returned once again. Nefertiti was watching and felt more suspicious. The aura around the girl meant that she came across something evil. Nefertiti decided to stay close to her friends just in case. In the Moonblade Hall, Elsa made some serious reports. The Dawnstar nightmare problem started to take a toll on the people, and it may be the work of some evil. Also, a girl was about to kill herself after seeing a very disturbing dream that awakened some old disturbing memories. It seems we have ignored that matter for too long indeed. Tell us, Elsa. How do you assess the situation? Sigurd and the other elders questioned Elsa. I am not sure about the matter. I am only knowledgeable about the destruction magic, but that thing seemed to be beyond what I know. So you can't tell if it is a curse or an evil creature that is causing the trouble. I am afraid not, but a curse is too far-fetched. Life is normal in Dawnstar and people forget about the nightmares just by the next day, but some of them started to look pale and exhausted from the stress. If it was a curse, then it would have affected the people who visit the town too, not only its residents. Also, if we are talking about an evil creature or an evil magic user, then someone must have noticed and no one did at all. I spoke with Medina, the Breton court wizard of Jarl Skald, and she pointed me at that tower we see when we stand on the northern wall, the one overseeing Dawnstar. Oh, I see. It was an old place of monks of some sort. One of the elders followed Elsa's report. What happened to those monks? Patriarch Sigurd asked. Orcish pirates invaded their tower long ago, no one of them survived that day and the place was avoided since then. I see, so we are facing the tormented souls of the dead monks. Another elder came to a conclusion and the others agreed with him. So, we should send some of our monks and clerics. Sigurd questioned Elsa. Of course, Patriarch. But shouldn't we hire someone with knowledge around curses? I heard there is a mage who got dismissed from the College of Winterhold, but he is very knowledgeable about evil souls. He now lives in Morthal, hiring him would be much of a help. No need. Sigurd dismissed her idea. We have Alena, who is an apprentice of an archwizard. This should be simple for her, right? Sigurd's suggestion was faced with smiles from the elders, they all were very pleased with Alena. Elsa, on the other hand, took her leave and walked out, her lips curved up as she walked away alone. Back to the present, Jon's POV. So you're telling me that Alena agreed to go, then Joel and Wolf decided to go with her. I was standing in the middle of the Moonblades Hall where all of them gathered around me. In front of me, sitting on his seat while resting his head on one hand, Patriarch Sigurd nodded silently. The man, who looked like a 30-years-old man, seemed to have aged up all of a sudden. I was told that he didn't eat anything for 2 days and they barely stopped him from going into the tower over Dawnstar. Upon further investigation those last couple of days, the Moonblade discovered that this place was avoided by the locals because no one ever left this place alive after the pirate accident. They now surrounded the place and are looking for a way to figure out the place. They even started asking Grandma Jenna for help and sent a report to Nurina. I see now. So that was it. I didn't expect things to turn that way. I know where my friends are, but if I told these people here, they will get freaked out and lose all hope. The cursed tower was Nightcaller Temple, a place where the cult of Viermina used to live. Viermina the Dreamweaver is one of the 17 Daedric princes. Her sphere of influence includes nightmares, psychological terror and torment, dreams, bringing evil omens, and stealing memories. Viermina mostly takes the form of a female mage and she is one of demonic Daedric princes. Trying not to panic as much as possible, I led to myself to a place where I was told that Alena liked to stay in. It was an ancient Akaviri pavilion that overlooked the northern coast. I gave the Moonblades and the men from my company one order: find a dark elven priest of Mara that goes by Irinder, search for him in every city, town, and village. Whoever finds him must tell him to come and stop the miasma. If he ever refused or resisted, bring him with force. The order was passed and the men returned 3 days later. We all waited in front of Nightcaller Temple. Chapter 183, Nightcaller Temple. Jonhild, I would have wished to meet in some better circumstances. I am your cousin Brenda, and this is my husband Evangelist. Fancy seeing you too, Evan, Brenda. I was greeted by a couple of Moonblade man and a Fire Mane woman. I have a blood relative here too, it seems. Are you sure that Dark Elf is essential to save Alena and your friends? You held us from going in long enough. Evan asked me. I know, but believe me, there is no other way. I spoke with a heavy heart. We were standing in front of Nightcaller Temple and were waiting for the arrival of the former cultist of Viermina, Irinder. Patriarch Sigurd was having it hard, but he managed to recover somehow and he was standing alone also waiting. He entrusted me with leading the rescue operation and making the tough calls. Many questioned that decision but were met with Sigurd's deadly glare. Also, things were about to get out of hand when some people wanted to brag in against my orders. I had strong reasons to hold everyone back. I also didn't reveal anything for the sake of keeping things in order. Why is that? Simple, Viermina is nasty to deal with even for a Daedric prince. Even a scourge like Malag Bal, the Daedric prince of rape and torture, sometimes seeks help from Viormina when it comes to matters regarding vampirism. And there is Quagmire, the realm of Viormina that was described as the most horrible realm where one's own nightmares and fears manifest into the most hideous form possible. Even though it is a place of great horror, yet it is the most frequent place that mortals visit in Oblivion. The first reason is that Viormina pulls the sleeping people by their nightmares to torture them as she sees fit. However, the second reason is what worries me the most. It was said that Quagmire and the mortal world Mundus are really close, and the places where Viormina's artifacts exist in Mundus are places where the effects of Quagmire manifest. I don't know to what extent, but the nightmares problem of Dawnstar are related to it. Now, in Nightcaller Temple, I met with the escort that arrived from Dragon Bridge Town. Following them was a Dunmer man in the yellow monk's robe. This was Brother Earender. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to have shown any resistance, so I guess it won't be hard to convince him to work with us. Brother Earender, we are sorry to bring you here on such a short notice. My name is Jon Dare. Earender was looking around and seemed a bit desperate for some reason. Please, good lord. I have left that kind of life behind. I have cut ties with Viormina and Nightcaller Temple ages ago. Please, spar. We are not intending to interfere with your past. The matter is that we know about the miasma. Some of ours went into the temple to investigate the matter on their own, but they never came out for 4 days. Mara's mercy. I don't know what to say. Please, save your condolences. I am very well aware of what's in there. I approached him and whispered, I am talking about the skull. Earender's eyes were about to jump out of his head. He looked at me and started shivering. I also know about what happened back in the day when you fled to save your own hide. I am not judging you because no one would want to kill themselves instead of struggling to survive, and you did. Congratulations, but this place is dangerous. I forced myself to calm the mare down and explained the situation. I understand, it is indeed true that the Skull of Corruption is what activated the miasma that comes from the Nightcaller Temple, that building that people call Tower of the Dawn, but it was deserted for quite a long time before Nightcaller Temple was established inside. When the temple was active, the priests would rarely be seen in Dawnstar. They preferred to live a solitary existence. The temple's been abandoned for decades now. The first thing we need to do is to establish a shrine of Mara inside the tower's entry hall. I have already taken care of this part. The shrine is here and we can install it once we start moving in. Young lord. I think I shouldn't ask more, as you already know this much about me anyway. Earender wanted to ask about something, but good thing that he read the mood. I really was about to drag him in. After everything became ready, Earender, Patriarch Sigurd and I were the ones who are absolutely going in. Evan Moonblade tried to come in, but Sigurd appointed him in charge of the Moonblades out of the blue. It almost caused a commotion, but a glare from Patriarch Sigurd was enough to silence everyone. After that, we entered the tower with not a single word. The three of us were quiet and in a heavy mood. The reason why I brought Earender was that because he is a priest of Mara and a former cultist of Viormina. Viormina may be strong, but he is the only one who can challenge her authority in this place. Years ago, this temple was raided by an orc war party seeking revenge. They were being plagued by nightmares just like the people of Dawnstar. Earender started talking about the place. And the orcs were not successful, as the priests knew they could never defeat the orcs, so the priests released what they call the miasma, putting everyone to sleep. It was created by the priests for their rituals. It's a gas that places the affected in a deep sleep. Because the rituals would last for months or even years, the miasma was designed to slow down the aging process. Earender started talking about the miasma and the priesthood of Viormina, who were really skillful with alchemy. Anyway, we kept going down as our destination was the deepest part of the temple. Patriarch Sigurd and I were searching every room we pass on for traces of Alina and the rest. As we reached halfway through, we came across a path blocked by a barrier. Damn it! The priests must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released. Eärendr said as he looked depressed. The one who was more shocked was Sigurd. What does that mean? If there was that barrier, then how can Alina go past it? He raised a good point. Eärendr thought for a while and spoke. I think they were invited inside. Invited? By who? Sigurd started to run out of patience. Lord Jon, I think we should keep our friend here in the dark anymore. Eärendr saved his own hide and passed the ball to me. Now I was the one who was being glared at by Sigurd. Sigh. I didn't think it would come to this, but I think you should sit down, Patriarch Sigurd. What or who I think that we are up against is Viermina. I started explaining the situation hastily to Patriarch Sigurd, whose face became paler and paler the more I spoke. After saying what I had to say, I waited if he had any questions, but he seemed to have calmed down. I knew that he was on the verge of going berserk any time, but I needed to find a way to solve the problem faster. Eärendr, I suppose you know of a way to bypass the barrier. Eärendr started thinking, then nodded. Actually. I wonder. There may be a way to bypass the barrier, but I must check their library and confirm it can be done. I still have my key to the library. Eärendr led the way and Sigurd and I followed. I got on alert as soon as we opened the library. Sigurd saw that and also prepared. As we entered the library, there were people waiting for us, the cultists and the orcs, that got affected by the miasma many years ago, awoke from their coma and attacked us like mad zombies. We counterattacked and killed them on the spot. Following Eärendr's guidance, we started looking for a book called The Dream Stride. After finding it and confirming a way to bypass the barrier, we started to look for a potion called Viermina's Torpor, a potion that can grant an ability with the name of the Dream Stride. Basically it is a teleportation ability using places one saw in a dreams, like when you sleep and dream of some place, you wake up in it. Finding the torpor required that we go deeper into the temple, which meant we had to kill more of the priests of Viermina and the Orcish invaders. The scary thing about these people was not how they got preserved in a sleeping state all these years, but how they looked life after they woke up. The miasma indeed accelerates aging, but it also changed the color of their eyes to one of deep darkness. There was no white in their eyes, as if their eyes reflected the void itself. Eärendr explained that as Viermina waking up those guardians to try and block us from going deeper. Sigurd questioned the reason, and he understood that the priest indeed that it was thanks to Mara's protection over Eärendr was that we didn't face whatever consequences as those who came before us, and that includes Alina and the rest. After the search was over, we found not one but 2 bottles of Viermina's Torpor. If I remember correctly, there was only one in the game, which made me wonder why. I'm relieved you discovered 2 bottles intact. This place looks as though it was ransacked by the orcs. So, I've taken us this far, but you need to guide us the rest of the way. Eärendr said as he looked at the 2 bottles with discomfort. Why don't you want to drink? Sigurd was wary of Eärendr, which made the latter made a complicated face. He is a sworn priest of Mara now. He can't drink the torpor because it won't work on him, as it only works on the priests of Viermina or the unaffiliated, isn't that right? I explained the situation as I remembered how it was. It is indeed the case, one of you 2 has to drink it. I understand your hesitation, but I promise you that it works. Eärendr said, following up to my words. Sigurd was very cooperative with me, as everything I said was coming to be true regarding the case of this place. With all said and done, I am going to drink a bottle and open the way fr. I said as I held a bottle. Wait. Sigurd interrupted me. I will be the one doing it. He said and took the bottle from me. I was kinda taken aback, as it wasn't how it was supposed to go in my head. With all due respect, Patriarch, I am very sure in my ability to pass that hurdle. There is no need to. Boy, this is my daughter we are looking, and you are asking me to sit and watch. Sigurd's aura became serious and I was a bit threatened. But. No buts. I am not sure how this magical bottle will help us, but if something happened, your parents just got you back and you have done well to make us reach it here. He said and opened the bottle to drink it. Man, this is annoying. I wasn't in a good mood after these words, but Sigurd has already made his mind and looked at it. Eärendil was still nervous, but he started to assure Sigurd. I will watch over you as you slumber to ensure your safety. If I deduce anything is amiss, I will use my arts to bring you back. Otherwise, I am uncertain what will end your dream stride. All right, Dark Elf, but remember that this boy can chop you to 1,000 pieces if my daughter and I don't survive this. Sigurd said and drank the potion. His consciousness faded and I held his body and laid him down. I was a bit worried as this was a bit not how it went in the game. After a short while, Sigurd's body disappeared in a poof. Eärendil and I looked at each other and ran towards the place where we thought he should have appeared. Luckily, the barrier was removed as Sigurd was there huffing down and was about to collapse. I saw wait. His state was not good. What happened? I rushed at him and asked. I know how to find Alina and your friends. Chapter 184, Into Quagmire, 1, Wait. What? I know how to find Alina and your friends. Sigurd whispered closely to my ears. Sigurd's words meant that something has gone pretty much different than what I expected. The next words said by Sigurd made me understand that this is not the way things should have went anymore. From this point onward, I can only hope to save Alina and the rest on my own. At that time, Eärendil caught up to us. It worked. Mara be praised. You vanished after drinking the torpor and materialized on the other side. I have never seen anything quite like it. He started talking to the worn-out Sigurd that didn't even bother to reply. Eärendil, we can't waste time. I said to haste things up. Yes, Lord Jon. Let's go. Eärendil and I, followed by Sigurd, who walked on his own pace, arrived at the last chamber in the inner sanctum of the temple. There was a boss battle when two powerful priests of Viormina were awakened, and they were conscious to Eärendil as they were his old friends. After putting them to their final rest, Eärendil seemed heartbroken, but I didn't care about that, we still had work to do. Once we entered the last room, all three of us turned quiet. It was a circular room with an altar. On the altar was a staff and it was covered by a powerful barrier. That staff was the most infamous skull of corruption. Sigurd looked around the room for any last hope, but he knew better, they are not in the tower anymore. Behold the skull of corruption, the source of Dawnstar's woes. We must destroy it. Eärendil walked ahead. Wait, Eärendil. My friends are nowhere to be seen. I said in a demanding tone. Eärendil looked at me with a complicated face. Lord Jon, I know you're worried, but please, destroying the skull it is the best way to avenge. They are within Viormina's grasp now. You can't deal with Viorm. Ugh. As Eärendil was explaining, I threw a small dagger to his chest. Sigurd came from the back and stabbed him too. I am sorry. Sigurd apologized to the dead Eärendil before laying his body on the ground. We looked at each other as we understood what we just have done. Killing an innocent man while he was doing good in the name of divine like Mara, this won't end well for either of us. Now what? I asked. We wait. It was indeed like that. When Sigurd entered the dream stride, Viormina revealed to him the place where Alina, Joel, Wolf, and Nefertiti were. They were swallowed to Quagmire, the realm of Viormina in oblivion outside the mortal plane Mundus. I don't know the details, but it seemed that any intruder to Nightcaller Temple gets swallowed by Viormina to Quagmire if they are not protected with the power of a divine. Luckily, both I and Sigurd wore our amulets of Talos. Interesting. A voice sounded in my head. The man was shown what he wanted to see and you believed him. You knew of something. The voice was that of a young female. It was slow and quiet but carried a lot of pressure and power. It was her. What do you wish for more than what you already have? Warning. The mind barrier is being weakened, I see. I want my friends, the one you took, back. And what can you offer in return? The voice was strong and it almost enchanted my mind, but I had some functional resistance working against it. That staff. I will take it too. I pointed at the skull of corruption inside its barrier. You want to take your friends and take my staff? Is that what mortals consider an offer? The voice seemed to be pressuring me even more. Do I really need to explain? I will have fun with the staff to my heart content. I replied at her while trying to withstand the pressure to the best of my ability. Augur. Do you hear me? I am busy here. Release the protection on some of the memories regarding conflict and destruction. Let's show her something good, are you sure about that? Shadow. What do you want? Viormina is not a Daedra you'd want to offend. She has a very curious personality and would dag you inside out if we let the wrong memory slip. I will handle which memories we can allow out. Acknowledged, the Augur and Shadow started working together for some reason. Wait, you two are best buddies now. Whatever you do, don't lose focus. We will follow your pace and cover you up with the best memories when Viormina tries to read your mind. Okay. I'll leave you to it. I don't know what will those two do, but it is good to have some incorporeal friends when you need them. Back to Viormina. Interesting. I see, potential. Her voice echoed in my head once again. I am relieved that Shadow can operate hidden from a Daedric prince such as Viormina, but let's focus on her now. Fine, I allow you to claim the skull for your own. But as for your friends, why don't you get them out yourself? Viormina said something scary. I understand what she means, but to take them out. Is she trying to drag me too? Use the torpor, come and I will let you take them home. Warning. Taking the torpor might threaten the mind barrier, I too suggest against it. This is bad. My head is now a conference room for weird voices. It is not fun at all. Augur, Shadow, let's keep the memory flow as what we already achieved. I am not sure what will happen, but I will need your head to analyze whatever illusions I am about to see. Acknowledged, good plan. The plan is now changed from guarding against Viormina is to coping with whatever she will throw at me. I grasped the torpor bottle in my hand and removed the lead. I was a bit worried, but I made my mind. Boy, let me do it. This, you can't. But Sigurd had to ruin the mood. Seriously, old man. Don't be a drama queen now. Don't be what? Look, I have dealt with FDVR before, you don't need to worry, just watch over my body, will you? Old man Sigurd shook his head and sighed. You and your father are very much alike. I am more handsome, damn it. Couldn't help but retort. All right boy, I wish you luck. If you serve. When you get out with Alina, I won't be stingy with you. Oh. Seems like I am being promised something here. Well, that's the best encouragement he can give me, but I am sure he will come to regret it. I am off, cheers. And I put the bottle on my mouth and started drinking the not very tasty thing. You drank it. I am impressed, mortal. What makes you think I won't trap you too? Viormina said something scary. I don't know, I guess you are not Boethia to do something sinister like that. Am I not your champion candidate now? How daring! To sum me with the likes of Boethia, yet you raise a point. To counter any dirty scheme Viormina would come up with, I had to mention Boethia, the Lord of Plots, Deceiver of Nations. Viormina and Boethia are arch-enemies, so this will make her change her mind. But, you have to make it to my temple at the highest point you can see. I will be waiting, mortal. Viormina left me with those words and the torpor kicked in. I felt like my head is light, then it all became dark. This was reckless, I know, right? The kid is really outdoing himself again. I can hear you, little voices in my head. There is that what you need to know. Viormina state that she will wait for you to find your lost comrades in wherever she is taking us to and then come to her temple. I guess we have a solid objective for once now. Wait, what do you mean us? I purposely replaced my astral extension with my original self, damn. Now I need to supply you with my magicka. Please don't be disheartened, kid, that thing you said to Viormina just now about Boethia, that was one daring move. We have a chance thanks to it. From what I can tell, we are making it to Quagmire. That's my first time in Oblivion for me guys. It won't be the last, so gloomy. Just know that Quagmire will try to deceive you by showing you what horrifies you the most. It will be mostly hallucination, but don't die to it. Hallucination and reality in Quagmire are the same thing. Yep, nothing new. Also, Viermina is always very curious, that's why she always looks into people's dreams. The reason she made the release of your friends possible is that she knows that some of your memories are sealed. We can resist her interference in Nirn, but in her domain, we will have to gradually leak out your horrors bit by bit. Don't worry, Jon Dare doesn't fear shit. One more thing, every few minutes, there will be a flash of lightning. This will means that reality around you will shift. Text stated that monsters and horrifying scenes will overlap during those flashes, but I am curious about what fear will manifest with that mindset of yours. Me too as well. You are hitting it really well, guys. Should I open you some mead and bring some popcorn? Much appreciated. Shadow kept mocking me all the time and the augur added salt on my wounds endlessly. All of that was happening as I was in some sort of unconscious state while dream striding to Quagmire with two smart-ass passengers in my head. Once I started feeling myself again, I found myself in the least situation I predicted. It felt like a car, but everything was dark and it felt like a tight place. After trying to move, I discovered I was tied up really tight. The fuck? Tied up from the very beginning? Also, when my vision adapted to darkness, I recognized the place, a large car trunk, and there were 3 people stuffed in there with me. One of them noticed my movements and spoke to me. Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the checkpoint, right? Walked right into that police ambush, same as us, and that car thief over there. Wait. What? Chapter 185, Into Quagmire, 2. A drunk realm of oblivion. And I see that you guys don't vote and comment as much as you used to lately. The novel is dropping from top 20 and I feel that dark times are upon us. Vote to save the novel and comment to motivate the author. Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the checkpoint, right? Walked right into that police ambush, same as us, and that car thief over there. Wait. What? The hell is that? I looked around and all sorts of shivers ran through my spine. Is this? Damn you, Storm Gang! Skyrim was fine until you showed up. The cops were nice and lazy. If they hadn't been for you, I could have stolen that car and be halfway to Hammerfell. No. It can't be. A futuristic version of the game's opening? Damn. It went exactly as I know, with a slight difference due to the change of the time period. Once the car stopped, the trunk was opened and we were pulled out inhumanely. The area we arrived at was right next to a river and it seemed like an abandoned industrial area. Under the threat of guns, we were led as a group and got lined over the river, it an unofficial gunfire execution, the type when the authorities would make it look like an accident. One of the prisoners tried to escape but got shot anyway. A distinguished-looking prisoner was wearing special handcuffs that gave off some light. Ulfric Stormcloak, some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the Force to murder the governor and take over the city. You have started this gang war. Everything was taking a ridiculous turn to mimic the game. I couldn't understand how will a dragon appear, but just as I was wondering, something flashed through the sky. What on earth is that? The leader of the police, which I assume is Tullius, shouted out and everyone looked up. I could finally see the things that were flying up there and they took me by surprise. Okay. This is weird. What I saw was one dropship and 2 starfighters from Star Wars. Not sure what is going on here, they started attacking. It turned into complete mayhem and I started escaping with one of the policemen. As we reached far enough, we arrived at a place where 2 stormtroopers killed a civilian and his son was watching. The policeman took his gun and shot the stormtroopers, saving the child. After securing the area, I followed the policeman into some alley, but suddenly we felt movement on the top floor and we hid ourselves. What we saw after was indeed one of my nightmares. A strong presence was felt, and lo and behold, it is Darth Vader floating around and killing a policeman by choking him with the Force. So Darth Vader is the antagonist. Makes sense. Until he left, we kept sneaking to a secure building. There we found some dead people, among them were some stormtroopers, policemen, and gangsters. I got myself freed from the handcuffs and picked something really cool from the ground. A lightsaber. Oh, it's red. Does it mean a Sith is among the dead? So far so weird. I guess I have to bear it with all the dreamlike events that will happen from now on. Anyway, we escaped the area under attack and saw the starfighters and the dropship fly away through the night sky. I was still shivering from the experience, but I managed to get a hang of myself. The lightning will strike soon. Just as I was about to calm and think, the augur sent a message. This meant that reality will shift once again. I really wasn't ready, but I didn't have a choice anyway. Lightning flashed and the whole world felt weird. Next thing I know, I was in a street all alone. It was a quiet street that felt kinda old. The cars on the roadside were really old, as if it was the 50s. I didn't know what's going on, but this quagmire wasn't really something I can predict anymore. Like at first, it mixed Gotham City with Star Wars, and now, bang bang tink tink, and now I am hearing gunshots and metal colliding sound. I am not sure how will this end up, but I had to hide myself first, just in case. Also, when I tried to use magic or aura, it felt a bit weird. Magic was there, but the rules of magic was not what I am used to. It felt rather different, and I would injure myself if I used a spell too casually. So I decided to play it safe. Upon peeking on what is happening, I found that a gigantic metal thing, walking on 2 feet and has a humanoid appearance, escaping through the alleyway and being shot by people. It kinda resembles a transformer. Really? The worst of all movies? I guess that's a nightmare. There was no time to cringe as the transformer was running towards my direction. Hey, watch out! One of the shooters saw me and shouted. It was a woman in some pretty revealing suit. I wasn't really waiting to get minced by the raging transformer, so I used the lightsaber and intercepted it by cutting one of its legs cleanly. The transformer fell and I waved the lightsaber left and right, ending its misery. The woman in a suit with semi-exposed cleavage and a fedora hat came towards me carrying a rifle, followed by a large man carrying a big shotgun and another decent-looking woman carrying a Tommy gun. They looked like some gangsters from the 50s Italian mob. You handle yourself well. You could make for a decent gun, brother. Oh boy! Is that Ela? To my shocked expressions, Ela the sniper. I guess continued. An outsider, eh? Never heard of the Companions? We are a family of good brothers and sister in honor, and we show up to solve problems if the cash is good enough. Yeah. Thank you. You have a great potential. You can come to speak to Don Codluck if you wish to make some cash. Good luck. Wait. Codluck? The Harbinger? Is he a Don in the Sicilian Nordic Mafia now? Okay. Now Transformers and what? The Godfather? This quagmire realm is really getting me good. But I need to focus and not lose purpose. Excuse me. I am looking for some friends of mine around here. I called for Ela, who was walking away. She turned around and nodded for me to carry on. Alina, Jolinar, or Wolfer, they may have a black cat referred to as Nefertiti. The people in front of me looked at each other. We know Wolfer. How do you know him? The man asked. They do? Oh, we grew up together in Riften's orphanage. I hope there is a thing like that? In the old town? That's right, Wolfer said he grew up there. The man said. Welcome then, a friend of Wolfer is a friend of ours. Ela said and invited me to go with them. That's great then, finally a clue. We arrived at a very fancy place with a lot of suited and booted people guarding the place. It was some sort of a bar where more suited and booted people hang around in. Come, this way. I followed Ela and reached the back office, which was guarded by more big goons. Sitting behind a desk, an old man in a nice tuxedo and butler-like guy helping him dress well in front of a mirror. Ela approached the man with respect. I was stopped from approaching by the man who seemed to be Farkas. Ela is the capo here, you can't go closer to Don Codluck. Makes sense, or not? Anyway, Ela kissed the hand of Codluck, or specifically his ring, and whispered something for him. All right Ela, you can take him. Also, make sure the cars are ready, the families are going to meet up in a few hours. I want you with me. Yes, Don Codluck. She walked towards me and guided me to another area where there were a lot of guns and heavy stuff. Wolfer, a friend is visiting. Once she called, a wolfer in some big suit appeared. It looks good on him though. Who is that? You bastard. They all looked at me with hostility once Wolfer didn't recognize me. Oh. It must have been a long time, my name is John, Nurana's adopted son. Wolfer seemed shocked. Oh. He said as if he remembered something. I got adopted when she left the orphanage, so you may not remember me too well. No, I remember you. You seem familiar all of a sudden now. Oh. Thank you. The atmosphere turned normal once again. Damn. If I could use magic, I would have hanged you all on the walls. How can I help you, John? Wolfer guided me to a chair and sat opposite to me. Well, you see. It's embarrassing, but I was it. Helgen district and some gunfight broke out between that storm gang and the cops, things turned bad and I lost contact with my friends, was hoping you can help. Oh, you don't need to ask, I'll help you. Wolfer seemed as friendly as he used to be. It also seemed that he can remember me if I started reminding him of reality, but it will take me some time to be alone with him and not cause a scene. Hallucination and reality are the same thing in Quagmire after all. Just as we were about to shake hands, gunshots sounded from the bar's direction. Everyone rushed towards the place and there we found Don Codluck shot and lying on the ground dead. Skjur, the underboss of the companions, seemed to be shot too, but he survived and said that it was the Silverhand family. Why is the situation is turning into a gang war? All the companions around me became bloodthirsty and all swore vengeance for Don Codluck. John, I am sorry, but I need to take care of that business first. Even Wolfer seemed to be going to that fight too. I'll come with you then. Thank you. Wolfer seemed to be good to go and I was handed a fancy gun from Wolfer. A lightsaber and a gun. This is taking a weird direction for some reason. Still, how many people in the world can say that they went to a mafia war in a drunk realm of oblivion before? I guess I'm making history here. Chapter 186, Into Quagmire, 3, Human. Nothing is more insane than having every fantasy jumbled up together. Shadow and the Augur must be having fun replacing my fears with movie villains and remaking a futuristic setting for some messed up nightmarish Skyrim. As annoying as it is, replacing my cockroach phobia with Transformers is genius. I hate both equally. Anyway, I finally found Wolf and rode a car with him to hunt down the Silverhand mob. Whether it made sense or not, I just had to work my way around it. The cars reached a place and all the companions attacked a certain building, storming it with bullets. I wanted to say that I saw that one coming, but the Transformers joined hands with the Silverhand mob and the situation was messy. Wolfer, on the other hand, was kicking absolute ass. I dare to say that this guy is a game changer in open battles, whether in this nightmarish world or in reality. I was adapting the magicka inside me to space around and shooting aimlessly while trying to finish quickly. I still had to evade injury and keep Wolfer safe. An injury in Quagmire is a real injury no matter what. Once I was able to release enough aura, I empowered my body to the max and carried Wolfer away from the fight. Hey, John! What are you doing? Let go of me. Sorry, mate. There is something important you need to hear. Not now, damn you. I want to butcher Don Codlick killers. This guy was so immersed in the dream. I'll have to remind him somehow. Sviti. Hey. Your sister, Sviti. My sister. Yes, she went to college in Solitude, remember? Yes, I remember. Wulfur seemed to be remembering but not fast enough. What about Porna? I kept asking. Porna. Wulfur wondered. Yes, 16 years old, fairly tall, red hair, maybe a bit to the pink, white eyes, dazzling smile. Remember that day when we went into the pet store in Solitude and you met her? Wulfur turned silent for a full minute. Suddenly, he started looking around left and right frantically. Jon. His eyes landed on me and shouted in worry. Yep, you friendly neighborhood dragonborn. You were taken in too. Nope, I came for you guys. Even Wulfur was panicked. Must have been tough for him to see weird nightmares of his own. Luckily, my nightmares can influence the ones around me. You idiot. You should have never come, the place is very dangerous. Calm down, you idiot. I get it, everyone is trapped in here and the nightmares are coming to life, blah blah blah. And why are you so calm? Wolf started shouting. Shut up. Who said I am calm? I just saw Darth Vader and Optimus Prime in the same nightmare, do you know how nightmarish that is? And who knows how many movie villains are out there? I finally broke and shouted back. Wait, who are those? Never mind it anyway, we need to find the rest and get the hell out of here. You know a way out? Kinda. Let's just run from this place. The place was still a war zone between the Mafia and the Transformers, which made it rather weird. I can sneak out as I can use some magic to block the stray bullets easily. Jon, this thing looks familiar. But as always, Wolf was curious about the gun in his hand. You saw it in my sketches before, figure it out. Oh. And what is that thing I am wearing? A suit, looks good on you though. Thanks. But to think I would dream of such a strange place. I hate to break it to you, but this is my nightmare we are in. I am using it to influence the area around by creating fake fears from fictional villains so that I can deal with stuff. Awesome. You too can see nightmares. This guy will never stop asking. I may be able to eat awesome and fart rainbows, but I too see nightmares. I had to endure the thousands of questions from my curious friend to satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Lightning will strike soon, okay. Brace yourself. I said as I held on to Wolf. What? Reality is shifting. Amaz, lightning flashed and the situation changed. Luckily, Wulfur was still there. Where is this? Wulfur, who was still holding a gun and dressed in his mafia uniform, looked at the place around carefully. It was a forest. It kinda resembles the woods around Falkreath. Wulfur and I really found nothing threatening about this space, but I didn't want to stay in one place for too long, so we moved to high ground. While moving, I finally managed to figure out the magic law in Quagmire and regained most of my abilities to cast magic and regenerate magicka. Also, I started explaining the situation to Wulfur. Hey, what is that over there? Wulfur pointed at the sky and I saw something flying through the gloomy clouds. It felt like people. I wasn't really seeing far, so after I used some aura to see further, I almost wanted to find Shadow and the Augur then slap them. I know they are replacing my fears with bizarre ideas from my past life, but they are taking it too far. Anyway, judging by the direction of the people who were flying, there was some town over there. We hasted our pace up until we reached the intended destination. It was a town made of dark brick houses with a weird shape. They didn't look like any past era, so I assumed this is some sort of a countryside old town. After looking around, we found some people gathered around in a town square. In front of them, some 3 individuals were floating on air, 2 boys with broomsticks and a small helpless girl was being held in the air by magic while struggling to break free. The scene was a bit disturbing, but I wasn't concerned about a dream. Listen, you lowly muggles. If we find any more mutants in this town, there will be consequences. I saw the word muggle coming, but the word mutant was unexpected. Seems like the antagonist this time are the fanatic pure-blooded wizards from Harry Potter stories. On the other hand, there are mutants too. The headache. It seems that wizards hunt mutants that hide among muggles. Good job, Shadow. I can now be in peace as I am pretty much unrelated to any of those. I thought so as I turned around and was about to leave with Wolfer after unleashing out auras to speed up. Hey, you! Stop where you are! A bolt of lightning landed in front of me and the two wizards shouted while blocking my path. What is it? You are a mutant. Don't even think about moving a muscle. Mutant? This handsome me? I looked at Wolfer, who wasn't bewildered at all. He didn't seem to understand what's going on. The two wizards were still aiming their little wands at me. One of them moved its wand and intended to cast a spell on me. Crucio. Oops. I had to evade that one and counter-attacked him with a lightning strike. The other was about to move, but, bang! Wolfer took care of it. Nice one. Thank you. The townspeople who witnessed the exchange screamed and shouted. All of them ran to their homes. The only ones that remained was us, the two motionless wizards and the so-called mutant little girl that was being held by them. She was the only person we can ask anything. Excuse me. May we ask you some questions? The girl was scared, but I tried to appear as friendly as possible. Suddenly and without any introductions, the girl ran to me and hugged my leg. Mister, thank you. She kept saying so while crying. Yes, I know. I was kinda annoyed, but Wolfer talked to the girl. Hello, what is that mutant thing they called us with? The girl looked at Wolfer and tilted her head. Mister, didn't you just use magic without wands or words? Oh, I see. So it was like that. Do you know anyone that goes by the name Jolinar or Alina? They're a black cat known as Nefertiti too. You are asking about Big Sister Nefertiti? She is the leader of our sanctuary. Okay. Hold on. I let Nefertiti go for a few days and now she is making a group of mutants and planning to take over the world? That's my girl. I helped Nefertiti once back at Winterhold. I'd like to see her, please. You are the human who saved her? Wow. I will take you to her, come. It seems that my title as human is going around too damn well. The girl led us outside the town to some cave. On the way, I picked up a wand from the wizards we killed. Hell yeah! I am doing this. I tried to use normal spells from by the wand, but it didn't really work. Fine. Let's go by the book. Wingardium Leviosa. Hey, Wolf, look. I managed to carry a stone, but the wand snapped all of a sudden when I tried to move it around. Not that I was interested anyway. It was probably the laws of reality changing with some tricks to make it sound as if it is possible. As we entered the place we arrived to, we found a lot of small kids with strange features all around. Some of them had antlers and horns, some were walking through walls, some were doing strange magic with their hands. Anyway, at the end of the walk, we arrived at a place where a small lowly girl was sitting on a big chair wearing some oversized clothes and acting like a thug. The lowly was black-haired with blue eyes. Boss Nefertiti. Those two mutants saved me in town, they are human. Nefertiti. Chapter 187, Into Quagmire, 4, Nefertiti's human form and Lord Commander Julhuman. Nefertiti. It was a very touching scene. That time when the cat you adopted recognizes you despite all the illusions and the deceptions of that Daedric realm. It showed that the bond between us cat and human are not to be looked down on that easily. Nefertiti, who was in a Lolita form, jumped and hugged me. She seemed to be so lonely and depressed, but she got energetic all of a sudden when she saw me. Human. Where were you? It was scary. Many doggos wanted to bite Meow and kept chasing Meow all over the place. Don't worry, TT. Any doggo that dares to go after you again will get my thunder cookie. Don't be afraid anymore. The Lolita form of Nefertiti was a million times cuter than anything I know. She was a small cute little thing just as she used to be. I held her in front of me and observed how much did she change. Let's see, you are around 140 centimeters and what are? Amazing. Are those cat ears on your head? And a tail? Yes. Meow found herself like that a while ago. I was being chased and Nefertiti started telling a long story that somehow resembled Wolf's story, but she was able to not be deceived as he did. I guess that's 1 point for the feline kind over mankind. Still, she was so adorable. He long black hair and blue big eyes along with the cat ears and tail. I guess Quagmire can't be all that bad. What added more to that divine cuteness was the oversized black robe she wore. No loli ichi allowed in my novel. FBI is watching. I tried to ask her about how she achieved this form, but it seemed to be the effect of Quagmire over the astral extension that gives here a beast form has taken it into another level of transformation. Nefertiti said she can go into her normal form, but the beast form is a bit hard to transform into. This sound just like how I found the rules of Magicka around Quagmire different than how it was in the mortal plane Mundus. When Nefertiti tried her beast form, it went completely wrong too. Still, I have never imagined that it may open the possibility to a cute humanoid girl with cat ears and a cat tail. It meant that the possibility was there from the start. I was thrilled, but the world around me gave me no time to stay in peace. Soon after, trouble came knocking on our door. Another little girl came running to Nefertiti and told her that the wizards discovered the location of their hiding spot. Human. This is bad. Bad humans come and want to fight Meow. I see. Do you have any fortifications for this cave? We need to wait for the next lightning to strike before we experience another nightmare. There. This can close the door. Nefertiti pointed at a lever on the wall and I pulled it down, a sound of a door being closed. I went to the entrance of the cave and found a strange black door blocking the entrance. It felt familiar, but I really wanted for this Harry Potter World vs Marvel Mutants thing to end. As I was waiting, a strong force clashed with the other side of the door. The strong clashes kept going until the door got dramatically blown away and a lot of smoke came in. Dark figures emerged from the smoke. These were the Death Eaters. Wizards of evil holding their wands and looking at us like perverts slowly came in. They cleared the way for another person who seemed their leader, a bald tall guy with no nose. Yep. That's him, the man, the myth, the legend. Voldemort. And who might you be? Someone who shares a mutual friend with you. Is that so? I remember having all my good friends coming here with me. So, that friend is Harry Potter. Oh. Our dear little friend Mr. Potter. Ah ha ha ha. Voldemort started laughing with the Death Eaters behind him. He then viciously looked at me and called. Nagini. Kill. As he said that, a large snake came out of his sleeve. I see, so we are playing that game. Nefertiti. Kill. Nefertiti heard my words and the power of the link that Herson put between us assisted her to go into her beast form. The Nefertiti that appeared was much larger than the beast form she used to be. Joel told me that she is also growing in the beast form to the rate that will make her larger than me one day, and frankly, to compare the current Nefertiti with the snake of Voldemort, I say Nefertiti is going to kick ass. And as I thought, a paw attack was all she needed. Once the snake attacked, it got hit and bled too much. I know that Nagini's story is heartbreaking, but that's not real anyway. Voldemort couldn't stand this outrage and waved his wand at me. Avada Kedavra. Fuss ro da. Bitch. I knew that my magic is too overpowered, but the result was fascinating. The cave's entrance got cleared in an instant just like that. Lightning will strike soon, finally. I held TT's tail and held Wolfer, then tied us with Magicka to not get lost after the reality shifts. Lightning flashed and we three appeared in another weird location. The place was as cold as Skyrim itself and the surroundings were all white. We three looked at each other and a lot of sounds came from the surroundings. Not long after, a presence appeared above us and came down with a shout. Bang! Wolfer, who was oddly silent, shot it down and double-checked. "What is that?" Nefertiti asked, looking at the enemy that attacked us. "It looks like an orc. So burly. And very green." Nefertiti and Wolf started questioning what is going on with that weird orc, but it seemed that this has gone weirder than before. "For the horde." "Yes, that weird. Warcraft this time. Lord Commander. The orcs have climbed the wall." A voice sounded on the other side. "Push them back." A strong female voice echoed and a lot of black figures appeared around. "Lord Commander? The wall? Men of the Watch? This is your time to be brave. I know that some of you are afraid, but the only time a man can be brave is when he is afraid." "For the Watch? Ah. I see, it is Jol Snow now." The men of the Watch started rallying towards the area where the orcs came from and a large battle broke out. "Hey, we need to get to here as fast as possible before any accident happens." Wolfer nodded and started breaking through the battle of men and orcs on the wall. We were surrounded by many trenches and enemies were at every corner. I tried to follow Joel, who was breaking the enemy forces alone. This girl can be stupidly brave sometimes. "Hey, Joel! Lord Commander!" She finally heard me and retreated. "Make it quick, soldier. We need to talk. Does it look like the right time?" Tisk. She is more blinded than Wolfer. "Fine, I'll push them back for you." I summoned forth a handful of undead and turned the tide of the battle in less than a minute. Once I finished pushing the orcs over the wall, I wasn't faced with any cheers or anything. I was being pointed at by the swords too. Everyone was glaring daggers at me. "They don't like us, don't they?" Wolfer asked. "Yes, not sure why." The men of the Watch surrounded us and Joel stood in the middle of them. "You, evildoer! Did you just summon the White Walkers?" "Hey? Me? Answer me or I'll cut your head!" Joel shouted, pointing her blade at me. I thought for a while and realized where did the misunderstanding come from. The undead really resemble the minions of the White Walkers, who are basically some liches. I thought of how to solve that situation and came to a nice idea. "How dare you heretics call the guardians sent forth by the Lord of Light as some pesky White Walkers?" I said so, making some flame magic fly around me. "Fire! Who are you?" Joel asked with a pale face. "Hehe, I am the messenger of Staneth Baratheon, the true High King, the prince who was promised by the Lord of Light." "Oh. It seemed that my lie has made an effect. And what message did Staneth Baratheon send you with, Red Man?" Joel asked while pointing her blade away. "I was hoping we can have a chat in private, Lord Commander." Joel nodded and I was called to follow her. For some stupid reason, this is working. Chapter 188, Into Quagmire, 5, What Jon May Actually Fear. I admit that I was lacking some plot and I added Quagmire part so that I can distract you guys from the issue I was facing, but it is turning well. Anyway, this part won't take long, but never forget to support this novel. Also, if you are reading this on another site, cause I have noticed, be sure to come read on Web Novel and find our small community where your comments can reach me. Enjoy. Heavy Blackheart. Joel led us to a post on that overlooked the northern frozen plains north of the wall. "What can I call you with?" "Jon Dare." "This is my friend Wolf and that big cat is Nefertiti." I replied to Joel, who was acting all heroic and mighty. "I am Jolinar, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. What is that message your king sent you with? Ever heard of Solitude?" "Hey! Solitude, the capital of Skyrim. Year 4196. I don't understand what you are saying." I looked at Wolf, who shook his shoulders. Joel is not remembering as easy as Wolf or Nefertiti. "We have met before, right?" I asked. "I don't really remember you." I winked for Wolf and Nefertiti to go away. Once they took their distance and I was left alone with Joel, I approached her and she put her hand on her blade. Remember that night you tried to kill but ended up being beaten up and cornered into an alleyway? I drew closer to her while tried to remind her of that night only to find her dagger on my throat. Such a thing didn't happen. Oh. How about that night when you went all crazy and tried to rape me in my room? Joel's face turned ugly and she glared at me. One more word and I'll. And what about that night beside the spring when we slept together? Joel seemed to have remembered something and her guard went down. Once, that happened, I pressed on her body and pulled her to me, putting my lips on hers. It felt rather warm and soft in this bone-chilling weather. Something one would yearn for all day long. Jolinar was tense but she softened her attitude a second later. Guess it worked. I retreated my face behind and looked straight into her face, which looked ashen pale and blended with the background. Damn, I love you so much. The words came naturally when I looked at her. If you love me that much, then why are my clothes still on? Ha ha ha, I would take that offer any time but now. Of course, the talk would cure memories, it is foretold in every legend so far. Talk equals true love's kiss. What is that weird illusion I was in? Joel asked after realizing what had happened. I had to go through the explanation I went through a couple of times before and Joel looked at me with a shocked face. You came into oblivion to get me out. Her eyes were shooting beams of excitement. Well, I am happy that you are ignoring the fact that we are in oblivion. I know, but you still came for me. Well, I should do so. Joel was very happy and clung onto me. Just like the stories, right? Lovers would go through oblivion to save each other. Oh, I see. She was reading a lot of novels lately. Except oblivion is normally the equivalent of hell, so I guess she is excited for her own reasons. I am not sure what is going on, but we should stick together until the reality shifts once again. We have to find Alina. Of course. Jolinar was all out to find Alina too. I don't understand the bond they developed, but it is all fine as long as there is nothing scary going on. Just as we got reunited with Wolf and TT, a man came running to Joel. Lord Commander, the enemies are coming from the sky. Just as the man said that, the horn sounded once, twice, and thrice. It seems that the Night Watch see the horde as dangerous as the White Walkers. What came from the sky was an airship with red balloons carrying it. It is the Queen's reprisal. Damn, this quagmire is so vivid. Is this a flying ship, John? Can you figure out how to make one? Wolfer got excited as soon as he saw the ship. I didn't reply as I was expecting to see the owner of the ship and the antagonist of this nightmare, the Dark Lady, Queen of the Forsaken, Sylvanas Windrunner. I couldn't help but to get excited. This is one of my favorite villains of all time. She emerged to the front of the flying ship looking at our direction. She seemed to be giving orders and getting ready to sweep over the trenches on the wall. I released my magicka until it could be seen ready to receive whatever she is throwing. I then called upon the ashen flames and made a gigantic fireball. The forces on the flying ship reacted to the big fireball by shooting all kinds of projectiles. I was covered by shields and got my moment to launch the fireball. The ship managed to avoid my attack, exposing a big part of the hull towards the attacks from the watch. Arrows were exchanged in a bloody manner, but I wasn't done yet. The next attack was a meteor spell. I raised my hands up and the magic took its time to get charged. The meteor normally gets formed in a high altitude before it comes down. Luckily, I took my time and released the meteor. The spell descended down on the flying ship, blowing up one of the balloons and taking down a lot of the weak forces on it. The balance of the ship tilted and rammed into the wall with a loud bang. An earthquake was felt and the whole wall started to shake. As we were standing on its side, a large chunk of that side that got rammed started cracking and a loud sound of ice breaking was heard. Brace yourselves! The edge of the wall broke and fissures formed on the ground. We were right in the center of the falling area. Shit! To me. I called on Wulfur and Nefertiti, who were killing the enemies that jumped down from the ship. They were a bit far, and unlike me and Jolinar, these two has no means to land from a high place safely. Lightning will strike soon, nice timing. I am still not leaving anything for chances. All I could do was to start using telekinesis and drag them all the way towards me. It was a true labor. Once I could touch them, lightning flashed and the scene changed. Third-person POV. It was by far the weirdest nightmare Jon has been to in Quagmire. He was not sure what this place was, but for some reason, it came in black and white. The world itself was black and white. It somewhat scared even Jon himself, let alone the rest. The space was really sickening, to begin with. Okay, you three need to calm down before we figure out where Alina is. Just as Jon tried to assure them. No. My skin. It is even paler. Jolinar screamed. Human. Why are you so weird? Nefertiti backed away. This is making me sick. Wulfur collapsed. Jon's fear came true. The three couldn't control the shock. It took him quite a while to calm them down. As he just was making sure they won't panic again, he started to take notice of the surroundings. It was a modern city once again. The theme was somehow poor and full of snow. The buildings were all back and the city had a lot of cars, yet no trace of life. Jon felt a presence coming from upstairs once again, but this time there was no hostility from it. The wall broke and a large man jumped through it. The four were in wonder of the dramatic appearance of that man. Just as the man reached the ground with a superhero landing and dusted off the bricks from his long overcoats, Jon recognized him immediately. Marv. Hey, kid. The man greeted Jon and ran to a car, driving it as fast as possible. Jon was gratified from what he just saw, so did the rest. The man they saw had a really scary face and was as tall as Jon himself. Jon, is this also a nightmare of yours? Wulfur asked. Jon was frozen for a while until he spoke once again. Let's hope it doesn't reach the nightmare level. Jon wasn't sure what the Augur and Shadow were doing, but he didn't want to come to this world the most. It is where something that makes Jon afraid exists. It was the world of Sin City. Chapter 189, Into Quagmire, 6, A Dame to Kilferin. First of all, Happy New Year. And sorry for the delay, I was traveling all day. Also, next chapter is the last of Quagmire chapters. Sin City, maybe not the scariest movie out there, but Jon had a weakness in his past life to a certain actress. Those eyes that scare the 9 lives out of him. He calmed himself down and tried to convince himself that this is just a dream. Still, he knew very well that dreams and reality are always the same things in Quagmire. Let's get moving. He picked one of the empty roads and walked while looking through every corner. It was until he found a usable car that he unlocked it with magic and checked if it was working. Get in. Why are we riding this? Wulfur asked. To avoid attention. Of who? Joel asked. Jon looked at her with a pale face and turned his head the other way. The old car ran on the road smoothly. It has been a long while since Jon drove a car, but he was still not that bad. At least the car didn't go off for the first few minutes. Jon, I can swear these things are the same things from your sketches. Wulfur asked. They are. Can you make anything like this? Wulfur kept going. I don't want to destroy the nature too early. Jon's replies were short and showed that he wasn't comfortable with the place around him. Wulfur and the rest read the mood and didn't talk anymore. During the ride, a few police cars were spotted in pursuit of other cars driven by criminals. A lot of gunfights broke out and the place was not peaceful at all. Jon would always point his hand out of the car to use telekinesis or fireball to get rid of whatever made him irritated. Strange enough, a colored man made an appearance on the road and he looked really disgusting. He was a man with a goblin-like face and all his skin was yellow. This was the yellow bastard. For this character, Jon had to stick his head out of the window and fuss ro da, just like that. To the weird gazes he received from the passengers, Jon only acted indifferently and shot a fireball towards the yellow mess, ending any possible chance for its survival. Still, this doesn't reassemble the Basin City I know of. Jon was comparing his memories to the place and it didn't feel right. Some of the nightmares looked like reality but changed some of its features, some nightmares were far from reality, some were far from both. Jon came to the conclusion that this is the first type. Strangely, Basin City was applied on a part of Skyrim and Jon clearly could tell that it was Winterhold. He navigated on that theory and arrived at a big casino on the side of the road. The sign read Caddies. This was a place Jon recognized, so he pulled over and walked towards it, followed by his party. Once he walked it, the atmosphere resembled a real casino. Drinks, barmaids, strippers, and all that jazz. Jon simply waved his hand and a few times and some wallets disappeared from some pickets and teleported to his pocket. Riften will be terrorized when you decide to visit next time. Wulfur commented in a low tone. Jon has indeed become a scary thief, but he wouldn't use the art of magic in such trivial acts anymore unless it is something important. Jon wouldn't go back to crime that easily. Anyway, after he surveyed the place with his eyes, he found some friendly face to talk to. Approaching the man that was drinking on the bar, Jon casually picked one of the empty seats right beside him. The man seemed to be avoided for his appearance, but Jon was as tall as him, so there were no hard feelings. That was one way to get off home, through a wall I mean. Jon ordered a drink and talked first. Hoo, didn't think you can make it across the street, and look at that, you're all the way here. Marv smiled at the other fellow hulkling who sat beside him and blew some of the smoke of his cigar on Jon. Heard about you. Jon looked with half an eye at Marv. They say you are a hard man with the heart of a teddy bear. Marv opened his eyes wide, not expecting to be taunted that fast. Still, he was cool with it. He just extinguished the cigar on the bar and shook his shoulders. Might be true. Jon smiled and didn't say anything until his bear arrived. Looking for a woman? He said. Isn't that the point of life? Marv also picked up a glass and replied calmly. Jon couldn't find a comeback, so he stuck to the subject. Black hair and crimson eyes, a woman of quality, her name is Alina. Marv raised his brows and didn't reply. Jon pointed for the bartender girl to refill for Marv. You sure about her? Marv asked. Jon nodded naturally. Well, you came to the right place. Marv said that and turned around to face the dancing platform. Jon's attention was pointed to the platform, and just like that, a second later, lights flashed and an announcer spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we from Caddies are happy to present to you your favorite cowgirl, Nancy. The announcer stepped aside and from the back walked a certain stripper that Jon recognized. Nancy Callahan was one of the characters that worked as a stripper and was famous for her iconic cowboy-themed dance and fashion style. Not just that, today as well, the one you know and love, everyone's favorite doctor, Alina. Jon felt his head going light and looked at Marv, who was grinning to him. Alina walked out from the back dressed in the strangest thing Jon ever imagined her to be in. Even in this world devoid of colors, Alina's red eyes didn't lose their color, adding to that, the embarrassing red lingerie under the white doctor coat she was in. Jon lost all the words he was preparing for her and couldn't keep up with what's going on. The two girls on the platform started getting into the action as soon as the music started, and the performance was way too erotic. Jon tried to act, but he was not sure how to stop Alina. Wulfur turned the other way. Jolinar was not sure what to do. Nefertiti was normally not aware of what is going on. It soon, when Jon finally was about to lose it and released all his aura in the casino, not a second passed and chaos broke out everywhere. Everyone became scared and crazy, trying to jump over each other to escape from the place that turned from the heaven they sought to the hell they fear. Jon's aura was accurate and chased off the crowd that was watching the strip show. He then quietly walked to Alina. Alina got frightened from the scene that just happened and attempted to run away as fast as she could. Jon was about to catch her, but all of a sudden, tens of men with guns came out from the sides and started shooting at Jon. Marv and Jon's party jumped behind the bar to avoid the bullets, but Jon remained still, facing it all like that. With his 2 hands, Jon casted a strong spell that stopped all the bullets mid-air. The shooters were shocked silly, but Jon didn't wait for another round and struck them all with lightning magic. Sadly, Alina was long gone. She seemed to have escaped very fast. The only clue left was Marv. Jon looked towards the direction Marv was in, and the latter came out to see what happened. Marv was seemingly impressed with Jon killing all those shooters even though he couldn't see what happened. Just as he was about to comment, he realized why Jon was looking for him. I understand. You can just go find her at the w.i.t. Jon didn't seem to understand what that was. Marv noticed and continued, she is an actual doctor, she will be in the w.i.t for sure. If you don't know where is it, just go to the north and find the highest tower. Jon silently nodded and went out to get the car, and the rest followed him silently. Jon was standing in front of the highest tower in the northern part of the city, and his face was cringing hard. It seemed that w.i.t stood for Winterhold Institute of Technology, this nightmare's variant of the College of Winterhold. Jon ignored the fact and walked directly to the entrance. With his detection spreading around the place, he noticed some tracks and followed it to a higher floor. The place looked cold, but finding Alina was not that hard. Once he arrived at the floor she was on, he saw her going out of a certain room and she saw him. Her face paled and she was about to scream, but he moved his hand as fast as possible and used telekinesis to pull her towards him. Alina was left from the floor and directly flew to Jon's arms. Muffling her voice, Jon dragged her to the empty room she just came out from, and their confrontation started. Alina was depressed. Too depressed to the point that she put her head between her arms and cried. Jolinar was standing beside her trying to console her, and Jon took Wulfur outside. She regained her true self, but she also remembered how the dream was like, and she was too depressed to do such a cheap act in front of Jon. A girl from a noble house like her was utterly ruined by the mere idea, even though it was not her. From what Jon understood, her personality in the dream was that of a doctor at the wit with a part-time as a stripper. It was awkward, but it really fitted the plot of Sin City. A mafia member, a mutant coven leader, an exiled person to the frontier, and finally a stripper. I am not sure if this is because of me or you, my friends are all that awesome. Jon was having a hard time summing the whole situation up. What about the nightmare that you woke up in? Wulfur asked. An illegal immigrant. Join the band then. Both sighed and were waiting for the next bolt of lightning to strike to figure out how to exit this world now that they found Alina. But as they were discussing that, in the corridor in front of Alina's room, footsteps were heard, and from one side and a lot of armed people came in. On their lead was a certain astonishing beauty with an evil look on her face. Jon was about to deal with whatever that was coming, but he saw that woman and his body froze. It was her. Ava Lord, an antagonist played by Eva Green, the evil face that can scare Jon Dare. Chapter 190, Into Quagmire, End. The Temple of Viermina. Jon's face turned pale once he saw that lady. Wulfur didn't expect to see Jon making such expression, but he realized that the situation was something they should waste time on. If Jon, that walking magic cannon, can't deal with the situation, then the objective is to run. We are leaving. Wulfur shouted and knocked the door open. Alina seemed to have calmed down and found something more covering to dress into. Once the ladies went out, they all saw the new visitors. Dr. Alina, I am sure we had an appointment. Are those people related to our business? The woman on the lead of the group walked calmly towards Alina. Wulfur notified Joel that Jon was in a pinch, so she took action first. Putting her hands on the wall of the corridor, Joel applied her aura and the wall was burst, making a cloud of dust screen. Using the chance they have, Wulfur dragged the frozen Jon. The whole group took the other way, escaping. What's wrong with him? I don't know, maybe this woman is something that can scare him. Such a thing exist. Don't worry, human. We'll protect you. On the other side of the wall, the woman with colored green eyes and blue lipstick smiled with viciousness at the rebel. I don't know what is that, but get them. To her words, all the men around her moved through the rubble. Gunshots were heard throughout the campus as Wulfur led the team out. It was annoying how silent Jon was. "Are you going to stay like that for too long?" Jon heard Shadow's voice echoing into his head. "What is going on, Shadow? This reality is taking too long to shift. It seemed that your flawless performance in the past few reality shifts has vexed Viermina enough to the point that she personally maintained the reality when she sniffed your fear. What do you expect me to do? Didn't you see how that woman looked at me? As if she is going to carve you up and eat your liver. So you felt it too. Leave me alone." Even a being like Shadow was mentally affected by that look. After some maneuvering, Jon managed to grab a hold of himself and started looking for a way out. According to what Viermina said, she would wait for him in her temple at the center of her realm. After some analysis, the augur estimated that it should be at the highest or centermost point of the realm. With that in mind, Jon and his team managed to escape the W.I.T and chose to head south. After some time, lightning finally flashed and reality shifted. Jon still chose to keep going as south can go, as he believed that they have strayed too far into the edges of quagmire. What made him believe that he was wrong was how many times the reality in quagmire started to shift. It started focusing on Jon's faked fears that were into his head, and a lot of movies came out to life. If Jon wasn't an otherworlder, he would have vomited from all the civilizations and reality shifts that were projected by the realm. Actually, Wulfur was the first one to start feeling sick. It wasn't normal at all to experience different realities which day and night weren't stable at all and all felt completely vivid. Jolinar and Alina also became sick, but a zombie apocalypse train pushed them all back on track. Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Jurassic World, Mad Max, this realm is going all out the more we head south. Jon declared as he was supporting Alina up. What are all those nightmares? Are you all right, Jon? Do you really see all that when you sleep? Alina wasn't sure how Jon is acting all right in these environments. Jon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. None of them were his nightmares, but the realm was really putting on a serious fight by projecting all these movies. There were even those gigantic walking Legos, being trapped in a train tunnel, and swimming with oversized sharks. It's okay. As long as we could finally bring you home, everything will be resolved just fine. Alina felt touched by Jon's words. Jon then conjured 3 new Flamehawk Atronachs and hopped on one with Alina while keeping her in his embrace. What happened with father? Alina asked. Since you 4 disappeared, things went really in a dramatic situation. Your father is okay, but he was worried so much about you. We headed into the Tower of Dawn together and ventured to its inner sanctum. He was trying hard to keep calm and did some unreasonable things, but eventually, we succeeded to get Viermina's attention. From that point, I dived into quagmire alone. I see. I am sorry to drag you into this. Alina got closer to Jon, who didn't really mind it at all. I am already dragged without you doing anything. Jon got closer to Alina, who looked away after understanding what Jon had in mind. Even after looking away, Jon didn't seem to be going to stop anytime soon. You know, that dance you did a while ago, it was nice, especially that thing you did with the whip. Jon started reminding Alina of her short-lived career as a stripper. Alina's face became even redder and she was struggling to break free from Jon to the edge of the flame Atronach hawk's body, not even realizing that can she just conjure a new one and fly away. You know, old man Sigurd said that thing to me before I go into this realm. If I remember correctly, it was about him not being stingy with me anymore if I bring you home. Alina opened her eyes wide and looked at Jon, who was smiling with a smug face. So, what do you think about it? I was planning to attend a friend's wedding, then take you around Skyrim. I can show you Riften and take you to that inn in Whiterun. At this point, Jon was taking his smug act on Alina. She, on the other hand, was thinking about what will happen when they go home, no awareness of what was happening behind Jon. Jolinar was glaring daggers at Jon, who was taking his way with Alina, she kept lashing with her aura at him and he responded with his aura back. The comical scene was being seen by Wulfar, who only sighed in reaction. He too was having some plans and was waiting to get out of this realm and invite Porna too. During all that, the party advanced through Quagmire and reached a place where the nightmares stopped haunting people. Jon considered this the core area in Quagmire. Viormina should be closed now. After trying to analyze the realm of Quagmire, Jon came to the conclusion that it is made of two areas, the core and the Nightmare Plains. The plains surrounded the core and were very vast and desolate lands, not that Jon was seeing it from the core. A lot of souls were wandering around and also some mortals were present. It seemed that the place was a prison for those who got trapped in Quagmire. The core area was not as scary, but it felt dangerous. Jon saw a lot of castles and buildings that seemed to be full of not to be messed with inhabitants. These were probably the Daedra that served Viormina. The place was overall dark and gloomy, yet Jon knew that the only way out of Quagmire is in the centermost region of the core itself. The Temple of Viormina. After a short ride, Jon and his party arrived at a mountain that looked as straight as a blade. The place was suffocating to be into, but the sharp road up the mountain was the only way to go there. Even flying around felt reckless. The sharp mountain seemed to be home to some creatures and a place where unpleasant Daedric ingredients grew. They were all property to the Lord of the Realm, so Jon kept going straight up the road. It was when he reached the highest point that he could see a large statue of the Daedric Prince Viormina. It looked like a female mage who was hiding her face behind an evil-looking mask. She was holding a strange staff in her left hand and two large snakes seemed to have climbed from the ground all the way to her arms. This was the demonic and evil images known about the Daedric prince called Viormina, the one whose sphere of influence includes nightmares, psychological terror and torment, dreams, bringing evil omens, and stealing memories. Behind that statue was even a larger construct that carried a hint of the Roman architectural style with all the large pillars. Jon didn't dally around and advanced through these pillars followed by his party. After bypassing the entrance, only a place of darkness was what greeted them. Jon could sense his way and guided the others in a straight line without feeling any danger. It kept going like that until they saw a glimpse of green light. Reaching that, all they could find was a large glass orb emitting unearthly sound with a green mist flowing around it. It was the orb of Viormina. Wasn't this thing destroyed? Jon was shocked silly when he saw the orb. The orb of Viormina, named for its patron, was an orb apparently used for scrying. Its ability was beyond sense as it could see anywhere and everywhere as long as the user knew what he or she was looking at. This was the favorite toy of Viormina that she uses to spy on the mortal world and pick praise for her amusement. This orb was used by Lord Narration to spy on Titus Mede II and his legions during the Great War. The orb was eventually removed from Narration by none other than Tyr Firemane and his friends on the cost of a grave injury that Tyr suffered that day. Jon later decided that it was stolen by the Daedric prince Boethia, an enemy of Viormina, to use it for her own reasons. Jon heard the tale from Tyr personally. But it still didn't make sense. Why would the orb be intact? It was destroyed indeed, but in the end, and like everything that is mine, it will always return to me. A voice answered Jon's questions. Jon looked around and saw the person that made him freeze once again. It is Viormina, she took that form. I know. Jon has realized that Viormina took the form of Avalord to mess with him again. With the darkness dispersing away, Jon could see clearly the face that gave him chills all over his spine. Viormina in that form walked while holding a staff in her hands, the staff of corruption. Even while walking around casually, Viormina was felt like a giant approaching Jon and his party. Jon, who never viewed the original spirits as gods, for the first time in his life, understood why they were treated so. The eldest of all races, the original race and the holders of the laws of power, Viormina gave a lot of power just by being around, even though that was not the real her but only a fragment of the power the name Viormina showed to those particular band of mortals. No one moved a muscle. They all understood what was going on, even a cat like Nefertiti was just frozen solid. I see that a certain idealistic brother of mine has left something special on you. I see. How laughable though. For him and that demon to see eye to eye. Viormina looked at the staff in her hand and it just disappeared. I wonder what sort of fun is yet to come. How many nightmares will I be watching from now on? Viormina continued with her self-monologue. She then looked at Jon viscously. Make sure to spread lots of dreams with that little toy I left for you, Viormina commands you. Jon could only nod. Viormina didn't seem to send Jon away as she started checking the people around him. What a bunch of misfits. Interesting. Viormina looked at Wulfr, Nefertiti, Jolinar, and finally Alina. When her eyes landed on Alina, however, she noticed something. Viormina pointed her hands at Alina and something bizarre happened. Ah! Followed by a painful scream from Alina, two things flew out from Alina's head. Alina! No! Jon's face paled and moved as fast as he could to catch the falling body of Alina. Once he caught her and looked at her face, he fell silent, only looking back at Viormina with a shocked face followed by an angry look. Jolinar and Wulfr could see what happened to Alina's face. Her two crimson eyes, they were taken by Viormina. Chapter 191, The Return. I was standing in front of my sleeping beauty in her chamber. Jol was nursing her and Nefertiti was guarding them. It is no wonder now that Alina was tricked to go to the Tower of Dawn by an envious bitch from her clan. I understood everything once Nefertiti reported that she noticed the same evil sensation she could feel from quagmire on that bitch. To explain what happened from the start, we should go back to 3 days ago when we left quagmire. What we experienced was beyond sense or belief. After Viormina let us go from her realm, I remember waking up in the inner sanctum of the Tower of Dawn and no one was there waiting for us. All I could find was Alina, Jol, Wulf, and Nefertiti lying on the ground around me. The next thing I found was the cursed staff, the skull of corruption, floating not far away from me. It was emitting an aura as if it was communing with me, calling for me to approach and claim it. Reluctantly I took it and covered it with an old piece of linen cloth. After that, I tried to wake up Alina and the rest, but they were all fatigued. They were hungry and their power was fading. I couldn't understand why, but I started to heal them right away. Still, only Nefertiti showed signs of responding and woke up. Hungry. That's what she said. From that alone, I understand what is going on and why no one came for us. We have been gone for more than what I expected. It all made sense now. We were inside the realm of Viormina, the law of time around an original spirit must be ruled only by them. It seemed that Sigurd was taken away by his clansmen. That time I transferred a lot magicka into the 4 companions of mine until I almost exhausted myself, their conditions got stabilized. After that, I cut a piece of my robe and covered Alina's eyes with it. The wounds around her eyes were not normal, but it will be her power that will she need to deal with such wounds. From the point onward, I conjured a few flame Atronak horses and put everyone on them, taking the way out of the cursed place. The way to the Moonblade clan was not easy. A snowstorm insisted that we should stay the first night in a cave, leaving me awake all night to fend against the attacks of the hungry packs of wolves. Nefertiti fully woke up in the next day, followed by Wulfr and Jolinar. Alina was the most exhausted one, so she didn't wake up and made me more worried. That day we ate grilled wolf meat which tasted so terrible, but even I was hungry. At the end of the second day, we reached the mountain range where the Moonblade fort was located and walked the hard way up. The storm was still blowing hard. The first thing that we encountered was a large gate blocking the road. It was the checkpoint where the Moonblade forces head on the mountain road. After trying to call for anyone beyond it, we discovered that it was abandoned, probably due to the storm. Bypassing it with teleportation was the only option, but I had to use Eye of the Mind to see past the gate and teleport through it. I was using magic to solve every problem that we ran into for the past few days to the point of exhaustion. Even though everyone except Alina was up, they were still weakened greatly. Even I had to supply Alina with my magicka to warm her from the inside. Beyond that gate was a straight road to the Moonblade fort. Who welcomed us was a small force dispatched to deal with the intruders that got detected going through the gate. On the lead of that force was a girl called Elsa Moonblade. the culprit that I yet to know was behind all this mess. Once that girl's eyes landed on Alina, who was laying on a flame Atronak horse, I could see shock and clear killing intent towards Alina from that girl. Before I could even react, Nefertiti transformed to beast mode and jumped towards Elsa baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. This would be a clear aggression towards the Moonblade, so I hastily pulled the oversized cat from her tail. What amazed me that time was Nefertiti's actions. She sensed all kinds of killing intents before and didn't even react like this. I had to apologize for her actions, saying that she was on alert all night. The girl who was leading the group almost wanted to seize Alina and kick us out, but I wouldn't let her so much lay a finger on Alina. My words were clear back then: lead us inside or stay out of our way, either way, we are going forward. I didn't expect the skin of that girl to be so thick, but all the clansmen behind her cleared the way and reluctantly she did so. From the behavior of Nefertiti, I knew that this girl is troublesome for Alina to be kept alive, but I later found out that she was behind the whole mess. Once Sigurd met us, he almost fainted when he saw Alina. My reunion with Jonrad wasn't as warm, but Alina's state was bad. I stopped him from removing the blindfold on Alina's eyes. I could only convince him that Alina overused her eye powers to fight off the nightmarish realm she was trapped in, and she is just resting. I can't let him. What has become of Alina's eyes? Nothing good will come from that at all. The good thing about Sigurd was that he trusted my words in the end, as we had already trust each other, as we knew that the both of us want the best for Alina. And now we arrived at the point where I sat down in Alina's room looking at her sleeping in a weakened state, and Joel was beside her. They both looked so weak and pale after going through that nightmarish realm. I didn't know what to do to wake her up, but I knew that she needs time to be able to wake up. I can't allow anyone else to see what happened to her eyes. This situation is far from over and needs to be contained. The next day, Alina showed signs of getting healthier, and Joel also took a fair share of rest. Wulfr, on the other hand, fell to fever, and I went to nurse him for the day. Nefertiti, who regained her health faster than anyone, reported that she sensed some weird movements around Alina's chambers last night. I didn't want to leave anything for the chance, as I knew who was moving suspiciously. It was that girl Elsa and her ugly little sister. To chew the flies away, I went directly to meet with Sigurd, who regained his youthful shape, and talked to him face to face while most of the elders were present. I want that girl Elsa locked away. This was what I said in front of everyone, just like that. Preposterous. Jon Dare, we realize that you are an ally, but don't take it too far. Elsa is one of the Moonblade's finest daughters. Exactly. She is to be wed to Zend Firemane, and her sister Kaya is to be wed to Ragnar Firemane. Who do you think you are to think you can talk shit about them? Some of the Moonblades were very displeased with my demands. The person in question herself was shocked by my direct demand and made a tranquil face once she got defended by her clansmen. I ignored them and looked at Sigurd. He made a calm face and replied. What are your reasons? First, she is the main suspect of conspiring to send Alina and my friends into a danger zone. Second, she showed a very disrespectful attitude towards Alina on many occasions. Third, she delayed Alina's arrival yesterday and wanted to kick us, Alina's company, away from the gates of the mountain. I broke out Elsa's actions into detailed crimes that made her look worse and worse. Still, every time I came up with something, voices of objection rose to debunk my accusations. Still, Sigurd always signaled them to shut the fuck up. And finally, I came to the last things I wanted to say. Lastly, I don't want an unwanted presence roaming around the chambers of my fiancé. No one said anything that time. These idiots just stared at me, then looked at Sigurd with eyes wide open. Sigurd's face didn't change one bit. He was just sitting there indifferently while looking down at everything and everyone. He then grinned. If my son-in-law wishes for it, then it shall be. Take that girl away to the Tower of Redemption. The voice they were waiting to speak out and teach me my place just shook the hall with these words. Two guards of the Moonblades moved towards Elsa and dragged her away in voices of plea and stares of shock. This was just the start, I tell you. Wait until Alina wakes up, just wait. Chapter 192, House Dare Assemble. Sorry about yesterday's chapter. I was applying for a job, lore-related and all. I guess it is my first step to get reincarnated to Skyrim. Also a big shout out to Jordan Gotthold. Finally, Patreon is getting some attention. And we hit 10k collection. Hooray! Sigurd didn't do this awesome move on his own, it was a fully planned act from the start. I wouldn't be able to act in the Moonblade clan this disrespectfully anyway. Still, the reaction of the people around was worth it. Announcing my engagement to Alina on such short notice was a bit hasty, but I needed it to be able to act on her behalf. Sigurd, after all, is the patriarch and can't go around taking his daughter's side easily. Also, what is better than a former professional lawyer to defend Alina? Anyway, that girl Elsa was dragged away like a chicken taken for slaughter. I kept looking at her coldly until she was taken from my sight. Now, my status as Alina's fiancé can't be looked down on. I am a fire main even though I was announced as a distant relative with the bloodline. All this and that kept the atmosphere inside the Great Hall awkward. I was still receiving some gazes of hostility, but whatever, they are all can go to oblivion as far as I care. Sigurd called the clan meeting off and I was invited to his study. Little rascal, I may have given my consent, but that doesn't allow you to go around with a smug face like that. After that outstanding performance of mine, this guy said that. The nerve. Old man, I am not going to argue with you anymore. I'll just take Alina and leave. I said and turned around. Hey! Wait! At that moment, Sigurd dropped the attitude. He noticed that I got him and diverted the topic immediately. How is Alina's condition? Sigh. She is all right. Her eyes are healed, but she can't, turn it off anymore. Sigurd nodded and lowered his head gloomily. Why is it you? He asked. Excuse me. Why is it you who can't get hurt by her eyes? What is the secret? Oh. I see. For these words, I sat down on a chair opposite to Sigurd and started remembering how did it all go. Viermina, that vile Didrik prince, she wanted to use Alina for her own amusement. Just like how I got the staff that can spread the terror of Viermina in the mortal plane, Alina's eyes got blessed, or rather cursed, by Viermina. Her eye power became more powerful than before, very much powerful that they can actually cause material damage. Wulfr and Jolinar accidentally saw her eyes after Viermina put them back and they couldn't stay on their feet anymore, part of the reason why Wulfr fell ill the past few days. Jolinar was a lucky one as she has more flexibility than Wulfr and strangely more vitality. She recovered immediately after I applied some healing. The ones who didn't get affected one bit were me and Nefertiti. Even though I understand why Nefertiti did not get affected as she is linked to my power and she is blessed by Hersen, I don't understand why I don't get affected by Alina's power at all. Some of my theories are dependent on the Dragonborn stuff, which is rather everything is dependent on. I am not really upset, but I'd rather have something other than Akatosha's blessings and all that. In the end, after a week of being trapped in quagmire, I got the Skull of Corruption, which is recorded in the books of history to have ridiculous abilities, and Alina acquired more eye powers. According to what we know, Alina can detect lies, scry other places, see some futures, tell fortunes, and after awakening, she can see clearer, further, slower, and can use a fear-type illusion power from her eyes. Alina herself hated the power she gained after awakening and never used her eyes in anything other than telling lies from truth. Now, Viermina forced Alina's eyes to be always on the awakened mode. Not just that, but it seemed that Viermina did something similar to what the Augur to me and Hersen to Nefertiti did and added something like an astral extension so that Alina's eyes can do more damage and cause not just ordinary state of fear. Alina's eye can now cause psychological terror and can make people sink into their own nightmares and God knows what else. Viermina won't just use me as a way to gain nightmares by that staff I got, but will also force Alina to do so by her own eyes. Such cruelty! I guess I was lucky to not lose any one of my friends to that Didrik prince in her realm. And now, to answer Sigurd's question as for why I don't get affected by his daughter's eyes, I wouldn't be able to say all that. Maybe something related to fate or whatever. That's all I could say. Fate as a term is an interesting topic but one that can't be understood fully. Even the Greybeards and the Sijic order rather not directly interfere with it. Actually, if I, the last Dragonborn, is to be stripped from my own fate as a Dragonborn before the prophecy is fulfilled, I may lose everything. It is not something to worry about, but fate, prophecies, and the Elder Scrolls are all related and can be said as the hardest topic to discuss between us, the students of mysticism. Father-in-law, you don't need to worry. I will do whatever it takes to help Alina out of that dilemma she is in. My master will never let her student suffer like that. We are a strong line of mages and we take care of our own. There is definitely a solution. Yes, boy. For her sake, yours and mine too. Sigurd replied and looked depressed. I stood up and was about to go, but I halted my steps, remembering the important matter I was here for in the first place. That girl Elsa or whatever, I am not done with her, you know that, right? Sigurd looked and nodded. Anyone who tries to so much put a finger on Alina is a goner. I don't care if it is my niece or whatever, but she has to pay for sending my daughter to a cursed realm of oblivion. Sigurd said in a bloodthirsty tone. His killing intent activated his aura subconsciously, and that atmosphere around that monster felt overbearing to the extreme. This youth-like old man is another 60 years old monsters on par with Jonrad and Hilda, not far than Nurina too. Just why doesn't he show off and act as lawless as I do? He would have solved a lot of problems rather than looking depressed all the time. It is fine, father-in-law. I will take care of the matter, just tell me when do the guards switch shifts for that Tower of Redemption. Around midnight. Don't be too careless. You can count on me. With that all said and done, I left Sigurd's study for Alina's chambers. In front of Alina's chambers, Nefertiti was stretching her limbs after taking a nap in her beast form. None of the servants of the Moonblades dared to come close to the oversized cat, and thus Alina's matters were only handled by Joel. Even though Alina woke up earlier, it was only a slight response to her surroundings. She could be fed and listen to some words. She was still blindfolded though. I tried to remove the blindfold, but she panicked and almost cried. She said that they sometimes feel like burning and sometimes cause her pain, but that a normal reaction to the changes in her eyes. She needs to adapt to the changes first before she could feel comfortable once again. I spent the whole afternoon analyzing the magical power in her eyes, but I need an expert's opinion. That's why I will take her to Nurina as soon as possible. As I went into Alina's room, I was charmed once again with the elegance of it. Its fine furniture that was personally imported from High Rock, her soft covers and stuffed dolls, the calming incense that was imported from Hammerfell, her bed's red canopy that made it feel like a queen is residing there. What can I just say? I didn't notice the beauty of this place at first as I was worried about Alina, but now it came back to life after she woke up. I sat in front of Alina, who was wearing a large robe and sitting silently on her bed. She seemed to have fully awoken but still remained blindfolded. Jolinar was sitting beside her reading her some book. I am glad to see their relationship becoming this close. How do you feel? I asked while caressing her soft small hands. Alina smiled softly and nodded. I feel okay, Sini. John. Yeah, you need to get used to calling your fiancé with his name from now on. I replied. Alina smiled and didn't say anything. I was used to her covering her lower face, so I was used to read her mood through her eyes, but now it became somewhat upside down as her eyes were covered. I am sorry if Sigurd and I rushed in so fast. It was. Alina hurriedly put her index on my lips, signing for me to stop. Being your fiancé is just made my life better and better, no matter how sudden it came. I now don't feel sad about what happened to me. I understand. I said while taking her hand close to me and kissing its back. I swear I will find a way to help you see again. I said, then pulled her close to me. I couldn't help but hug her. On the side, Jolinar was looking at this pink scene while smiling. My hand moved on its own and pulled her in my embrace. You too, I swear I will heal your eye. It was a bit too greedy for me to have two beauties all for myself, but I am a greedy person and I admit it. These two beauties are my future wives and I don't care about anyone's opinion. Yeah. All these sweet words end. Joel started to ruin the mood, but, spank, her two butt cheeks got spanked by Alina and me almost at the same second. In this warm atmosphere, a small creature stuffed herself between the three of us and squirmed to fit in the place. Human. So warm. Oh, I almost forgot her meow-jesty. Now, with a beauty on the left, a beauty on the right and a cat on my lap, I can proudly announce that House Dare is coming to be in a splendid way. With all the members gathered, we need to. Let's spill some blood. Yeah, it's about time. Joel agreed. The four of us separated from each other and started to get ready to go to the Tower of Redemption. Chapter 193, Beyond Good and Bad. Midnight in the back of the Moonblade Mountain, a little girl walked with unsteady steps. She was carrying a blanket while heading towards an isolated tower. The tower was heavily guarded and the little girl was naturally seen as she wasn't even trying to hide. A guard waved his torch to guide the girl to him. Young maidservant, what brings you to the Tower of Redemption this hour? The guard looked at the girl with a cold gaze. The little girl seemed to be uncomfortable with his gaze and was a little bit shy on words. Miss Elsa, she needs blankets. Fine, leave them here and go. The guard stretched his hand to grab the blanket from the girl, but she stepped back hurriedly. This is for Miss Elsa. Miss Kaya and the elder told me to deliver it. The girl acted with caution and hugged the blanket she was holding tightly. Tisk. Don't test my patience, brat. The guard was displeased with the girl's attitude and seemed to be going to pull the blanket forcefully. Keep your hands to yourself, Paul. Steve. Another guard saw the commotion and cut in. Let the girl in, man. If an elder is sending her, then just let do what she came for. Don't offend people we can't offend. But the Patriarch just imprisoned Miss Elsa, if we... You think the Patriarch will care if an elder came to bust your ass? Just let her in and spare us. Sigh. All right, you guide her in. Paul let the girl pass and Steve guided her into the tower. It was a high building built in the Nordic style. The only flaw is its location that was on an isolated peak that made all the coming and going winds go through its gaps and even make ice get formed inside. The place was some sort of frozen hell and the moonlight that illuminated the place made it even more terrifying. This place is where the main family members get punished. The guard led the way into a higher floor that was even more chilly than the first floor. Even the strong guards would need to build up some resistance to get through the place. The guard looked at the girl who followed him and was about to tell her to not go further, but once he turned around, he almost dropped his jaw. The place that made him shiver didn't even affect the girl one bit. She was walking normally while looking at the guard with her expressionless big blue eyes and red rosy cheeks. The guard gulped on his saliva and smiled with a bit of fear. He thought to himself that this girl is not a simple maid, after all, she may be one of the children the hidden clans pick up for their unique talents. This is something a lowly guard like him shouldn't have interfered with from the start. Young lady, Miss Elsa is just around that corner. The guard spoke politely and pointed to a certain place. The girl looked and saw a cell with just a few steps away. With a nod, she walked forward on her own and reached the cell, looking at the person inside it. Inside the cell sat a tall girl with a thin body, black hair, grey eyes, and all the other features of a Moonblade, Elsa Moonblade. She sat in a lotus position and a small hint of aura could be seen trying to fend the cold away. For you. The little girl passed the blanket through the bars of the cell and the blanket fell on the floor. Elsa opened her closed eyes and saw something she needed dearly from someone she didn't recognize. She just moved and grabbed the blanket, covering herself as fast as she could. Did you bring food? Elsa asked in a pained tone. The expressionless girl shook her head. Tisk. They just sent you with a blanket? Was it all my father could sneak for me? Damn it, just go away and bring something warm for me to eat. The little girl looked at Elsa, then just turned around and walked away. Elsa remained in her cell cursing her dumb luck for being dragged all the way to this cursed place. She was standing on top of hundreds and under a few, but now her status has fallen so low to the point that even a lowly maidservant didn't speak with her in proper manners. These damnable people, how dare they? To think they could sway the clan to turn on me like that. Her fiancé, hey? We'll see to that, just wait until I get out of here. This time, that bitch Alina won't even see sunlight, and that Jon Dare. I swear I will make him suffer for it, he will. Are you serious about doing so? A voice cut Elsa's cursing. Elsa didn't expect to hear that voice here of all places and jumped away, then turned around. How? Why? Who Elsa saw was the little girl from just a minute ago. Why was this girl in this cell? And how could she come from the other side, not through the cell's door? Elsa wondered. The girl that barely could be seen as a 10-year-old brat looked down on Elsa, and the air around her changed. The cell wasn't tight or anything, but in front of that girl, Elsa felt like she was frozen not by cold but by fear, primal monstrous fear that only an apex predator can give off. This girl was just standing and Elsa only felt helpless and cornered. A weird movement was felt behind the girl that caught Elsa's eyes. It was something a human should not have. Why do you have a tail? Elsa questioned, and the girl tilted her head with a weak smile. To fluff you, my dear. The girl took one step towards Elsa as she said that. Elsa reflexively moved back, but she noticed another strange thing that a human shouldn't have. Why do you have claws? Elsa questioned, and the girl smiled wider. To grab you, my dear. The girl took one more step towards Elsa while saying so. Elsa reflexively moved back once more, but she noticed one stranger thing when the girl smiled. Why do you have big fangs? Elsa questioned, and the girl halted her steps. To shred you apart, my dear. The girl moved this time and in a flash waved her claws and opened her mouth while jumping on Elsa. Screams and wails sounded, but no one heard even a shriek. I was waiting in the dark with Alina and Joel. We were standing in the outside and watching the situation at the tower. Nefertiti has done a splendid job delivering the blanket to that bitch Elsa and returned with the news. I sent her once again into that cell by teleportation this time, and she should have started playing with Elsa first. Nefertiti was taking the child form that we barely managed to achieve outside Quagmire. Her appearance was adorable and heart-melting. She can just bless the whole damn Nirn by just existing in the same plane of existence. She doesn't like the child form that much and prefers the other forms over it, but she still needs to learn its charm later. The only problem we faced in the transformation process was how to conceal some parts of her, like her fluffy tail and her big cat ears on top of her head, also her claws and fangs. Still, she was so devilishly cute. The loveliest thing was how she said John to me for the first time. I almost died from the happiness, I tell. My heart literally skipped a few beats. Anyway, back to reality. I was waiting for the right time to teleport into the cell. While doing so, I observed Alina and Joel, who were having some girl-to-girl talk away from me and were giggling to each other. I really wanted to eavesdrop, but Joel's stealthy aura can block sounds and life signals even from me. I was a bit concerned about Alina's and Joel's relationship, but I started to get the feeling that it is becoming even smoother than their relationship with me. Seriously, sigh. A few seconds later, I felt Nefertiti's telepathic signal and understood that we can come in now. Let's go. I called the girls to come closer. They approached me while smiling and didn't say anything. I held them both and looked at the tower with my aura, then activated the magical runes, and space twisted with us at the center. The next thing we saw was the inside of a desolate cold cell that felt a bit scary. So this is the infamous Tower of Redemption, I said while looking around the cell until my eyes spotted a bloody figure thrown in a corner. A black cat was sitting straight beside it and seemed to be waiting. "Good job, Nefertiti," I said, and she came closer and jumped on my shoulder. Looking at Elsa, I can tell that she had the best time of her life being fluffed halfway to death. Nefertiti has torn her clothes and shred her flesh to the point where Elsa can only be described as a person of a horror movie. Damn! This stupid cat made a score on that poor girl. Joel spotted Elsa and started checking her around. "Idiot human, know your place." While us three were looking coldly at the half-dead Elsa, Alina seemed to be in distress. "I know we talked about this and I agreed to it, but I never thought it would be this messy," Alina said. Even though she was blindfolded, she could tell the area around her and smell the reek of the blood. She was a bit reluctant when it comes to torture, but I left Joel to guide her around the whole process so she would be fine and mentally ready. She joined a lot of fights and killed many people before, but she wasn't into torturing and killing slowly. Still, she has a very awesome aptitude to that anyway. "It's okay, sister. We will just fry her little brain and be done with her for good, an eye for an eye, you know. In your case too, though." Joel kicked Elsa to wake her up and came to guide Alina into position. I stepped forward to the naked bloody girl and grabbed her neck to carry her up. Weak screams came from her mouth, but one slap was enough. I still had to heal her enough for her to remain strong for what Alina is going to do. After a bit of healing, the wounds on Elsa started to close up and her consciousness was fully regained. You, monsters, leave me, monsters." She started crying while calling us monsters. I wanted to retort and say she is the monster, but I came to a moment of realization and thought about it. By Izmir, she is right. We are monsters. As I said so, the other three also seemed to have come to the same realization. I am a Dragonborn, that's pretty much enough to qualify me for monsterhood. Jolinar can be herself and that is considered a monster too. Nefertiti is the fluffiest monster, no argue about it. And Alina can be a newbie in the field, but her new eyes qualify her to monsterhood splendidly. Okay, enlightenment time is over. Time to do the monster work. I pushed Elsa on her knees in front of Alina and held her head straight. Joel came behind Alina and closed their heads together from the back. "Sister, you ready?" Alina was still conflicted. Joel hugged Alina tightly and intimately, which rather seemed a bit sexy. "This is beyond what is good and bad, sister. This is your justice, my justice, Jon's justice, that cat's justice, and Wolfer's justice too. We were all harmed by that bitch. We have seen unsightly nightmares before Jon comes for us, not to mention what happened to you. Now, you are the only one who can give her a taste of it. Would the woman of Jon chicken out here?" To Joel's swaying words, Alina's held her breath and her anger swelled up. Joel smiled once she sensed Alina's change of atmosphere and started untying her blindfold. "She is all yours." Joel said so while kissing Alina's cheek, then stepping back with Alina's blindfold. Alina's shut eyes opened slowly and met with mine. As usual, her eyes have no power over me. The one who tensed up was Elsa. Her body twisted and deep groans came out. Strange changes started appearing too. The blood vessels on her neck started lining up as if a black liquid was running through them and became visible. Her eyes started tearing blood. Her mouth was shut tightly to the point where her teeth crushed each other. I didn't expect to see that. This was just an eye contact. In Quagmire, the wolf and Joel felt a strong strike of pain and fell off their feet, but this is far more powerful than that time. Elsa was being tortured to a point I have never seen before. Alina was shaken for a bit, but she managed to hold up and keep still. She then spoke up. "Stay still." To Alina's words, the squirming Elsa froze while groaning. "Shut up." To Alina's words, the groaning Elsa didn't utter a sound. I was curious and used a bit of my mystic arts to see what does that girl see. I tried to get how she feels with a bit of magic. I got an image of her eyesight with my Eye of the Mind spell. Alina was seen from that girl perspective. Alina spoke up once again. "You are in the dark all alone. With these words, what Elsa saw was a dark space with only herself and two glowing red eyes. You feel your body being torn, but it is all intact. The nervous signals of Elsa started receiving foreign orders and reacted to them. I didn't feel what she felt, but her body was probably feeling to all these orders that were being transmitted through the red eyes. Amazing! You feel ants crawl under your skin. The nervous system of Elsa reacted once again. You are being eaten. You are being shredded. You are being devoured. You are being frozen. You are being burned. 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 Alina went all out. I never expected to see all that. The nervous system of Elsa was reacting in such a splendid way to Alina's words. I cut the line and returned to observe the effect on Elsa's body. God damn! This went beyond all sense. Even though Alina's power are illusions, her eyes were making the reality inside Elsa's body shift, just like how Quagmire does. This is way too overpowered than what I could even think of. I looked at Alina, who seemed to have exhausted herself, and closed her eyes. She kept Elsa alive while doing all that torture. This thing about her being a newbie in monsterhood, we need to talk about that. Chapter 194, Visitors. A few days ago, we left the Moonblade clan grounds with an aura of innocence and peace. No one suspected us to know anything about what happened with Elsa Moonblade. The matter became a shock after Elsa was found in her cell between life and death. The whole Moonblade clan started searching for the maidservant that was the last person who saw Elsa, but no girl with such description was found. Of course, no one can even know that Nefertiti can turn into a human now. It was only me, Alina and Joel who know that. Of course, Elsa was taken out of that cursed tower and all sort of mages examined her condition. The wounds that should have come from outside were all from inside. The experts in medicine among the Moonblades were shocked senseless from what they saw. All agreed that no human can inflict such damage. To them, this was the work of something mysterious. Of course, I was suspected from the very first second, but my alibi was solid. Most of the Moonblades saw me all over the fort that day guarding Alina's chambers, or some illusion I created to fool them. After the inspection was over, two rumors were being spread. The first was that Elsa got claimed by the evil Daedra that should have taken Alina. This is the one I started spreading. The other rumor was that Elsa got punished by Kine for assaulting her favored child, and that one was probably spread by Sigurd. Regarding Elsa's condition, I can estimate that she lost her mind. She was healed, but her body was crippled and her mind went coco. She doesn't even react anymore, but sometimes she starts screaming and always see nightmares. Sigurd kept looking at me as if I am some sort of a monster that time, but he almost cried when he knew that this was Alina's handiwork. He was so shocked that he spent the day all pale. This man's health is a matter of concern now. I can tell that his heart is becoming weaker since the day he got to know me. Anyway, we decided to leave the Moonblade clan this morning and rode to Winterhold accompanied by a lot of guards from the Dare Dragon Company and the Moonblade clan. Alina was riding with me, by the way. As we are officially engaged, we can interact more from now on, which was rather nice. I wonder why Master didn't come to check on us when we went missing. Alina asked. I was curious too. Still, I gave it some thought and it seemed that she forced herself to stay. Forced herself? We are her only apprentices and you are her son. Why would she? I thought for a while, but I could only think of one reason. It probably has something to do with Grandmaster. Alina paused for a while. I am so envious you got to meet our Grandmaster. Hee. I know. Once Alina found out that I met our Grandmaster and our Great-Grandmaster, she almost fainted and started crying and kicking around. She is that type of person who craves to see the more knowledgeable people and discuss our art with them. Missing the chance to meet our Grandmaster was more tragic to her than getting her eyes blessed by Virmina. She kept nagging me to tell her the identity of our Grandmaster and Great-Grandmaster, but I am sure she won't handle the shock. I myself wouldn't have handled if Nurina wasn't kidnapped by Alf back then. Just don't make such a heartbroken face. If you ever meet her in the future, just turn to the other direction and run, she isn't the monster I would want to cross myself. Humph. Impossible, I would get cursed once again to oblivion if I don't. Yeah, act haughty all you want just because there is a Dragonborn who is foolish enough to go through oblivion and bring you back. I'll be relying on you then. This girl. She is becoming more comfortable with me. A bit of time passed and Alina spoke again. You also promised me you would find a way for me to open my eyes again. And Joel's eye too. About that? Yep, I have some ideas on how to do that. I thought about the matter really deeply. Looks like I will get busy once I head back home. What are the chances? For Joel. I mean. Not that bad, I have acquired a book from Grandmaster and a lot of progress will be made in my techniques from now on. The more I think about it, the more possibilities come to my head. Even regrowing limbs is not that much of a problem, in theory of course. I said and Alina seemed to be surprised. Being in theory means it is still possible. Yes, the problem is the amount of energy we need. Luckily, I am working on a major project that will change the way we use magic and open up many great possibilities. I can't wait to be your assistant. Alina seemed excited and stuck to me. Unlike Joel and Wolf who can't stand studying, Alina can research for days without getting bored. It was very nice to have another weirdo who shared the same hobby as me. When I arrived at this world, researching magic was like me when I got my first computer when I was young. Discovery was my sole drive back then. The new generations, especially those damn brats that were born after year 2000, may not have the same feeling we older kids had, but I fell in love with computers so much. It all happened again with magic, but it was rare to see a nerd like me, yet Alina was that nerd. And about us sharing notes of research is not a simple decision. Each mage's notes are more sacred than their family members sometimes, and sometimes even couples don't share these notes together. Alina and I were very willing though. And that reminded me of the last piece of sketch I was working on. About your problem. I mentioned to Alina her eyes problem. What about it? I have something in mind, but I will need all hands on deck, that includes Nurina. I am really not that distressed, John. I can already use my aura to see 10 meters in all directions. It will make everyo. Tisk tisk tisk. This thing I have in mind is not just for you but also for me, my soul needs it, you know. Is it something weird from your sketchbook? Oh. You know about that? Yeah, Joel told me that you showed a sketch to Wolfer and he held it as if he saw the third volume of The Lusty Argonian Maid. Pfft. Wolfer would feel so embarrassed if he heard this one. The Lusty Argonian Maid is a famous novel in this world, but the third volume is very rare. Only collectors like myself have it. I saved it long ago when it was about to be auctioned in Riften in some dark auction. One of the reasons why Katadoskar name is so famous. And speaking of Wolfer, he was riding at the back while talking with Brenda, my cousin. Hey, Big Wolf. I called for him and he rode beside me and Alina. Lord and Lady Lovebirds. How can I be of service? And he is in a good mood too. When we reach Winterhold, you are going to cook me something. I said. Cook? You know I am not that much of a, wait. What are the ingredients? Hee. Moonstone, malachite, and quicksilver. Wolfer paused for a while with his eyes opened wide. F for that. He realized what I wanted. Yes, this is the best combination for enchantments, right? But, that is too hard. Even for my skill, this is beyond me. Come on. I will gather the best materials and personnel for you. I am even bringing some rarities from my vault. Wolfer understood what I meant, but he felt conflicted and excited at the same time. It all appeared on his face. He thought that it would be a waste of materials if he worked on it or something along those lines. Maybe you should invite Orland Greymane. This is really beyond me. Wolfer was backing down for the first time. Sigh. You will do it like it or not. I am not really in a pinch and we can use different material if this didn't work. Wolfer nodded and said he will think about it. He seems very troubled. What is that you are making? Alina asked. A special alloy for my special ladies, I said while looking at her and Joel. And I suppose it is a surprise. Yep. I'll be waiting then. Alina turned around and kept the cool attitude, but I could feel her cheeks curving into a smile. 2 days after that, we arrived at Winterhold and found a lot of expected and unexpected visitors waiting for us. The firemen's, and on top of them were mother and father, also the master alchemist Neuralian and his apprentice Quintus Naval, a Stormcloak messenger and an imperial envoy, and there was also some messages from Sviti and John Battleborn delivered by an unexpected face, Lizette. Sigh. I guess I should ask Lord Devate Fyr about making me some clones. This is so busy. Chapter 195, Vittoria Vici. The Dare Dragon Group now owns the biggest building in town. Just between the Jarl's Longhouse and the New Market area, a 4-story building built with the urban techniques brought to this world by a certain otherworlder. This building was wide and big, it had a lot of offices which were mostly busy all day long. Most of the employees from the management and the financial departments were mostly stationed here in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. My office has completely taken over the 4th floor. It is not me being bossy or anything, I just decided that all the archives and the important files should be kept near to the secretary room, and also I wanted a meeting and a CEO office in the most modern way possible. It ended up looking really good and I got praised a lot by Nurina, who filled for me the last 2 weeks. Now, in this 4th floor, a lot of people gathered up and were mostly glaring at each other. On the head of the table was the powerhouses of Winterhold, which are mostly the senior executives of my company. Jarl Korrer was called over. On the right side, there was the Imperial Envoy, who is apparently called Viscount Lucius, accompanied by a Nord Legion officer referred to as Legate Thorvar, and the Imperial businesswoman Vittoria Vici. On the left side, there was the messenger from Windhelm, Captain Mislav Stonecrusher, accompanied by Ralof of Riverwood. At the end of the table was the firemen's, and on top of them there was Uncle Enjord. Father and mother were not showing their faces and sat behind him. The overall atmosphere in the room was like a ticking bomb. The Imperial Envoy was glaring at the Stormcloak messenger, Vittoria Vici was glaring at me, Enjord was glaring at Legate Thorvar, Ralof was glaring at Jolinar, Nefertiti was glaring at the food on the table. All in all, everyone was glaring at something for some reason. I tried to find something to glare at, but it seems that I had nothing left to glare at me back. Soon after, someone finally ended the glaring contest. I suppose you are Jon Dare, you made us wait for 3 days. 3 days in this god-forsaken wasteland. It was the Imperial Envoy Viscount Lucius who spoke first. What a rude tone. Thane Jon Dare, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. The Stormcloak messenger Captain Mislav took a different approach. The honor is mine. As I replied, Captain Mislav grinned at Viscount Lucius. I understand that all the parties in this room insisted on having a meeting as soon as possible. So, what is the urgent matter? The urgent matter is about Winterhold. This place is slacking on taxes, refusing to provide recruits, hiding details from the periodic reports to Solitude, and as soon as I arrive here, we find that the whole hold is under monopoly by a single entity. Viscount Lucius started shouting around. This man! Is he trying to provoke me? I could see the Imperial Legate beside him sighing while Vittoria Vici was nodding to his words. This group is not rhyming well. I see. These matters are mostly for the Jarl to take care of, isn't that right, Jarl Korrer? It certainly is. Korrer replied. And also, if there are any complaints about the Dare Dragon Group, you can file it to the legal department of our company on the 2nd floor, office number 2, Mrs. Ross. The Imperial Envoy looked at me as if I said something strange. Legal department? What is that for? Vittoria Vici asked. It consists of highly educated employees known as lawyers. they have studied all the laws of the Empire and the Kingdom of Skyrim, and they make sure that all our actions are within the law. They also receive the complaints of any official envoy, and they hold a lot of authority to even put my actions within the company on hold. This is how awesome my small army of lawyers is. You think I would be reincarnated without spreading the holy occupation of lawyers? Law is mostly practiced by the high members of the community, and they are mostly the ones people refer to as nobles. In Cyrodiil they are the regular noble from counts and viscounts through all the ranks, and in Skyrim, it is the jarls and thanes as well as the other official titles. To have a legal department like mine is a bit unthinkable. How can normal people practice law that is mostly monopolized and abused by high-ranking members of society? Maybe nobles in this world are actually nobles and treat the people fairly, unlike how it used to appear in the works of fiction I read in my past life, but people always find ways to degrade others. And now, as I gave some commoners the power of knowledge about law, I can be seen as someone who cheated, and cheated very badly. They should have realized by now that I can't be cornered when it comes to the validity of my actions. Everything is crystal clear by law. The Imperial envoys backed down a bit to think of a comeback, while the Stormcloaks decided to play this time. By the way, Thane Jon, I noticed a new temple being built in town. Will there be a shrine for Talos? Ralof asked. This was a direct question. Even the Imperials looked at me waiting for an answer. Sadly. No, it pains me, but the worship of Talos was outlawed by the Empire. My answer made the Imperials look at me as if I said something strange. It seemed that they were expecting otherwise. The Stormcloaks, however, seemed to be provoked. Outlawed? Are you seriously saying that? I just did, you heard me. How could you? And you call yourself a Nord? I do. All the sides on the table felt conflicted. I could see Njord looking at me and asking what the hell did I just say. Then, Thane Jon, which divine is that temple dedicated to? Vittoria Vici asked. I looked at her with a smile. For Kine. Kine. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Of course they should. In this day and age no one worships Kine openly anymore. Kine is part of the old Nordic divines and later was replaced by Kynareth in Aelshian doctrine that was set by the Empire. As the Empire, this kind of worship was long since gone. Even the Stormcloaks were looking at me strangely. Talos didn't exist in the old gods, but there was another aspect of him, and that was Ysmir. Gods are a bit tricky. They can be the same entity, but they have different aspects, and each aspect has its own personality. For example, Kine is an aspect of the warrior goddess of the storm. She was worshipped back in the days when most of the Nord women were warriors fighting alongside men in every battle. On the other hand, Kynareth is another aspect that is associated with the sky and mostly healing. She replaced Kine when the Nordic women started to tend to their homes and left battles for the men. Another example is Arke. In the Aelshian doctrine, he is the god of death in the ceremonial meaning and is associated with the circle of life and death. In the old Nordic religion, Arke is Orki, the god of death in the sense of a grim reaper. Orki was the sole reason why humans live shorter than elves, as he cursed them once to live shorter. If not for the efforts of Ysmir and Shor, who managed to defeat him, the human lifespan would have fallen to 6 years old. Anyway, reverting to the old gods such as Kine, Ysmir, and Shor is not a crime, but no one do that practice anymore. The Empire won't really care about it, and the Stormcloak may also welcome it as a comeback for the glorious gods of the past. The only ones who will see this as a provocation are the Thalmor, and they will try to do something about it for sure. These Nordic gods are the adversaries of the Elven gods, and part of the reason why the worship Talos, who is very connected to the old Nordic gods, is being outlawed. In the eyes of everyone, I actually did nothing wrong. Actually, the hidden clans are mostly Daedra worshippers or old Nordic gods worshippers, the main reason why they are hidden and think of themselves as peaceful cults. In both religion and law, I am in the green zone for these parties. Also, in Winterhold we respect both law and freedom. Even if there is a member of the worshipper of Talos or even a worshipper of a Daedra, we wouldn't act like the vigilants or the law officers. However, if we can resolve these matters peacefully, why even start discriminating each other? Everyone is free to worship and free to love as long as they don't bring harm to the others or break the law. Closing these matters like that will force the two parties to go back to their factions first and come up with another plan later. Very well, this will pose no problem then. Viscount Lucius backed off reluctantly. Captain Mislav nodded and seemed to be rather disappointed that he couldn't draw me to Ulfric's side. I want to talk about something rather important. This time, it was Vittoria Vici. She didn't look at me and directed the talk to Jarl Korrer. My Jarl, when we asked around Winterhold lately, it seemed that all the resources and the economical spots were rented to the Dare Dragon group. Mind telling me how did that happen? Her question was not direct, she just asked about how Korrer gave me the power to act in the place as if is my own backyard. It was through Thane John's effort that Winterhold managed to take the road once again towards a better future. I was very pleased and decided to give Thane John all the important matters only a remarkable man like him can attend to, and here we are, haha. Jarl Korrer replied with a wide smile. Vittoria Vici made an innocent face and directed another question. But wouldn't it be more beneficial for Winterhold to create a competitive atmosphere? I am sure Thane John wouldn't mind have my small company to start some business around these parts. I will make sure that Jarl Korrer will see these benefits firsthand too. This bitch. Alina and Joel, who were me, were about to release their killing intent. This girl tried to lure Korrer with benefits and wanted to make a foothold in Winterhold. With no shame or honor, trying to press Korrer with her identity, and she thought that I don't know who is she. As a matter of fact, I received a report that she paid a visit to Korrer and introduced herself to him with her real identity, not the so-called small company owner she is playing now. Still, how can I not know one of the most important NPCs in the game? I guess I should make things clear at this point. How can Miss Vittoria's business can be called small? I said with a smile. You are exactly the last person I want in Winterhold. Haha. The Imperials glared at me, but they managed to hold themselves back in the end. Thane John, please don't overestimate me. If not for my connection with Lord Lucius here, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to be in this meeting. I see. So, the chief executive of Skyrim's branch of the East Empire Company and the cousin of Emperor Titus Mede too needs a connection to meet with a mere citizen like me. To my words, both the Imperials and the Stormcloaks jumped on their feet and placed their hands on their hilts. If I am not careful during the next few minutes, the civil war may start 4 years too early. Chapter 196, The Demands, 1, A/N. I forgot to mention that the novel got renamed because of the sites that started to steal my novel as of late. It made them get confused, but those guys still found out. Also, sorry about yesterday, even Daedric princes catch flu. I see. So, the chief executive of Skyrim's branch of the East Empire Company and the cousin of Emperor Titus Mede too needs a connection to meet with a mere citizen like me. To my words, both the Imperials and the Stormcloaks jumped on their feet and placed their hands on their hilts. The tension was as high as Mt Anther, and it seemed that it is not going to turn out really well. Vittoria Vici was looking at me with eyes wide open. Viscount Lucius took out a staff from his robe and Legat Thorvar put his hands on his sword's hilt. They all were wary of the Stormcloaks on the other side of the table. Speaking of them, they also stood up with their hands on the hilts of their swords while glaring with murderous spirit at Vittoria Vici. Tisk tisk tisk. And I thought better of you folks. On a table of diplomacy you guys would glare at each other with such rudeness. How shameful. I couldn't help but mock them out loud. These hotheads were really going for it. The cousin of the man who sold Skyrim and Talos to the elves is right in front of us. How can you just ask us to remain silent? Captain Mislav said while looking with hate at Vittoria Vici. Watch your tongue. What you said just now is a high treason to the Empire. If not for the Emperor's understanding nature, the likes of you would have been purged long ago. The likes of me? You filthy Imperial dog! After all, what your empire has done, you still dare to lecture me? Humph! Barbaric folk like you are the reason why the situation is like this from the start. Why don't you just go and make your ears pointy like your elvish masters? Bunch of cowards. Dirty barbarians like yourself shouldn't be allowed to. These people were taking it too far. With a snap of my fingers, the situation changed dramatically. Hilda waved her axe at the Imperial Legate blocking his path, Jonred drew his golden blade at the Stormcloak messenger, Wulfur held a small knife on the neck of the Imperial envoy and Joel aimed her crossbow at Ralof. Such a nerve! To dare and aim your weapon at me, an Imperial envoy! Viscount Lucius glared at Wulfur who gazed back at him coldly. Jon Dare? This is a stupid move. Legate Thorvar said. I knew you are that killer from that day. Ralof was glaring at Joel. The tension reached its peak. You bunch! You were thinking of waving your weapons at each other under my roof? Does my presence worth shit to you? So you so-called diplomats are just some mad dogs in the end. I was genuinely pissed. Starting a fight in Winterhold meant that this area will get marked for trouble, I knew from the start, but both the Empire and the Stormcloaks think so little of Winterhold. These trash! I only stirred some muddy waters and now they want to make it into a flood. You bad-mouthed the Nords to your heart content since the minute you showed up here. Don't you think that I don't know how you tried to investigate the origin of my technologies and even tried to interrogate some of my men about the soaring flame? I faced Viscount Lucius with facts. And you tried to make the native Nords act against the non-Nords and went to snoop around Jarl Koror to convince him to join Ulfric's shit show. I also directed some of the facts to Captain Mislav. These two were actually very busy since the time they showed up in Winterhold and were working hard to stir trouble for me. If not for my Team Zero, things would have taken a bad turn. I was gazed at with a lot of discontent and negativity by the two envoys. The Empire's orders are ABS. Jarl Ulfric wants you to. They tried to retort at me at the same time. Both the Empire and Ulfric can go and suck a bag of dicks for all that I care about. To my words, all the parties fell silent. I made a clear statement. The two forces only work for their own benefits. I know very well that they will try to rip my stronghold in Winterhold apart as soon as they get the chance. The Dare Dragon group rose to power in a desolate location and didn't attract any attention. Within only 1 year, it now controls 1/9 of Skyrim's landmass and the populace is growing at a drastic rate. Most of the Dark Elves in Windhelm and the worshippers of Talos, who are being chased by the Thalmor, chose Winterhold as a safe haven. Even a small settlement was constructed near to Whispering Mine for the Dark Elves who wanted to live near the Shrine of Azura. As a new power with that size rises, the other power will be worried and act against it right away. When I killed all the spies of the Empire, the Stormcloaks, and the other forces when Alina and the rest disappeared, it made them all realize that they have underestimated the Dare Dragon Company. This is why a Jinnermau's whale like the East Empire Company has sent its branch manager of Skyrim, Vittoria Vici, to investigate us. Actually, if the reports are accurate, Vittoria Vici just arrived at Skyrim during the last King's tournament that I didn't attend. She and her mother, Alexa Vici, had a meeting with Maven Blackbriar and they seemed to have hit it well. As all the parties managed to get a grip of their temper, we all sat down once again. Silence took over for a while and the two parties realized that I already know their game and there is no point to hide poison in the honey anymore. As we were about to talk once again, the door to the meeting room opened and my secretary rushed in informing me with some new participants in the talk. What are you doing keeping them out? Let them all in. Quickly. This is not the type of people I should keep waiting. As soon as she went out, some people clad in clean expensive robes came in. On the lead were Nurina and Savos Aaron followed by Tolfder and the new head of the Destruction Magic Major, Faralda. There were 4 more individuals, 2 Nords, a Khajiit and a wood elf that I didn't recognize. They were all old men with massive beards, except the Khajiit of course, he had a glorious mane. From the air around them alone, I could tell that these are all archwizards. Summing it up, 6 archwizards and 2 master wizards, one of them is a half step away from becoming an archwizard. The hell is this formation? The weakest among them should be Farelda, and she can pretty much hand me my ass if she got serious. Who on Nirn are these people? These are the hidden masters from the college. They are considered above that of the archmage in position and mostly hermits who live in seclusion. They are also the ones who helped me survive this long in an incorporeal state. The augur was the one who answered me. Such a thing actually exists? They don't feel as powerful as Lord Devate Fyr, but their auras are equivalent to Nurina and Savos. Why in the world are those monsters here? The newcomers came in and sat in a corner of the room. Everyone could tell that these 8 are here to observe, as the only action they took was nodding for us to continue. With the powerful feeling that gave off and Nurina's known status as my master, these people were on my side. Eventually, everyone silently sat down. Each group gathered their heads together and started to think of the situation. A power arose, but it was still small and meaningless. Then 2 hidden clans joined the fray and supported the new power, making it able to be a small strong force. The plan was to oppress them fast and drag them to a side, but a new player moved. The College of Winterhold, that normally didn't participate in any sort of a power struggle, showed its full power. No one was ready for this change of events. All they could do now is play it plain and throw all the cards on the table. We have demands. The Empire has demands too. We will hear them. If they are unjust, then don't blame our rudeness. As I replied, the people on the table turned gloomy once again. I then pointed to the Stormcloak messenger to speak first. Very well. Jarl Korur, as the ruler of Winterhold, we ask you to open the docks for our ships and allow us to resupply and pass through the northern waters. Captain Mislav directed his words to Jarl Korur instead of me. It seemed they still had some hope that Korur would work against me. But I can't make things difficult for Jon Dare. That's what Korur replied with. Everyone other than my inner circle looked at Korur with eyes wide open. What kind of reply was that? This man, if he could just be swayed to any side, he can strip me from my title as a Thane and end the contract with the Dare Dragon Company. To them, he was just stubborn, but they finally noticed what is wrong. Jarl Korur, this is unrelated to Thane Jon. We just asked. I can't make things difficult for Jon Dare. Korur answered with the same words once again. The Imperials and the Stormcloaks looked at each other, trying to figure out what is going on. Jarl Korur, all we is. I can't make things difficult for Jon Dare. I just can't. I can't make. It seems that Korur.exe is not responding. The scene became a bit bizarre, just like I wanted it to be. Program 2, reboot. I only said those words. Korur, who was glitching, stopped all of a sudden. The mental burden seemed to have overheated the circuits in his bean-size brain. With just that, Korur turned normal once again. The light of understanding shone on the room. Korur was now proven to be nothing but a doll in my hands. Captain Mislav clicked his tongue and looked at me. Once a puppet, always a puppet. To his words, I just smiled in return. Korur was a sorry piece of garbage that sold Winterhold for pirates. No one had pity for the likes of him, and the mystery about me controlling him was solved, or rather became more mysterious. Swaying him with money or anything is now impossible. Sigh. Thane Jon. Captain Mislav gave up and looked at me. If you want to pass through the northern waters, then it's all good and fine. According to the law, these waters only belong to Skyrim, which means everyone has the right to navigate through them. However, things are different about the coastline. We can only allow trading ships. Any military ship or operation near the coastline with no further approval is a direct aggression. Fair enough. Captain Mislav nodded. The Empire would like to send reinforcements to Fort Castoff south of Winterhold. Viscount Lucius. As a Thane and a law enforcer of the Great Kingdom of Skyrim and the Empire, I would pretty much welcome more stability and security to the hold I serve in. Still, the fort would always demand supplies and recruits at a low cost. I would welcome the idea in any time of stability, but right now I would prefer to set up some rules and numbers. Great. I would send the fort commander and inform him of all the details. Viscount Lucius replied. This concluded the first round, which was rather peaceful. Chapter 197, The Demands, 2, A/N, From now onward, there will be no publishing on the side novel. All the +18 content will be posted here. The first round of demands was concluded rather peacefully, not sure about the following ones though. The other thing we demand is to allow the worship of Talos and prevent the Thalmor from carrying out any genocide against our brethren. Here it comes. Before I could reply, Viscount Lucius butted in. The Empire demands to keep the ban over the worship of Talos and not commit any breach to the terms of the White Gold Concordat between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion. The two glared at each other as their demands clashed. I had to make my standing clear then. As a neutral side in the struggle between the Empire's faction and the Talos faction, your requests pose threat to our standing. It is true that the worship of Talos is banned by law, but that doesn't mean I am enforcing such a thing as controlling what people worship and what they believe in. Therefore, any public construction of any shrine dedicated to the divine Talos will be considered a felony and its punishment is imprisonment. However, any act of worship to the divine Talos behind closed doors is not a thing we can control, and we would rather not get involved. This was my standing. What about the Thalmor? Ralof asked. I don't have the authority over any law enforcer dispatched by the consent of the Empire. The Stormcloaks and the Imperials both glared at me. It would be much better for both sides if I took a hostile standing against the Thalmor. But, as a Thane with limited authorities, I am not responsible for their safety if anything unfortunate happened to them while they are in Winterhold. The killing intent behind my smile was clear. I am not going to officially act against the Thalmor. This will make the Thalmor force the Empire to act against me. The game of politics in this world was rather simple, so I am not going to fall for such an obvious trap. In my past life, I lived in Egypt, which was the hub of all political drama in the Arab countries. Nations like the Arabian Gulf states, Palestine, Iran, Libya, Yemen, and Syria were all around Egypt, both geographically and politically. As Egypt was at the center, I was pretty much familiar with the inner struggles of those nations had in their inner factions. Also, the superpowers in my past life used to play a game which was very simple to understand. It was called divide and conquer. Just highlight a small faction of people and demonize them with propaganda. This small faction will naturally grow tired of the persecution and convert into the creed of radicalism. Then wars will start in these nations where the superpowers don't want to invest any troops or money to conquer. Later, they would claim them under words like having shared borders or peacemaking. The game was a cliché that an otherworlder like me would smell from a mile away, especially when it was being played by the Thalmor. Of course, the Empire understood that too, but the Stormcloaks are too hot-headed to even care about this fact. So far, Ulfric's actions have only brought nothing but harm to the people of Skyrim from the time of the Markarth accident and how he caused a massive faction like the Madmen of the Reach to become the Forsworn, the sworn enemies of Nords, and his demands that caused the Aldmeri Dominion to force the Empire and start the so-called genocide of the worshippers of Talos. With me stepping aside from officially clashing with the Thalmor, I have taken a different route than the Stormcloaks and showed that I am a friend to the Empire. The Stormcloaks will not understand that move fully and will translate it as I am just trying to be as partial as possible. The Empire, however, will translate my actions as opening the road for them while having some privileges on my terms. The future of Winterhold will take two different scenarios depending on who will control Skyrim in the future. Still, the power of Winterhold was fully recognized by now. The Imperials shared their thoughts together and so did the Stormcloaks. They all nodded, and with that, the second round was concluded. The third round was about to start and it seemed that the Imperials and the Stormcloaks were about to clash in opinions again. I had to calm down the mood this time. Miss Vici, I heard you got engaged to an old friend of mine, a Skir snowshot from Riften. Oh, it is true. Askir and I got engaged lately after we were introduced to each other 4 months ago. Oh, how amazing! I am almost envious at him. Someone with the status, the beauty, and the intellect of Miss Vittoria sure have a lot of suitors. Ahaha! You flatter me, Thane Jon. To this wonderful piece of news, I should prepare a worthy gift for Miss Vici. Really no need, Lady Maven Blackbriar and Queen Elisif have already sunk me head to toe with engagement gifts. How come you say that? Do you want people to say that Jon Dare is not generous to his friends? I smiled and looked at Uncle Njord. Captain Njord, you promised me that rare horse from the finest stable in Clan Firemane, right? Oh. You want that? Njord was taken aback and seemed confused. That horse will be my gift to Miss Vittoria, the rarest horse breed in Skyrim, the snow horse, Frost. Everyone opened their eyes wide, but the firemen smiled wryly. Frost is a horse from a very unique and rare breed. It appeared in the game and belonged to Maven Blackbriar. What I found out when I was at the clan that Maven made a deal with the firemans to buy this horse, but the deal was cancelled when the problem between the firemans and the Blackbriars arose because of me. Now, the horse that Maven wanted so much couldn't be hers. On the other hand, the Vici nobles were very friendly to Maven Blackbriar. Maven also had a good relationship with the Snowshod clan and used them to establish her power in Riften. More to that, Askir Snowshod was a sissy boy that got played well by Maven, and she made him put most of his clan's wealth in her business, then gave him a small management position. Askir Snowshod and Vittoria Vici got their engagement arranged by Maven so that she can link her source of money and her connection with the Empire, which will provide her with a strong backing and immunity from any threat in Tamriel. With even the Thalmor's interference, Maven would be very much invincible, and that is bad news for me. Now, with me giving Frost to Vittoria Vici, Maven will be pissed off, but it won't change anything. At least, it would make for a good fraction between the East Empire Company and the Blackbriar clan, but that's a long-term game. Vittoria Vici and I started exchanging smiles and words of compliments until we arrived at the final play. We would like to talk about Japhet's Folly. With these words, not only the Imperials and the Stormcloaks, but also the Firemans and we from the Dare Dragon group participated in the glaring contest. This ripe fruit is the reason why everyone was here in the first place. Japhet's Folly is a very important place. It is the island where the last of the Bloodsails clan and the Bloodhorkers pirates gathered. After their defeat in the Battle of Kynes Grove, the safest stronghold for these vermins was at this place. I was sending ships to patrol the area lately, and according to the reports from my people and the firemans, Japhet's Folly was also monitored by both the Empire and the Stormcloaks. The pirates and the remnants of the Bloodsails all gathered there with their treasures and money. They tried to hire Argonian pirates many times, but the Dare Dragon ships and the firemen's fleet were openly confronting any coming and going pirate ships around Japhet's Folly. Still, that wouldn't stop the vultures from the Empire and the Stormcloak to lust over the treasures of the besieged pirates. What about Japhet's Folly? I replied in the most unfriendly tone possible. They all realized that this time, I wasn't trying to act peacefully and stand aside. These pirates have plagued the sea for years. Windhelm has lost a lot of resources and money to them. The East Empire Company also lost a lot of goods and personnel to those scum. On top of that, we were fighting them for years. It looks like the riches have blinded them. I silently stood up and rested my palms on the table, then spoke. At times I hunt bandits. When I start looting the bandits and in accordance to law, I can loot whatever I want, even if it is some long-lost national treasure, and it will belong to me in the end. Now you lot want to take a share of the booty that Winterhold sacrificed its sons and daughters to secure. Thane Jon, we understand your feelings, but according to the law, we also have a claim. We don't plan to deny Winterhold of its claim as well. Captain Mislov stood up and glared at the Imperials, trying to say that it is a different story when it comes to Imperials. Thane Jon, beware the wrath of the Empire. We are indeed giving you a lot of face because we understand that you are the sole hope for a whole region in Skyrim. Still, we won't tolerate being pushed around. Viscount Lucius stood and glared at the Stormcloaks. These bastards won't budge, and whether side I choose to loot Japhet's Folly with, the other will remember it and will be my enemy in the future. Were they trying to corner me into this choice from the start? These cunning foxes! But Jon Dare is not the one who will be forced to pick between 1 or 2, Jon Dare will make 3. And here comes the Thursday Hai tin vake gold nu, you speak nonsense. Doziera. Insolence is the one thing I cannot abide. My people suffered for ages, for more than 70 years this land was plagued with pirates and thugs, its people bled so much, they are citizens of local Tay, of the Empire, they are true sons and daughters of Kizal, of Skyrim. And you, where were you? Did any of you offer a helping hand? No, nothing, worse than nothing. You made deals and paid fees so that the pirates let you off, and who bled because of these actions? Gavoltsiad. Winterhold. My words, enforced by the Thursday overwhelmed these greedy bastards in all aspects. One can speak the Thursday without causing any magic to be unleashed, but the words themselves will echo far and wide. With that, they who thought they are untouchable lost all their nerves in front of a dragon tongue. In the end, the meeting continued and I managed to avoid being forced on a side. After a few hours, the meeting came to a conclusion. When the summer arrives, 2 months from today, anyone who has a claim to the riches in Japhet's folly can sail to the island and try to take it by force. Whoever has the ability to claim them shall do so by their own force. Both the Empire and the Stormcloaks have large fleets and they weren't afraid of the soaring flame ship as they knew it was powered by soul gems. I didn't give in to the temptations as whoever I side with will make the other hold a grudge and I really wanted no part in the war. As all the parties stood up to leave, Vittoria Vici approached me. Thane John, I was interested in discussing something in private. Oh, of course, Miss Vici. To my office. Very well. I led her to my office in the other room. Both Viscount Lucius and Legate Thorvar wanted to join but she promised she wouldn't be late. After some time, John was sitting alone behind his office closing his eyes and resting his head back when he heard the door knocking. Come in. Boss, it is Legate Thorvar. Let him in. After a while, Legate Thorvar came into the room. Thane John. Miss Vici was here a while ago but we can't seem to find her. Oh. She asked me for a pass letter to enter the college, she took the pass and left right away. Right away? As Legate Thorvar asked, John's face twitched for a second but he soon managed to hold a grip. Here is another pass, you can go look for her over there. John offered Legate Thorvar a small piece of paper and smiled. He didn't even stand up but his smile was cold as if he wanted Legate Thorvar to piss off right away. Really no need, if Miss Vici is in the college then there is no need to worry. Excuse me. I will take my leave. It seemed that John's show of his Thursday was still vivid in Legate Thorvar's mind and he left the office directly. As he did so, John let out a sigh of relief and looked under his desk. See, I had to lie for your sake. Down there, a certain imperial girl sat on her knees between John's legs while polishing his spear with her mouth. It's, though, huig slurp, I cod tick monai. It is so huge, it could take me all night, Vittoria Vici, stripped of all nobility and dignity, spoke with little John in her mouth. John only smiled. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. Chapter 198, The Fall of Vittoria Vici, plus 18, maybe plus 21, John's show of his Thursday was still vivid in Legate Thorvar's mind and he left the office directly. As he did so, John let out a sigh of relief and looked under his desk. See, I had to lie for your sake. Under his desk, a certain imperial girl kneeled on her knees and was polishing his spear with her mouth frantically. It's, though, huig slurp, I cod tick monai. It is so huge, it could take me all night, Vittoria Vici, stripped of all nobility and dignity, spoke with John's spear in her mouth. John only smiled. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. John put his hand on Vittoria's head and started pushing his dick into her mouth. Vittoria's eyes were all tearful and she started snorting with each push to catch her breath. After he was fully ignited, Jon took out his dick from her mouth and left her up to rest. Cough cough, this is crazy. Will such a thing be able to fit in me? Vittoria looked at little Jon that was in its full power, the sheer size alone was just a shock for her. I am not sure about your sexual experiences, but something is telling me that you will try it anyway. Jon replied as he lifted her up and put her on the empty side of his desk. With fast hand movements, Vittoria was already naked in front of Jon. She had a sense of crisis, but she knew that there is no going back now. She was willing to do it for her goals, but she couldn't help but feel a bit scared. This will totally ruin me. Vittoria compared the size of Jon's dick with her forearm and exclaimed to herself. Jon's smile grew wider as little Jon, that was being cultivated with the essence of the trolls, got praised like that. He pushed his middle finger in Vittoria's mouth and made her suck it before taking it out to her wet pussy. She started moaning inwardly to not let her voice out. I have sealed the voices in this room, you can scream to your heart's content. Jon used telekinesis on his own hand and started to make it vibrate. Just as he did that, Vittoria's screams went out of control. Yes. Like that, do it again. She fell on her back and started squirming while playing with her boobs and biting her nipples in front of Jon. He smiled as he saw that bitch in the heat act out to her heart content. Jon undressed right away and went over Vittoria, sticking his tongue in her mouth, and they got melted over each other in a big round of kisses. Vittoria was really an attractive brunette, her skin was tan and her hair was silky brown. She also was tall and had a good build, which made Jon's size not seem too large compared to her. Even though she was an imperial noble and from a great house at that, she wasn't a virgin and seemed to be well experienced in sex, which made Jon wonder for a while. He had no time to think anyway and decided to kick off. He centered the tip of his dick on her vagina and she hugged him tightly, ready to take little Jon's full power. Jon pushed his dick in and Vittoria screamed. So big. My head. Going crazy. Jon didn't show any mercy and held Vittoria up while he was standing. She started to slide down all the way on his dick and all sorts of moans escaped from her mouth. Just as he could reach her womb, Jon laid her back on the desk and held her legs high. Her awesome figure started giggling with each thrust Jon performed, and she was on hallucinating with her eyes going devoid of all color. She was completely under the effect of Jon's dick. Jon switched the position and turned Vittoria on her front with her butt facing him. He couldn't help but slap that bouncy thing. Pa, who is a little bitch? Huff huff, just do it. Pa, answer me. Jon slapped her bouncy ass once again and Vittoria screamed with pleasure. Say it. Pa, me. I am your little bitch. Well done. Here is your reward. Jon aimed his dick once again and penetrated her pussy deeper than before. Vittoria jumped up, drooling and tearing with a frenzied face. I like these expressions. Jon passed his hand over Vittoria's head and held the tip of her nose up by his middle and ring fingers. Oink for me. With madness all over her eyes, Vittoria couldn't resist the pleasure and started oinking for Jon. Her appearance was pitiful as Jon toyed with her as he wanted. She was having the time of her life and would give anything, including honor and dignity, for pleasure right now. Please, I am going crazy. I am becoming an idiot. Vittoria started losing all sense. She squirted many times already, but Jon was still as hard as ever. With his experiences with a pro like Ilishka, Vittoria was pretty much a toy. Don't forget that you brought this upon yourself. I am Sawai. Please. Please what, hey? I am not sure if you want to get fucked more or want to be relieved quickly. Come on, don't be shy. You are my little bitch after all. Please, ravage my slutty pussy with your fat dick. Phew phew. So you still want more? Do it. Come in my pussy. I beg you, squirt your thick semen into my thirsty pussy. Jon was pleased with Vittoria's attitude and carried her up while fucking her. He then increased the speed and a strong load of cum went out into Vittoria's pussy, making her lose her sense once again. Jon was still trying to pleasure himself too and didn't stop until his load was fully released in Vittoria, who was totally mind-broken at this point. She only hung her head to the side with a blissful expression. Jon carried her, then put her on his custom-made modern couch and sat beside her. Her head was on his chest and she was still having a nice dream. Jon looked at her and sighed. Sigh. It is your fault to overestimate yourself so much. Did you think someone like me can just be seduced that easily? Jon still didn't want to harm the girl and he used some magic on her womb and pushed all his cum out. It would be troublesome if that girl got pregnant. He was still nice to her and started healing her with a powerful spell. Not a minute later, Vittoria came back to the world of the living. She looked around herself and saw her naked self beside Jon, who was also naked. She realized that she was completely and utterly defeated. Not only that, she was also completely tamed by him. She looked at Jon's handsome face meaningfully and felt conflicted about her defeat. Should she be happy that she experienced heaven, or should she be pissed at herself as she lost all leverage and instead got owned by Jon? Jon, who was resting his head and closing his eyes, sensed that Vittoria returned to consciousness and spanked her butt once again. How was it? Vittoria felt bitter to admit it, but she rather enjoyed herself to a height she never knew before. She thought about how did she get herself into this mess from the start. 2 weeks ago, when she decided to take down the new force in Winterhold with the help of the Imperial Envoy of Castle Dor and Legat Thorvar, the administrator of Skyrim's Imperial Legion, she invested a lot of resources to send spies to Winterhold to get her the news about Jon Dare. She discovered that Jon Dare was raising a private force with mysterious magical technologies and really managed to expand far and wide in Winterhold. He was now the ultimate ruler behind the shadows in that hold. This was a situation that had to be dealt with quickly and swiftly. She was still the new appointed manager in Skyrim's branch of the East Empire Company, and bringing down Jon Dare or even making him a subordinate would be a very notable achievement with the anticipated rise of the Ulfric Stormcloak. But when she arrived at Winterhold, all sorts of difficulties rose up. Even though Jon Dare was absent from town, she could feel that a hidden hand was destroying everything she and her accomplices worked for. It was frustrating, but it was already too late to move as Jon Dare has returned, and it seemed that the Firemen's, the force that fully supports Jon Dare, was also here as well as a Stormcloak messenger. Before the meeting with Jon Dare, she had made an initial impression that all Nord diplomats are loud and brash. They would also not delve too much into politics and would rather insult each other than drink it aside, and mostly they would agree to disagree. Jon Dare, however, was playing with them in all aspects of politics and law. It was hard to think of him as a Nord, but rather a cunning Breton. He played on every note and danced on every tone. He took what he wanted without worsening his standing with any major force. His way was as brash as Nord's, but was annoyingly provocative, like those old officials from the White Gold Tower, the Imperial Palace. Rather than seeing him as a threat that need to be rooted, Vittoria took a liking on such a freethinker and decided to claim him for herself as one of her subordinates no matter what. The best way she could do it was to seduce him. That was an obvious and easy strategy. She did it like 100 times already and was mostly the reason why she, a 19-year-old noble girl, rose to the highest position an employee can reach in the East Empire Company. Her grandmother even taught her that all men would fall for a girl once she smiles and say some nice words to them, let alone seducing them sexually. Also, how hard can it be with her beauty and status? Still, Jon was not in that category. She miscalculated. She miscalculated badly. This guy already had his own army of wenches that he started his small empire with. She was so idiotic and inexperienced to not notice such an obvious thing. What in oblivion have I done? Vittoria felt defeated, but strangely she was not depressed about it. She could even feel more ecstatic with what happened just now. Her conflicted thoughts didn't make her notice that he was still in Jon's embrace while being naked together. She even stuck her head on his chest more. Subconsciously, she recognized him as a being that she can't go against. Jon, on the other hand, was sitting calmly while having Vittoria beside him and caressing her hair and fair skin. That was not bad, he said. Vittoria didn't know what to reply with. You seem to have a lot of experience in sex. Vittoria nodded. Multiple lovers? He asked. Yes, back at Cyrodiil. I had some private lovers. Jon frowned. Is that okay for a noble lady? It is not a new practice in some of Cyrodiil's closed circle, especially for a follower of Dibella. Aha! I see now. It became clear now as Vittoria revealed that she is a follower of Dibella, the goddess of beauty and love who has nearly a dozen different cults mostly devoted to women and artists, and some even to erotic instruction, which was a very common topic to Dibella's followers. This was mostly a public knowledge that Jon knew even before he got reincarnated. After all, Dibella is his favorite divine after Shor, Kine, and Talos. Still, he asked a sly question. How will Askir feel about it though? Vittoria smiled mockingly. It is just a business marriage to tie up Eastern Skyrim with the East Empire Company to control any resource that Windhelm can use against the Empire. And if we spoke about Askir, then he is just a shy, pitiful virgin. Oh! I feel bad for him now. What about your toy boys? I only managed to bring one with me in Skyrim as Astiant, but I am not really sure if anything will work on me now. She smiled weakly, then touched herself and whispered, You completely ruined me. Jon giggled evilly. Fine then, you can come find me if you want to play. I'll take you to your words, Jon. Vittoria spoke to Jon intimately, but the latter gazed back at her coldly and flicked her forehead with her finger, causing her to hold it from the pain. Call me master. Vittoria's eyes widened, not expecting this humiliation. Still, something inside her made her submit in a second. With a horny look in her eyes, Vittoria buried her face on Jon's embrace once again. By your wish, master. That's a good little bitch. Jon replied while patting Vittoria's head. After a short while, Vittoria started to stand up, but her eyes landed on little Jon. Why is that, still standing? Don't mind it, I won't ask more from you tonight. Vittoria let out a sigh of relief, but her eyes never parted from little Jon that was still in full readiness. Jon moved his hand and pressed a button on the small table beside him. With that, the secretary girl entered the room without knocking, which almost caused Vittoria to panic. I want you to help Miss Vici clean up and lead her home. The secretary nodded and started helping Vittoria with her clothes. Jon kept sitting on his couch until Vittoria left and the secretary came back to report to him. Even the emperor's cousin couldn't escape from the boss's golden hand. The secretary said casually. Hee. Thanks, Sev. I wasn't trying to say it is a good thing. This may cause us some serious problems. Come on, you heard the girl yourself. She has a ton of lovers waiting for her in Cyrodiil, and with her being my little bitch, we will be able to get some valuable information about the movements of the East Empire Company and also about the Empire itself right from the source. Did you plan this from the start? Not at all. Who would have thought that this imperial spoiled noble girl would try to seduce me with her body? Jon kept chatting with the secretary casually even though he was completely naked. Actually, that girl is Sev, one of the first girls that got to work for Jon back when he started constructing the bathhouse. She was also one of the bathhouse's queen bees, the most expensive girls. It was when the management department got established that she decided to retire and asked to be one of the members of the management team. With her talent, she rose quickly and finally became Jon's personal secretary. Fine, now as we are all alone, please handle this. Jon said as he pointed at little Jon. Sigh. Fine, but I will demand a raise. Sev said as she started to undress. Chapter 199, Nefertiti's Magic. I woke up the next day in my office beside Sev due to my late-night activities. Everyone celebrated together and forgot about me. Joel and Nefertiti seemed to have crashed the night with Alina at my place and the firemen's joined them too. Okay, what's on my schedule? Sev handed me my morning coffee and answered. A servant from the college came with a word from Lady Nurina, she is summoning at noon, so I pushed anything else after it. Good, I need to thank her for yesterday and inquire about those mysterious masters. There was that high elf elder that goes by Master Alchemist Neurlian. How do you want me to kick him away? Kick away? Are you out of your damn mind? Apologize to him for me and tell him that I will meet him as soon as I finish up with Nurina. Okay. What about the firemen's? Leave them at the bottom of the schedule. Sev moved her quill on a piece of paper and nodded. Everything is in order, boss. Good. Is there any news from Team Zero? Nothing, unexpected. The Stormcloaks left yesterday immediately and the Imperials are waiting for their ship to be loaded. They are expected to leave tomorrow. Glad to hear. It also seemed that your cat. Haa. I pointed a finger at Sev with a spark of fire on it. I mean her Meow Jesty, phew. Her Meow Jesty Nefertiti went on a hunt last night alone. A full moon night, hey. It is okay. I can sense her location anyway, so no need to keep an eye on her anymore. She is a big girl now. Noted. The last report is about some of the firemen sneaking to the bathhouse last night. I see. Did any one of them look like me? The report mentioned that the girls got confused when they saw someone who resembled you, but it seemed to be a baseless misunderstanding. How did you know about that? Tisk. That bastard. Make 7 copies of that last report. Ask our craftsman to carve one of them on a plate of steel. How evil. I got you now. After picking a fast breakfast from a food stall in the newly established market square, I rushed to the college in a hurry. The one who received me was the second in command of the mysticism department, Loneth. You are late. Well, hello, stranger. Long time no see. Right back to you. I heard you did well with the diplomats from the Empire and Windhelm. Good job keeping it peaceful around here. Glad to be of service. What about you, what were you up to? I just arrived yesterday from High Rock with some new research paper. Lady Nurina said I can borrow you. Tisk. Do I look like some pair of glasses you borrow from your friend? I am a businessman now, my time is, smack, and some book landed on my head. I am sorry, Teacher Loneth. Call me whenever you are free. I followed her silently to Nurina's room with a gloomy mood and a bruised head. As we entered, I could see some people drinking tea together there. These were Faralda, Nurina and the Kajietai Archwizard, one of the 4 hermits from yesterday's. John, this is Elder Jonaud. Nurina said. I am Jon Dare, it is an honor to finally meet you, sir. The Kajiat elder opened his narrowly open eyes which gleamed with a sharp light. Phew. Good seedling, Jonaud is pleased to see you too, Jon Dare. Come, have a seat. A/N, Joe before the name means respected person. Jonaud heard that John loves cats, is that true? Jonaud asked in a third-person figure of speech like most of his kind. It is indeed true. Shame. Jonaud prefers dogs. Traitor to his kind. How dare he? To my change of expression, Elder Jonaud laughed. Ah, hairless ones. They can be very unreasonable. What is wrong if Kajiat like dogs, Dogs are fun to play tricks on. Ha ha ha. The traitor cat was having fun on his own. Anyway, Jonaud would like to thank you for safekeeping Winterhold and rebuilding it once again. It was something Jonaud wished for dearly, but the policies always prevented from helping. I am glad to be of service. Also, please convey Jonaud's regards to your grandfather Tormund. Tell him to come and have a drink with Jonaud if he is free. The hell? Why does this elder know that I am a fire main? I looked at Nurina, who wasn't really surprised or anything, but she didn't answer me. What is going on? Jonaud and Tormund are friends from way before the firemen's leave Winterhold. We used to sniff moon sugar together when we were kids, he could even last more than Jonaud. Ahaha. Oh. So, Drug addiction is a thing in my clan? Good to know. The old Khajiit kept cracking strange jokes and telling stories for almost an hour. My head almost fell from his lame old jokes. I wanted to suggest for his name to be Dro Naud. A/N, Dro means grandpa. The strange thing was that Farelda, Lonath, and Nurina were smiling with every joke as if it is that funny. I also had to laugh too. Being a student means you must laugh to every joke an elder teacher says or one can say goodbye to his grades. After the old cat had his fun for almost an hour, his tone turned serious. Jon Dare, Jon Dare has something to ask you about. Your familiar beast, the little one that was beside you in the meeting yesterday, can I see her? Of course, is there anything wrong? No, my friend. Jon Dare is just curious about something. It seemed that this was the topic that he was after from the start. Still, why Nefertiti? Even Nurina seemed not aware of Jon Dare's purpose, but she nodded for me that it is okay. All I had to do is to look to the side and gesture with my hand. A second later, Nefertiti popped up under Nurina's desk and jumped on my lap. Oh, so little one was here after all. Jon Dare couldn't feel this little one at all. I know, even I can't feel her without the bond we share. Interesting. The fireman's bonds with beasts are fascinating. Much potential when used right. Used right. Phew. Jon Dare doesn't need to tell you something obvious. You understand so much already about magic and beasts. Why don't you tell Jon Dare what you think? I am not really sure, but I know that mage sentry cats and some other intelligent creatures are able to tell magic apart, and some magical creatures has the ability to cast simple spells. Wait. Are you saying that it is possible for Nefertiti to use magic? Jon Dare smiled. Little one already can. What? Nefertiti can? I held her in my hands and looked to her in the eyes. Can you? She just tilted her head adorably. It doesn't seem that she can though. I said. Jon Dare can tell. Little one can hide in the shadows without anyone finding out about her location, which is a magical ability she imitated from someone. Who do you think she imitated it from? From Joel. I asked. From you, dimwit. Nurina replied. Oh. I can do that, but still, that's an ability granted to me by the Shadow Stone star constellation. Why would it? Oh. You said that she imitated. Jon Dare is pleased that you are this perceptive. Cool, does that mean that she can imitate my other magic and the Thursday in the future? Maybe not too perceptive. Jon Dare seemed a bit disappointed. That time, it was Lonath who spoke. Unlike humans, elves, best folk, Akavar and high-ranked Daedra, other creatures have limited access to magic or a natural ability to use a unique form of magic. I already know that. Jon Dare thinks that little one has been influenced by you, Jon Dare. Jon Dare can tell that little one can hardly be called a normal mage sentry cat anymore. I know about her abilities, but what does it mean for her to be influenced by me? Simply put it like this. Little one is from a species of cats that is sensitive to both in the aspects of sensing it and getting affected by it. Little one has gained an ability related to the therianthropy and encountered strange energies which caused her ability to mutate even more. Something like an evolution. You can say that. So, what kind of magic she can use? Jon Dare smiled and looked at Nefertiti closely. It is. Jon Dare left Nurina's place and I sat opposite to her. What was with him just now? I asked. Impressive, right? She said. I can tell, but why is he interested? And why did he came to tell me personally? Life is dull for those kinds of hermits, didn't you hear the jokes he cracked? Farelda said. Yeah, thank goodness my head is still fine. Well, it is good that you only smiled. If you argued with a grandpa like Jon Dare, he can go on forever. Nope, 1 hour is my limit. But what is his real identity? And those other 3 hermits from yesterday? I asked the question that was on my mind. They are the core part of the hidden force behind the college. They reside here but they don't go in public. Hidden force? I thought the college is only an educational facility. It is, but there are generations of strong masters that grew up in this place, while some left to make a mark in the world, some stayed and decided to watch over the younger generations. I see. But why did they come to the meeting yesterday? Think of it as a way to thank you for keeping the town around their college safe from wars. If any problem struck, it will affect the students and some massive quarrels may start. Good to know. Anyone above the rank of a scholar can get in touch with these hermits as long as one is willing to be part of the hidden force of the college. Your case is an exception though. Farelda kept lecturing me about the hidden force and how important it is. It seemed that if not for them, the college would have been swallowed by the other forces a long time ago. It is logical and all, but where were these people in the game? Shouldn't they have appeared when the college was in its time of need? I guess I'd have to find out on my own. Still, for Nefertiti to be able to use that magic, I am impressed. My research can help her if you are interested. Loneth mentioned the important topic now. I am interested, of course. This is not just a thing that I can let slide by. I said as I played with the sleepy Nefertiti on my lap. To think that this cute, fluffy, adorable child can use one of the most fearsome types magic, the shadow magic. Chapter 200, Shadow Magic A/N, yes, an extra chapter because this is CH 200 and we made 3M views. It has been and it still is a great memorable journey for me. Thank you for all the support and let's keep going. Don't forget Patreon. What is shadow magic, one might wonder. Shadow magic is an obscure but powerful form of magic. It was first harnessed by Ezra Nightwielder, who was the first to discover that shadow was not simply an absence of light, but a reflection of possible worlds created by forces in conflict. Shadows can be produced by mundane forces such as light hitting a rock, or by more powerful forces such as nations at war. Shadow magic involves the manipulation of shadows to affect the forces creating it. In this way, shadow magic rivals even the power of the Elder Scrolls themselves, having the power to potentially change the past, present, and future through the manipulation of shadow. With shadow magic, shadows could be absorbed to strengthen oneself, or could be molded into physical forms, such as weapons. Shadow magic could also be used to visit other realms, to assist alternative versions of yourself and request their aid. Shadow mages are also capable of draining the life force and health from their foes. And if that is not enough for you, then I don't know what else is. Do you understand now? Meanie? Nope, totally nothing. I forced Nefertiti to take her child form to train her on sensing magic, but the process is rather, how do I describe this? It is like swallowing an egg through the nose. Jon, who is that girl? Nurina asked. Nefertiti. Help me. Is a meanie. Jon, when did you start to abuse kids? Like, never. Nurina didn't even listen and pushed me to the side, then carried Nefertiti in her arms. Come here, cutie, Bad Jon was bullying you? I can beat Bad Jon 100 times for you. Just call me mama. Oh boy. Her motherly instincts are activated again. This is not good. Don't beat Human. Nefertiti stuck up for me. I knew she won't sell me. She even transformed back to her normal form and hid behind me. Wah! Wait. I still haven't had enough. To see such a cute child, with cat ears and a tail. Oblivion take me, I could almost understand why Jon liked fluffy stuff. How on Nirn can anyone resist fluffy things? Just let me have one more look at her. Nurina looked at me with pitiful expressions. Just no touching or acting creepy, Nefertiti is sensitive. Fine. As she replied, I turned around trying to reach for Nefertiti, who was behind me. I can't seem to find her though. Where did she go? I looked around but I didn't see her anywhere. Did she go into stealth again? Nurina asked. No, I feel her, She is pretty close, way too close actually. It was a strange feeling, but it is actually strange. I moved around, but she was still close. She is not in your pants, isn't she? Nurina said in a mocking tone. No, she prefers hoods. My pants is where my dragon is. Swoosh, you kiss your mama with that mouth. I just avoided a death blow in case if you are wondering what the swoosh was. Just kidding, god damn it. Hold it, woman. There was a book resting deep in the wall behind me in case if you are wondering about what made the swoosh too. Still, we were unable to find Nefertiti even with that strange feeling of her being very close. Human. And now I am hearing her voice in my head. Okay, this is weird. I started moving around the room and scanning the area with magic, and so did Nurina. Nefertiti, where are you? Can my voice reach you? Human. It is scary. Shit. Something is wrong. I started searching faster with an agitated feeling, but stop moving around. I was yelled at by Nefertiti's voice. Okay. What's wrong? She told me not to move. Why? I don't know. Hey, why are you looking at my butt? While I was answering Nurina, she averted her eyes and looked behind me. Not your butt, you dolt. Look over there. What she pointed at was actually my own shadow, which was having some black smoke coming from it. I felt a familiar feeling from the aura, that black smoke, and didn't feel threatened at all. A second later, a small black figure popped out from my shadow, and as you can't guess, Nefertiti. This is new. Nurina was taken aback. Human. Don't leave me. Nefertiti meowed and jumped right to my face. This was the way she hugs people, so I hugged her back, on my face. Okay, calm down. What was that just now? Her answers were a series of meows which I started translating for Nurina. It seemed that she fell in my shadow once she tried to hide from you behind me. Fell. She said so. It was a new matter to discuss. No one falls in shadows unless it is a shadow magic. We looked at each other. But, why now of all times? Yes, I mean we just started researching it. It can't be just a coincidence. Just like she said, it can hardly be this easy for Nefertiti to use shadow magic just as we started researching it. System, can you review my activity log since the moment we started researching? Confirmed, the system started to calculate it and showed me the results. There was a lot of useless stuff like how many times I breathed and how many steps I walked from Nurina's place to my laboratory under the company's building. Then exclude everything except my interactions with Nefertiti and my magic activity. Confirmed, another shorter screen appeared. Let's see. Could it be because I patted her like 100 times all the way over to this place? I asked Nurina. Her gaze was piercing as ever. Nope, definitely not that one. Oh, I guess it is because I supplied her with a lot of magicka so she can be able to manipulate it. After a bit of argument, we decided that this is the right guess. Even though Nefertiti can sense magic, she barely had any magicka, and that's why I supplied her with mine. According to Nurina, with my strong magicka inside Nefertiti, she couldn't control it fully, and when she decided to hide behind me using the normal stealth technique she imitated from me, she accidentally activated a greater magic which she could meld into my shadow with. But that's not logical. How can she just use magic like that? Even Spriggans and vampires need to cast it as spells. I questioned. It's actually pretty logical. Logic doesn't really apply that well with shadow magic, and your cat has gone through a lot of weird events by simply following you around. So you are saying that me using logic to try and teach her magic is pretty much useless. I see. Just make sure that she builds up enough magicka for herself and to practice any shadow technique she arrives to on her own. Teaching her is useless, but inspiring her may work. Nurina gave me a lot of ideas. I may be knowledgeable, but I am a horrible teacher. That's why I admire Nurina. We have a lot of new stuff to do together now. I patted Nefertiti, who didn't seem to be happy about it. Why the long face? Magic is fun. Humph. Human is bad. And she just keeps going. Her personality is getting weird lately. After convincing her for some time, she changed into the child form again and I showed her around the lab. Here, Alina prepared some clothes for you. Clothes are annoying. Just put whatever you like on, you can't keep going around in that oversized black shirt of mine. Else she would kill people with just her cuteness. Until now, she only wore a black shirt of mine that was actually pretty much big for her. She, however, loved it very much and looked super cute in it. Her left shoulder was exposed and her arms were not even coming out from the sleeves. It was devilishly cute, I tell you. Before we leave the Moonblade clan, Alina acted all motherly and packed all her clothes which she wore when she was a child and told me to give them for Nefertiti. Such an action is indeed something a caring girl like Alina would do on her own. Eventually, Nefertiti chose a black dress. Nurina kicked me out so that she can dress Nefertiti on her own. I was a bit worried and refused to leave, but my secretary came in. The guest has arrived, boss. Oh, he is here. Who is here? Nurina asked. Master Alchemist Nurelian. Nurina raised her brows and blinked a few times. How did you manage to make someone like that come to visit you? Maybe by helping him achieve one of his life's great goals, then leave some question marks behind to attract his interest. Kid, you know what? I don't even want to know. A high elf master alchemist? His kind can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Nurina had too much on her mind already, so I left her. Still, I am the one who is going to deal with an ill-tempered high elf elderly and try to gain his favor. Chapter 201, Overwhelming with Science. As it seems that web novel is not contracting fanfics and this novel can't have a gift system and Patreon is a pain in the ass, I decided to go on with my PayPal. Just visit paypal.me/eldakamizi. Enjoy Heavy Black Heart. Great Master Nurelian, it is nice to finally meet you in person. I am very sorry about yesterday and this morning, the Imperials were on my throat all the time. Ho ho. Thane John, no worries, no worries. No bother at all, haha. It gave me enough time to go around Windhelm and visit some old friends in the college, haha. And the high elf, who was stingy as hell in the game, is smiling ear to ear. I was a bit taken aback, but it seemed that my worries about his attitude were overestimated, or he is in a really good mood. I looked at his apprentice that was smiling beside him and didn't feel anything suspicious. Please take a seat. As we all sat and a servant came to take the requests, Nurelian took out something from his bag. It was the white file. I have spent long years searching for this file, and seeing it being handed to me by Quintus here almost caused me a heart attack. I had to admit that I've been looking for a needle in a haystack, but, tell me, how exactly did you find it? Nurelian asked and narrowed his eyes at me. I knew he was going to ask this question. If I answered him saying I have found it in some sort of a book or something like that, he will know that I am lying. Team Zero reported that he asked some questions about me in the college regarding the field of my studies and what I am famed with. I know alchemy and it is very simple, but I am not at the level that I can brag about myself at all. Nurina is not that good at alchemy herself, but we know the general tricks. The deep secrets, however, is not our game. Also, someone like Nurelian must have a direct connection with someone in the alchemy department in the college. These guys are relentless in their work and the advanced books about alchemy are monitored closely by them even inside the Arcaneum. My answer has to be careful. Well, let's start from the start. I was on one of my travels south of Winterhold long before anything gets established the way it is today. I was heading to the Nightgate village when a snowstorm came out of nowhere and forced me and my attendant to be lost in the mountains as the road was pretty much covered up. The next thing we knew, we were in front of an old barrow and some bandits aiming their arrows at us. It was a bloody fight in the storm. I almost lost my head to an arrow and my attendant got her thigh pierced. After a long struggle, we cleared out the bandits to find ourselves in a large and ancient Nordic ruin. After going deeper into the ruin we found undead dragons and strange traps. There were some rewards and we really struck it lucky, but as an adventurer, I didn't want to go out without finding out the secret of the ruin, and as I battled a powerful dragon, little did I know that what he protected was a storage room blocked by a really shrewd trick. To unlock the room, one needs a stable alchemical mixture that can only be made by a master alchemist. I had to record my thoughts and seal the place before I head back to Winterhold and ask about the best alchemist in Skyrim, and it was Master Neuralian. As I set my request for the said item, Master Neuralian provided me with the item, and I really was pleased with the results once I opened the secured room. What I found in there was a very very ancient laboratory. I was enthralled with wonder and ordered no one to approach the place to not damage anything, but nothing there was to be damaged. All the materials I found was some old magical cauldrons that have lost their enchantments, and all the organic ingredients turned into dust when air started to move in the room. The only thing that felt of value in the room was a white broken bottle. Once I saw it, 2 words came to my mind: the white phial, the same name as Master Neuralian's shop. I then remembered the stories of the thing Master Neuralian was looking for and named his store after, just to make anyone with knowledge about this artifact notice the store. At that time, I knew what did I just discover. I sure talked a lot, but the look on Neuralian's face was worth it. He was getting moved every time I tried to make it dramatic and was smiling happily. Sigh. Elves are so simple. Thane Jon, this is wonderful. You have walked in the long-lost tomb of a legendary alchemist like Curel Mill. I am envious, even though I understand the risk of making such an adventure. It would be a great source of inspiration for someone like myself to witness such a place. Alas, I am not that young anymore. Don't say that, Master Neuralian. Last time I asked Quintus about you, I heard you were having some health troubles, but seeing you now, you are healthier than most of the Altmer I know. The ones that I killed, I mean. Ahaha. It is thanks to a series of lucky events that happened as of late, but we'll get to that later. Now, let me be a little bother you with some questions. Here it comes. Not at all, Master Neuralian, please ask. Thank you. His face turned serious again. What made you think you should come to Quintus with the file? Why not directly to me? I knew he was upset about that. Sigh. This is a matter of, how do I say this? I am not that old, so it is pretty much easy to read my mind. If I brought something valuable to my master and she found it broken, I would be given that bone-chilling glare. Well, 2 young men like me and Quintus can cover up the matter, and when I approached him, he told me that Master Neuralian would have a heart attack if he saw the white phial in such a state. To get it the problem solved, we had to fix the phial. Quintus knew the method, I had the ingredients, it all went well. Right, Quintus? Oh. Right, Thane Jon. Neuralian stared at me for a while, then closed his eyes and nodded. Still, after you fixed the phial, you left it for me, even though you are the one who found it and it belongs to you by right. He stopped talking and looked at me with a piercing gaze. You left it for me because you found out something valuable, more valuable to you than the phial? Let me say this, I doubt that you have the ability to create the phial, as the reshaping process of the unmelting snow is very impossible. You and Quintus are actually very lucky to be able to fix the crack, and the phial appears to be patched. I couldn't believe it would work until I tested it myself. So as the crafting technique wasn't what you are after, then it must be the enchantment. I was sitting behind my desk listening to Neuralian's analysis. Once he finished, I rested my back to my chair and nodded with a smile. He continued. I knew it, but this is even more impossible than the crafting technique. It is greatly flawed, and when I tried to copy it, I destroyed containers I made them on. Even the best elven and mer metal couldn't stand the enchantment. I nodded and replied. Let me guess, the metal started melting before your eyes. Exactly, that enchantment is overbearing. Sigh, it is the same problem I faced with the Magicar reactor. Well, this is a part of the reason why Curel Mill used one of the coldest materials his hands could get on to stabilize the overheating flaw with a cold substance. Indeed, I agree with you. Still, to get your hands on an enchantment that can literally create something from nothing without having the right material to enchant it on is not really that useful, right? Excuse me for my curiousness and tell me, what exactly did you gain out of your unrewarded labor? Narration asked. Oh. A lot. A lot. Indeed, also creating something from nothing is, excuse my language, but it is very wrong. You completely don't understand the enchantment, on the file. I said something a bit rude which made Quintus almost refute for his master, but Narration spoke fast. Wait. You said that the white file doesn't create something from nothing? And it is not just one enchantment? My reply was only a smile. It can't be. Nuralian's golden skin turned pale. No one would see a high elf go pale every day. I took out a red clean note from my desk and put it in front of Nuralian. Just that you know, this is not for free. I said that, and Nuralian's eye landed on the note. He knew that opening it means making a deal with the devil, but who cares? Even Shalitter made a deal with Sheogorath for knowledge once. He took the note and opened it, then started reading. 20 minutes later he lowered it down and looked with blank eyes to space. Thane John, my master, is her all right? Just leave him to rest his mind for a while, Quintus. The insights of archphysicist Albert Einstein with the explanations of the laws of conservation of matter and energy are really crazy to deal with. Applying them on magic doesn't make them any better. After all, I am the poor soul who used the system within him to resurface those unpleasant memories from high school and the documentaries I watched to apply that damned science stuff on magic. It is a nightmare, I tell you, a nightmare. Chapter 202, Recruiting a Master Alchemist A/N, a big thanks to Ian Bell for Patreon support. Learn from his selfless example, damn it. When I looked at Nuralian and saw his hazy eyes, it reminded me with my state in high school for some reason. Einstein really ruined my brain at that period of my past life. Seeing his curse spreading around in another world by me made it feel so good. A few minutes later, Nuralian came to the world of the living again. This man. Grandmaster Albert Einstein, what era did he live in? How can a man such as him exist and this world doesn't even know about him? No, he can't be a man. Is he one of the old Dwemer we don't know of? He's got to be. Nuralian couldn't calm down until he was served some lemon tea. How do you think about the laws of conservation of both energy and matter? I asked. It changes everything. I know. The white file, it transforms magicka to matter. It can do a very terrifying process, and just looking at it won't make anyone believe it. Oriel's light. Creating something from nothing is simply impossible after all. Of course, only a perfect being can do so. A god, for example. Gods are a word you humans use. I know, but if you look at things my way, you will see that even the Eta can't create something from nothing. Only a being with a power where science and logic lose to, is the perfect being capable of doing so. That's why we researchers don't ever go after what is perfect. Nuralian thought for a while and nodded. That's why you were sure that creating something from nothing is impossible, because it is perfectness. Exactly. Your words carry some wisdom, but you are going against what both men like Nords and mare like high elves believe in. By degrading the gods of men who are Dra and denying the Elvendra of perfectness, hell, even the Daedra are no gods in your eyes. They simply may be powerful beings that all mortals hailed from, but a god should be much more almighty, not a being that can be trapped in a mortal plane, not a being whose heart can be torn out. But what does that make God if perfect is impossible to exist? Humans always say God this and God that, but the way you are looking at things, does God exist in your point of view? A/N, here where I come with the so-called agenda, but don't really get bothered with the opinions. It is just me making this chapter longer with a topic I enjoy. This question went far and wide between many men of science and logic I heard of before. All of them knew that nothing is perfect and even abhorred it. They asked themselves of the true meaning of being perfect, and the answer was nothing. If something is truly perfect, then that's just it, the borders are formed, there is no room for advancing and learning further, a state of hopeless stillness and a dead end. That's why they always sought the better than but never the perfect. This is how they advanced to prove themselves right or wrong and took the hard ways to reach the better answers, so perfection is an impossible concept and a taboo not to be pursued. And now to the question about God, well, that depends on how you see science and logic. Will they be able to figure out what God is? If they can, then that is not a God, if they can't, then that being should be a God, that of course should be accompanied by a proof from God by an act of perfection known as a miracle. I won't say any more than that. Neuralian looked at me again and looked at the note I gave him, then sighed. My head will not take all of that in one day, I should go and study this note first, then come and have more talks with you. Haha. You are welcome anytime, Master Neuralian. The talk with Neuralian was something really enjoyable from that moment onward. We kept competing with a lot of theories in magic and natural laws to the point we were equally tired. I wasn't the brightest student back in the days, but with a system digging my memories on its own, I could study things I never did seriously in my past life. Knowledge supporting magic is one of my strength points, and it is really enjoyable to apply both on each other. Just one last question, what are you applying that enchantment from the white phial on? Not before you tell me what you used it for. Oh, I used it to reproduce a rare solvent of alchemy I acquired from my master. It is called Lorcan's Tears, and its rarity is superior to any other solvent. It has the ability to create potions with 0% chance of failure and a high quality too, unless the person is a hopeless fool. And it also is the reason why I am back to full health. Oh! Congratulations on your recovery, but damn, that solvent is too overpowered. Lorcan's tears are not really the tears of Lorcan. It is just something so hard to come by that it was named after Lorcan, who mocked his enemies even after they killed him. Lorcan Tears is a solvent known to be purer than famous alchemy products like Stardew and Cloud Mist. It is really hard to come by, and mass producing it with the white phial is really cheating. What about you? Neuralian asked. Oh, I am creating a device that is a bit simpler than the white phial. I call it the Magicar Reactor. I got inspired by another device called the Arc Reactor made by the arch-engineer Tony Stark, but I am not going to put it on my chest and power up a piece of armor with it. I can do that though. Oh. It is a bit hard to understand, but it sounds great. Thank you. Neuralian and I hit it good, we are now buddies. At that moment my best buddy showed up. Hey, Jon. I have collected it all, the malachite, the moonstone and the quicksilver. Wolfer was carrying a big crate over his shoulder while saying so. What else do you need? A really strong fire. Drag Jonrad out here, he is the best fire mage we know of. We also need someone to watch over the process, in case of something went wrong. I'll be that person. Last thing we need is a strong acid, the most damnable acid on Nirn, and a lot of soul gems. I'll figure something out. At that moment, Neuralian jumped from his seat. You are crafting mithril, right? I looked at him and sighed, of course he would figure it out. Mithril does exist in this world, and it is very rare and comes with many secret recipes. The most common ingredients are the ones Wolfer came with just now. It is not the complete thing, and some parts in the experiment need a lot of rechecking, but I am willing to start it now. A/N, Mithril is canon in the lore, even though it only appeared in the Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, it was very underrated in my opinion. I am taking the more fantasy approach to the Mithril my way. Still, Neuralian may be able to help. Yes. This mithril will be for the finest lady in Skyrim, so no sharing. Haha. Don't worry. But I am your best hope. If you want a strong acid, I can make a special mixture that you will not ever see or hear of from anyone but me. I looked at the note I gave him and smiled. That's not enough, you know. Haha. How wicked. Don't worry, I am planning to move to Winterhold from now on, nothing ties me to Windhelm anyway. His answer was like chirps to my ears. I wanted to go and hug him but I restrained myself. So, Big Bad Ulfric is going to miss his favorite Altmer. Haha. I bet he will. Now with the most famed alchemist in Windhelm joining forces with me, my life is getting much more easier. I will make sure to prepare the best house in town for Master Neuralian and Quintus. There will be a shop and laboratory with every and anything you may want. One of my men will deliver the title deed in an hour. Thank you, thank you. Neuralian and I kept exchanging words of compliments until he left. I couldn't help myself but to make a victory pose. Now Winterhold is backed by a high elf master alchemist. Wolf my man, let's go make some mithril. Chapter 203, Mask of the Fire Keeper. It has been 3 days since Jonred and Wolfer shut themselves in the laboratory with orders to send only 3 meals each day. Some said that the snow around the building all melted away after a few strong waves of heat started to come every once in a while. Also, strong thuds were heard in the past 3 days. The news was not really the hottest topic in town as the new alchemist in town attracted a lot of attention as the well-known White Phial alchemy store from Windhelm opened at Winterhold. The Dare Dragon Company people established a big store for the famous master of the shop, and an imperial called Quintus was the central figure of the shop as it seemed that Master Neuralian was busy with some research. The alchemy store, however, provided a long-lost service that Winterhold hasn't seen since a very long time, and all the residents went to see the new commodities. With all the noise around the lively town, the most notable villa in town, the Sea Mist Manor, was having it peaceful. A lot of beauties were living in this house as it got expanded by another floor and some more rooms. It was now much larger than the estate Jon had in mind. In the basement, the new lady of the house, Alina, was having a bath in the large stone tub with Nurina as the latter was trying to figure out a way to suppress the immense power of Alina's eye with her magic. This is really strong, I could suppress it with just my magicka, but I will run dry in no time at this rate. Nurina analyzed Alina's eye power with a magic kammeter in her hand, trying to block Alina's power with her magicka. I understand, Master. It is okay, I am not really sad about it or anything. Alina said as she returned the blindfold back to where it was. Nurina could tell that Alina was really depressed for the fact that she has to keep her eyes closed all the time, even though she went through a rough childhood because of her different eyes. It all started to make her suffer once again. Nurina sighed and pulled Alina to her side and kept embarrassing her. Don't worry, my son will figure something out. Alina, who was a bit tense for the sudden hug, eased a bit and put her head on Nurina's shoulder. I know, mother. Nurina made a prideful smile as she was called the way she liked and kept caressing Alina's hair. Outside the house in the front yard, there was no snow in the area as 4 women present and their strong presence melted away the snow long ago. 2 of these women were having a spar and the other 2 were watching while taking care of some big animals on the side. Take this! Jolinar shouted as she gave her best combo of punches. Seriously? Is that all what you have? Hilda was toying with Jol and blocked her attacks with ease. It is far from over. Come at me. Jol's move resembled Jon's a lot. Her legs were flying around carrying waves upon waves of attacks enforced by her grey battle spirit, aura, yet Hilda simply took it all down with her standard golden aura and her fast reactions. With a fast counterattack, Jol was sent back flying with her face in the dirt. Not bad. Want to go again? It is not done yet. Hee, stupid girl. I would have eaten you alive if Jon doesn't like you. Hilda was still going to teach Jol a lesson in combat, but it seemed that both the style and the level of power were way above Jol. And let her have a suitable weapon. Yes, it is hopeless if she keeps fighting that way. Horna and Brenda, who were taking care of the big beasts of the firemen's, commented on the spar between Hilda and Jol. They could tell that Jol was having a hard time in close quarters combat, which didn't seem to be her area of expertise. Hilda was toying with her left and right and Jol looked really pitiful. Fine, girl, pick a melee weapon. With Hilda's words, Jol stood up and walked for the weapon rack on the side. Jon has left a ton of weapons to train with here. Joel took a dagger and faced Hilda. Are you stupid, girl? Hilda bashed Joel's head. Hey, why is that? What would a tiny thing like that do? Pick something big. Joel was comfortable with knives, but the idea of using a big weapon wasn't even something she would think of. Her build was simply not suitable for big weapons. Tisk, take this. Hilda took a spear and gave it to Joel. Big weapons shouldn't be heavy, still, they all have a better reach. Fine. Joel took the spear and tried to get the right way to grip it based on how she saw Jon do it. Hey, girl. Get some real notes from her, she is not called the most complete fighter for nothing. Learn all what you can learn. Brenda called for Joel. The most complete fighter was the style which Hilda was known for. She indeed preferred big weapons, but her skill proved that she is the best all-rounder in the clan. Her speed, strength, reaction, and all other aspects were terrifyingly accurate, as her only talent was fighting. A lot of people wanted to learn from her, but few like Brenda and Jon were lucky enough to get her guidance. Now it was Joel's turn. Now, girl. Show me something good. The spark got ignited once again and Joel's talent was starting to bloom as a spear wielder. Jon couldn't really determine which weapon was the best for Joel due to her style of fighting, but Hilda figured it out in an instant. Joel was now carrying a spear and a buckler was tied to her left. Her stance was low and she was moving around and striking with strong frontal attacks while dashing ahead and jumping backward. If she would get closer, she would switch to a short blade to get the perfect pin on her opponent. Hilda also tested Joel's archery and was really impressed by her movements. A strange style of a strong yet a very light fighter with the ability of archery was the perfect way to describe Joel's new training style. She kept sparring like that with Hilda for 3 days. Hilda wouldn't really think of a proper name to Joel's style, but when Jon sees it, he will think of one style, the Amazon. Good work for today. Hilda offered a hand to the all-beaten-up Joel on the ground. Thanks for the guidance. Joel stood up while leaning on the training spear. Hilda shook her head, then held Joel like a small cat from her clothes. I'll take you in. With a bewildered face, Joel got carried into the house on Hilda's arm. A minute later, the two arrived at the stone bathtub in the basement where Alina and Nurina are. Hilda put Joel down slowly, then undressed in second and jumped into the tub. Seriously? How old are you? 9. Nurina, who was relaxing and got splashed away, grumbled at Hilda. Just give me that. Hilda snatched the red wine bottle from Nurina and sat beside her. The two started to have a drinking contest and Joel slid beside Alina. Rough training? Alina asked. Yeah. Come closer. Joel got closer to Alina and the latter hugged her closer, then cast some healing spells all over Joel's body. Keep doing it. It feels so good. The harmonious mood was still going around until a fifth person appeared in the bathtub room. A little girl in a black robe disregarded all the gazes on her and jumped beside Alina. Nefertiti, did you deliver the food? Yes. How are they doing? Busy. Did they tell you when will they come out? Nefertiti shook her shoulders. Alina sighed and didn't say anything more. Jon has been absent from home for 3 days. She was the one running the company in his absence as the newly recognized lady of House Dare. Life was good, but she was worried about Jon. The only thing she knew was that Jon, Jonred, and Wulfr are crafting some artifacts from a very rare alloy that required a lot of patience and power. Wulfr's level as a blacksmith seemed to be going through a serious upgrade during this process, and both Jon father and son were helping him. Porna could get from Wulfr that they are crafting a piece of accessory that power is going to be very powerful to help Alina control her eye powers, and according to Wulfr, the beauty of that piece is going to be a master-level piece of art that the world has rarely seen any like to. Just as she finished recalling that, Porna came through the door with a wide smile on her face. They are out. With that said, even Nurina jumped up as fast as she could and went to see what these pieces of art turned out to be. All the ladies in the bathtub went up in a second, leaving the blindfolded Alina behind. Sigh. They really did it, hey. Alina didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she loosened the blindfold and went out gracefully, then wiped the water with magic and dried her hair. A few minutes later, she walked out while wearing a gorgeous white dress that exposed her cleavage and shoulders, which she later covered with a shawl. Upon her taking the steps up to the upper level, she was met with only Jon. "I came to take you," he said as he approached her. She extended her hand to him, which he took and kissed. "Take me then." "Okay, open your eyes, no one is around." Alina slowly opened her eyes to see Jon, who looked a bit roughed up after 3 days of constant working. He pulled her closer and kissed her on her lips with a lot of longing and passion. She didn't offer any resistance and even pulled him closer. "Sorry, I stink," Jon said as he realized that he didn't bathe in 3 days. "Do you? You taste just right though." Alina was pressing closely on Jon, who was looking at her gently. This gentle look in his eyes was something he only showed to his loved ones. Alina was one of his family and she always got the gentlest of his looks. "Want to see what I made?" But let us stay like this for a while." Alina was smiling playfully as she wanted to make the ladies who went before her wait longer. Jon didn't mind if he would make the world wait for some time alone with Alina, but someone came to bust them. "Playing again without me?" Joel seemed a bit upset and clung to Jon. Alina closed her eyes to not harm Joel and directed her face down with a shy smile. She was a shy girl around anyone but never minded anything with Jon. He was already a lot to her. "Do you want to play with us too?" Alina grinned at Joel. "What? Am I allowed to?" Joel replied playfully and squeezed herself between Jon and Alina while facing Alina. She then approached Alina playfully and seemed to be going to kiss her. Alina's face blushed, but Jon was already dragging Joel away from her ears. "Don't tease her." "What? She invited me personally, she likes to get teased, ouch ouch." "Okay." Jon was having the 2 girls on his left and right while holding them close. The 3 were wasting time together until Nurina called at them with a stern tone. They went out with an apologetic and awkward look on their faces. Jon led the other 2 to the large table of the dining room. There a few things were being covered under some white clothes and everyone was gathered around the table. "All right, everyone. We created quite a few stuff with the mithril we could cook. I don't know how it was done or if we were lucky or not, but it is mostly a joint effort," Wulfr said as he started pointed as the things on the table. "As agreed, I will do the presentations," Wulfr said and started removing some clothes on the smallest pieces. "These are the Heart of the Sea series, forged by me and Mr. Jonred, and enchanted by Jon." The Heart of the Sea series were 3 very gorgeous looking necklaces that were forged by a platinum-like metal that had a bit of golden gleam to it. As the necklaces seemed really thin and delicate, they carried 3 blue gemstones that were shaped like a water drop and were surrounded by an artistic cage of mithril that gave the gemstones a sacred aura and a beauty over their beauty. "This one is for you, Bhorna." Wulfr presented the one that was on a black stone display to Bhorna. "For me." Bhorna's eyes almost fell from their sockets as she saw the beauty of the necklace she was being gifted by Wulfr. This thing was literally the most precious piece of accessory that she ever saw in her life. Why not? Mithril itself was metal from legends that wasn't known if it was made as an alloy or had its own ore in nature, but Wulfr said it was an alloy that required some freakishly rare substances. Jon had the highest understanding of the mithril, as Shadow has told him a way to create it. Even though it was impossible to get, one of the components to create it was a dragon's blood, which Jon had no problem in acquiring at all. He himself was a walking 7 liters of dragon blood. Anyway, Wulfr walked behind Bhorna and put the necklace on her with the cheers and winks of all the people attending the event. The second necklace was presented to Hilda by Jonred, which was rather getting romantical except for Jon's chilly glare that made Jonred want to cuss at him. And finally, the last necklace was for Nurina, which was gifted by Jon. "This is an interesting enchantment." Nurina read through the enchantment right away. "Like it? It is great. I love it." The enchantment was indeed powerful, as Jon described it as an all-sort protection enchantment which would shield the wearer from all harm once the gem is charged. Once the gem is activated, it would become red and its power will be something to behold. Of course, only a high-grade material can withstand a highly advanced enchantment. When Jon crafted it, he was enjoying to his heart's content as enchanting on Mithril was totally unhindered by no law. It felt like he can make a godly artifact if he wanted to. Still, Joel was starting at Jon as if saying I better get something good or else. And now, for these two big pieces of awesome. First, Joel is known for her reckless style and hates to put a helm on her head, that is why we made this. Jon called it Crown of the Valkyrie. Wulfur announced and removed the cloth from the first piece to show a strange circlet with wings over its sides. It greatly resembled the Valkyrie helmets from the Norse mythology as it had the same winged pieces to the side and protected the forehead splendidly. It didn't cover the whole head, which made it very light. Jon carried it and stood in front of the bewildered Joel. This is way more expensive than my head itself. She thought so. Hilda helped Jon to hold Joel's hair to the back and Jon fixed it on Joel's face. The color of the mithril overlapped with her ashen grey skin and made her skin give more luster and glossiness. Now, Joel's skin was akin to mithril itself. The enchantment on this crown was very bizarre. Jon said that he used the largest soul gem he had to make this strong enchantment. Jon himself was in wonder of how good he made this piece. Joel broke into tears and hugged Jon tightly until Hilda dragged her by force. The last piece, this beast. Wulfur revealed the last artifact crafted by them. Another crown? Nurina asked. It indeed looked like a crown, no a warrior crown like Joel's but an actually big crown. Its appearance was different in style to the delicate things created before and the amount of mithril in it seemed to be more than 3 times the necklaces and the crown of the Valkyrie combined. It is a mask. Jon said. The people around looked at it and imagined if such a thing was indeed a mask. It looked like a circlet but was wide and big, its design was somewhat high elven but seemed far thicker and sturdier. The feeling of the magic it gave off was different from the other pieces as it didn't give any peaceful or a tranquil aura, it only emitted power, lots and lots of overbearing power. Jon carried it and went in front of Alina. Here it is. It was made from the regular components of mithril and a dragon's blood. It was enchanted by no soul gem but by a heartstone that contains the power of Shor. This is the mask that can be used to shield you and destroy your enemies at the same time. Jon said as he put the mask on Alina's face. He put it on her face and it fitted her like nothing else as if it was made for her from a long time ago, even though it hid the top half of her beautiful face, it added to her beauty even more. Open your eyes, Alina. With Jon's words, Alina opened her eyes. The mask made a strong pulse of power as if it was being awakened from an old slumber, its power was felt by all and everyone stepped back except Jon. What a power! Even Jonred and Nurina were scared. The mask resonated with Alina too well as if it was singing for the long-awaited return of its owner. Alina touched the mask and it calmed down immediately. Jon couldn't help but smile. What did you call this, Jon? She asked. Sadly, it had a name before I recreated so we will stick with the original. He smiled and continued. Mask of the Fire Keeper. Chapter 204, The Glorious Threesome, +18, A/N, a big shout for Boglut Adrian Mircea, Dark Priest, the first to gift on PayPal. Also, there is a chapter after this. Late at night, everyone went to bed and Jon snuck to the bathtub in the basement. This place is literally a piece from heaven. The water heater, the soap, and everything else was just there waiting for me to have an epic bath. Still, Jon was accompanied with Joel who was too excited to sleep. She was holding the crown in her hand and looking at it with all the love in the world. You like it that much? Jon asked. You're kidding? It is the best thing in my world, after you of course, and Alina. Jon smiled to her answer and leaned closer to her. How much do you love me? Joel paused for a while then looked at Jon and held his head with her small hands. You are the world to me, what is my life if you are not in it? Remember when you told me that I am your thing? That day I stopped living for myself and started living for you, even the voices, they are all about you now. You are more than what you can ever think to me. Joel's words were said in her crazy enchanting tone that she only reveals to Jon, her other face and maddened personality that only he gets to see. He just looked to her and didn't resist the urge to pull her closer to himself. His head was on her decent chest as he pressed on it further to feel her warmth and get some peace of mind. She, who knows when he is tired and seeks some peace, hugged him tightly to herself and started humming for him. Jon always loved her voice and listened to her song most of the time. The two mad couple kept this state sitting together naked in the warm water until a presence revealed itself. The two of them recognized the presence and smiled faintly, not even moving an inch away from each other. The door to the bathtub opened and a girl with an artistic mask on her eyes walked in. Alina knew that Jon and Joel have sneaked in here together and didn't resist the urge to come and check on them. She looked at their position and paused for a while. Both were stuck to each other and closing their eyes peacefully while Joel was humming. Alina knew she was going to see an intimate scene, but she had the least intimate experience when it comes to Jon's women. She knew about his outside relationships and didn't really get it when Joel told her that one woman may get broken if she tried to satisfy Jon all by herself, so Alina never got ahead of herself. Now, after she returned from her clan and was officially the lady of the house, she wanted a share of Jon too, part of the reason she became so open with him. Once she saw him with Joel, however, she became confused. How do I advance? She thought. Lucky for her, neither Jon nor Joel were the patient type when it comes to lovemaking. Joel opened her eyes and nodded for Alina to approach. While keeping her black robe on her, Alina went into the tub and walked to Joel. She saw how Jon was being hugged and wanted to have that too. She looked to Joel and the latter offered her a hand. Sit on the other lap. Alina got confused, but she noticed that with Jon's height, she would indeed need to be on his lap. The problem is, she could detect that Joel was sitting on, but there were two more laps. She couldn't see past the soapy water, but she noticed that Joel and Jon were silently dying from laughter. That's when the light of understanding shone upon her. Really? How is that? I am. Alina realized that she had underestimated Jon yet one more time. There was a secret to his golden hand after all, and it seemed to be something outside of the normal league she heard of. Jon had to pull her on his lap himself and without moving his head from Joel's chest. Joel took the initiative and splashed some water on Alina's upper body, making her clothes soaked wet. That started to outline Alina's amazing figure under the clothes. Joel was familiar with Alina's naked figure. She knew that this girl is another story when her clothes are removed, but she kept the fact from Jon to see his reaction. With her clothes wet, Alina was losing trying to figure out how to lose the sense of shame around Jon even more, tried to loosen the nape of her robe. That was when Joel pulled her suddenly at Jon and Alina's breasts pressed on Jon's head from the other side while making a silly voice. Joel smiled at Alina and looked to her in the eyes. The mask of the firekeeper didn't hide Alina's eyes, so they were visible but under control. Seeing the look in her eyes, Joel held Alina's head and pulled her closer to herself, then took Alina's lips with her lips and went into a deep state of mind-blanked kissing. Jon, however, was experiencing something new. He never knew that Alina's breasts were this heavenly. The first word that came to his mind was marshmallow. As he was getting used to the feeling, he could feel that heartbeats of the girls rising. He inspected the situation up there and saw Alina corresponding passionately with Joel. That's hot, he said. He leaned to the back and watched one of the best shows of his fantasies being applied in real life. His two girlfriends were hitting it together too. Okay, playtime is over. Jon carried the two girls each in hand and went out of the bathtub, setting his destination to the main bedroom. Jon threw the girls on the bed and they were still squirming around each other. As he leaned on them, his shadow covered them and both turned to him. Tonight is Alina's, Joel said. Why not? Jon agreed. He then lied beside Alina and looked at Joel, who was on her other side. The two nodded at each other and they sandwiched Alina from both sides. With a lot of experience under their belts, Alina, who is a complete virgin, got pulverized by two horny mad people. Jon and Alina entered a heated state of kissing and Jon didn't stop fondling her breasts. Joel slid down between Alina's legs and found Alina's forbidden area. She smiled and stuck her face to Alina's vagina that was in a heated state after she was being played by Jon and Joel the whole past hour. Alina kept moaning from Jon's and Joel's play until she started losing the sense of her surrounding. Jon wasn't going hard on her and let her have her own pleasure without going full on action until Joel decided to switch. "Get down here." She pulled Alina beside her and Jon was now sitting on the bed with the two between his legs. Joel held Jon's dick and put it in front of Alina's face, who paused for a second. She is now the closest she could get to little Jon that was fully awakened. "We do it like this." Joel started teaching Alina her fellatio technique in front of the grinning Jon. He just sat and relaxed, enjoying the show of his lovers serving him for the first time. Alina was a bit competitive and didn't want to lose to Joel, so she threw all the shyness away and joined the glorious fellatio. Both were competing and luckily, Jon's dick was more than enough for two girls to play with. Jon was resisting the urge to flip the two girls around and start nailing them, but it was drawing closer any time now. Jon wouldn't go out on both Alina or Joel, unlike how he did it with Vittoria, who he destroyed completely to brand her as his own bitch, or how he does it with Ilishka, who was his personal sex guide. To him, Joel and Alina shouldn't be messed up that hard, or as he would feel guilty about it. In the end, he flipped them over on each other and went on Alina first. "Here I go, princess." Jon aimed the tip of his dick on Alina's pussy and went in. Alina made a struggling voice, but Joel was hugging her and fondling her breasts. Alina's pain was overtaken by pleasure and Jon could go in. He stayed still for a few seconds inside Alina until her inside got used to the intruder, then he started to move. Alina was screaming from pleasure with every time Jon moved. Jon himself was about to lose his mind a few times to her seductive moans and crazy jiggling body, so he chose to kiss her a few times, but he found himself being hugged by her arms and legs. Then he got pulled closer and closer. "Careful, careful." Jon didn't really want to harm Alina, but she didn't seem to mind it at all. Actually, his actions begged him to go harder. He also was impressed by how deep he could get in her. It was still not that much, but he liked it so much already. "All right. You asked for it." Jon hugged Alina back and sat with her facing. She started to slide down on his dick while breathing roughly, but suddenly, she pushed him back and rode atop of him. Relentless. "I like." Jon liked where this was going and started to watch Alina going up and down on her own. Joel joined in and stuck her back to Alina, helping her to go up and down. Words of pleasure escaped from Alina's mouth and squirted once and twice, but seemed to be still going. Jon nodded to her durability and decided to not be polite anymore. He moved his thighs and she started bouncing up and down with him until he cummed inside her. She also squirted at the same time as him and let herself lie on his body. Jon hugged her warmly, but Joel was already taking her turn too. She leaned forward and started kissing both Alina and Joel. Jon didn't seem to be tired at all and started playing with Joel. She was very horny and squirted more than Alina. The girls were too strong compared to all the other girl Jon slept with before. They recovered in an instant and wanted to go on again and again. That night, Jon could admit that he finally found the pair that could put him down in terms of sex on their own. Chapter 205, The Haven Cube Unlocked A/N, the second release. Sounds a bit dirty after the last chapter. The next day, Jon woke up with two naked girls on his left and right. The room was still warm and the magic in it was still flowing through it. Jon was still tired from all the night activity he went through and started drinking a whole keg of water on his own. He then looked at the two sleeping beauties and smiled. His two future wives are just the best in his eyes. Getting this lucky in this life feels way too good. He had everything he wished for, the power, the money, the girls. He knew he finally made a full life, but he understood that this is far from over. His achievements were not a thing his enemies wanted for him to keep. The report that got delivered to him this morning was the best reminder to him. Last night, a high elf tried to infiltrate into the Dare Dragon Company building and managed to reach the secure door of the laboratory. If not for the complicated magic lock on the door, the infiltrator would have broken into one of the most top-secret facilities in Winterhold. Jon was a bit angry, but he knew what that elf was after. He dressed right in a second and went to the Dare Dragon mercenary barracks in the east. "Fill me in," Jon asked his housecarl Trudvar. An annoying fellow, acting all arrogant and mighty even after getting caught. Typical high elf, what else? We found that on him. Trudvar handed Jon a magic scroll. The scroll was still sealed, as it was a common sense not to open an unappraised magic scroll. Jon checked the magic scroll for an instant and clicked his tongue. Tisk, a dispelling magic scroll, a very high grade. This scroll was a very simple but dangerous one. If the intruder used it on the laboratory's door, most of the magic rune would have been removed. Luckily, Jon had that door enchanted to reconstruct the magic rune on its own and initiate a lockdown if it was opened the wrong way. "Show me to the elf." Jon followed Trudvar to the underground cell under the barracks, and there he could see an elf with an arrogant look on his face. Jon didn't say anything and simply stepped into the cell. "You are the Thane of Winterhold, good, your filthy men dared to lay a finger on me? If I am not released this very second, you can't blame me for not." "Arg!" Jon simply punched the high elf. He looked with cold eyes to the prisoner and smiled. "So the Thalmor decided to move in such a time? What a shitty day." Jon walked to the high elf lying on the ground and stepped on his face while looking down on him. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" The high elf couldn't take the humiliation of being stepped on by a human and tried to react. Jon didn't give him time to do so and went down on the elf with all sorts of kicks and insults. "Bring the torturer here, I want him to have it hard." Trudvar nodded and went away for a second, then returned with a fat Reguard man carrying a small bag. Thane Jon, you finally have work for me. I am very pleased, haha. Richie, you sick bastard. I never thought for a day that I would ask for your help." Richie was the warden of Winterhold former prison, the Chill, and was also the executioner and the torturer. He was a short and a fat man with a sickening attitude. Jon didn't like that man one bit and kept him away, but Richie was always begging for Jon to use him as a warden or an executioner. With Richie's bad reputation, Jon preferred to keep him away, but he knew that he would need him one day, so he kept him close. The sickening tales about Richie were still vivid in the memories of some people in Winterhold, so Jon knew that this guy was sickeningly capable, and that was the time. "Make that elf sing all that I need to know." "Ha ha ha ha, Thane Jon, you only need to ask and Richie will deliver. Finally I can get a job too, ha ha ha, and an Altmer at that. What a day! What a day!" Jon left the high elf to Richie and went back to the company's building. Deep in his laboratory, Jon was sitting on a stool while playing with the Dwemerhaven cube in his hand. He was able to figure out the activation rune, but he understood that it needed a form of registration to make the cube recognize him as the owner of itself. Nefertiti was coming and going in her cat mode while playing with a rubber ball Jon made for her. She was supposed to be trained on shadow magic, but she was super bored from studying. Jon was bored too after failing to open the Dwemerhaven cube. He thought he was getting close, but each time he creates the magical rune he thinks is right, he finds something missing. At that time, he looked at Nefertiti, who was wholly given over to playing with the ball, and noticed something strange. The ball was clearly out of Nefertiti's reach, but suddenly, some strange black extensions came out from her paw and redirected the ball. "Hey!" Jon stood up and walked to Nefertiti. "Come here, girl." Jon caught the ball and Nefertiti came towards him. He held the ball up away from her and started waving it. "Now catch it." "Human! Give back, you meanie!" Nefertiti tried to catch the ball a few times until she did that thing again. Jon could see her claw extending and becoming longer while trying to catch the ball. He quickly caught her paw and checked it thoroughly. "What is that?" he asked. Nefertiti looked at her paw and tilted her head cutely. "Try to maintain it." Jon gave some of his magicka to Nefertiti and her shadow claws became stronger and more visible. "That's some cool shadow magic!" Jon exclaimed. "Shadow magic, Naya?" Nefertiti wondered. Jon nodded with a wide grin. Yikes! Shut up, magic is awesome, keep training on that move and I will give you a dried fish. Naya. Meow hates shadow magic. Really, you will get more fish, you know. A big fish with a dripping oily fat and a big bowl of milk. 2 fish. You little, fine, but you will only get an extra fish if you show a new trick, deal. Deal. Nefertiti was striking a new deal with Jon, who sat with a wide grin after finally convincing her to practice the shadow magic. By the way, how did you come up with that Shadow Claw's trick? Jon asked. Don't know. Meow just wanted to reach it. Jon started thinking about what Nefertiti said of just wanted to do it and reached his hand to the Dwemerhaven cube. With the simplest magic rune, he unlocked the cube with the intention of just wanting to go into it and he is in. Holy freaking moly! This place rocks! It was like a large cubic Dwemer-style stone room with faint lighting and a strange smell. It was simply very empty and very cold. Damn! This place needs a room. With just an idea in his head, 2 walls started being formed in the cube as they seemed to be there all along. They left a small gap between them to be the room's entrance. I see now, so this cube has that function too. Jon looked at the cube in his hand with a smile until he realized what was wrong. Why is it in my hand? Jon wondered about it for a while, then he felt like he wanted to go back to the laboratory right away. Applying the same way he entered, Jon found himself out once again with the cube still in his hand. He didn't understand what just happened, but it didn't seem to be that dangerous to go in the cube. It also seemed that there is another version from the cube in the cube that acts as the control panel to the interior of the cube to the cube, while the real cube is not really in the cube. How cubic! Jon thought to himself. Jon then aimed the cube at some scrap pieces of metal in the corner and it all got sucked in by the cube. Jon was impressed by the cube and decided to look into it while not going in. He tried to change the magical runes and it really was possible. He only closed his eyes and the scrap pieces of metal could be seen inside the cube. He aimed the cube to the outside once again and let the scrap pieces out. The next trial was Nefertiti. Jon aimed the cube at her and she got sucked in. Human, meanie. Jon could hear after he checked the inside of the cube. Nothing wrong there. My ball is not here. Here you go. Humph. Now make meow a small house. The silly cat started bossing Jon around, so he kicked her out of the cube. Okay, now I want you to focus, tell me what will happen. Jon entered the cube physically, then went out again. He then looked at Nefertiti and asked. Human went poof, then came again with no fish. Tisk, what about the cube? Cube went poof, but it was still around. Meow could feel it. I see. Jon analyzed it based on Nefertiti's extraordinary sensing ability that the cube keeps itself in another frequency of reality when the user is in. No wonder I could tell what's on the outside too. Jon thought about it and arrived at the fact that the cube is already an overpowered artifact. Okay, come here. Jon held Nefertiti up and made her control the cube, then told her how to use it. According to what he knows, Nefertiti could copy some of his powers and his magical fingerprint too. She was very connected to him by soul and she can even use magicka from his magicka pool like an extension to him. And now, she could use the unique artifact that only recognized him as its owner. Nefertiti managed to store things in the cube and get things out of it too. If someone other than my cutie can do that, I would have shouted them to pieces. Jon said and hugged Nefertiti intimately. He was really pleased that her connection with him was growing stronger day by day. It was a blessing any cat lover would kill for. Jon held the cube and looked at it with a grin. He was happy to have such a convenient tool, even so its appearance was very attractive and was hard to be hid. Unless... Jon tried to check more of the mysteries about the cube, and as if it was answering its master saying you are right. Jon's order to the cube to change its appearance was answered right away. The cube took another form and turned into a ring, then a necklace, then circlet. This thing has endless potential. I bet Lord Fyr was grinding his teeth when I took it. No, he wasn't, and it was true that the cube has a lot of potential with the feature Jon unlocked so far. "Human, someone coming," Nefertiti said. Jon made the cube into a ring and decided to call it the Haven Ring from now on, then turned to open the lab's door. It was Trudvar who was about to knock the door. "Oh, boss. Report." The elf talked. Jon nodded and turned around to pick up his coat and told Nefertiti to follow. In the Dare Dragon mercenary barracks, Jon was sitting on a chair with Jon in his hand. Opposite to him, a high elf knelt on his knees with a pale face and some horrified expressions. Fatty Richie was smiling and acting all proud in front of Jon as if bragging about his work. From the report, it seemed that the Thalmor wanted to know what does the Firemans and the Dare Dragon Company are planning for the summer raid on Japhet's Folly. "For some reason, you guys are interested in it. Don't you know why?" Jon asked. The elf shook his head in fear right away. This level of cooperation was indeed something. Jon never would have thought that a high elf, let alone a Thalmor, would be this timid in front of a human. "Just what the hell did you do?" Jon looked at Fatty Richie in wonder. There was not a single trace of blood from the elf. Richie seemed to be taken aback and put his bag down. "If Thane Jon is interested, I will demonstrate once again." Richie took out a few leather strips, a skin tube, some smooth poles and a lot of weird stuff. "You know what? I don't even want to know." Jon had a few ideas about how their toys were used and didn't want any confirmation. He paid Richie and promised to make his job a full-time one if he kept quiet about it. Jon went out and Trudvar followed him. "Go wake up the Firemans, Angium and Mjol. Tell them we are raiding some close Thalmor hideout." "Yes, boss." Jon decided to go to Wulfr's house and wake him up, then go to his house and take the beauties with him too. Still, while he was walking, he started thinking of Japhet's Folly and its riches. He then looked at the Haven Ring in his left and to Nefertiti that was carried on his right. He looked left and right, left and right, left and right, then he smiled. A devilish idea just came to his mind. Chapter 206, Against the Thalmor, 1. It was still the morning, the sun has barely dyed the sky with its light and those who had early jobs were barely just waking up. I, however, was going around the streets in the morning to check on things. I may not sound like a caring ruler as I mostly leave the secondary matters to the management department in the company, but I somehow care about the town in my own way. For example, this morning I found a damaged part of the road that no one seemed to be going to fix. I had to highlight that place for the employees that are responsible for fixing the roads. Also, a house was badly damaged due to a storm and the residences were too poor to handle the repairs. Here where I had to come in. Don't get me wrong, this is not me showing off my charitable heart, this is basically a part of my job description as the holder of the title of a Thane, and I take my job very seriously. With my morning patrol/warm-up complete, I took my way to wake up the sleepy heads. Wulfr's house was on the opposite side of mine and it was smaller as Wulfr himself didn't the hard to clean places even though I offered him to have some servants, but Wulf values privacy. In front of his door, I knocked on with a style. Knock no knock knock knock. Strangely, he wasn't awake yet. A few seconds later, I heard some movements from inside. Normally, Wulfr's place is like my place, so I opened the door anyway. "Hey, Wulf, I am coming in." Just as my head went in, a strangely familiar-looking fist was thrown to my direction. Too late to avoid it anyway. "Hey, you didn't have to punish him." A voice spoke, a feminine one. Sorry, I was nervous." That dumb voice is Wulfr. That punch. I'd recognize it anywhere, it's Wulf's punch. Still, why does it hurt like this? I opened my eyes and understood the situation immediately. Sigh, kids. In front of me, Wulfr and Porna were hanging their heads down. "So, you guys slept together?" They both nodded. It seemed that Porna spent the night at Wulfr's place. "Okay, I understand you guys are shy about it, I also understand that you don't want anyone to know." They both nodded. Fine. Still, what I don't understand is why I got punched. They both looked at each other and seemed a bit awkward. Sorry, man. You know, Wolf loves his privacy. Wolfer spoke in a third-person style. I won't forgive you even if you speak like a Khajiit. Tisk. That didn't work. I let out a sigh because of this guy's insolent behavior. Okay, Porna, can you go and wake Alina and Joel up? Yes, right away. She said and went out running. I watched her going out, then looked at Wolfer and winked at him. He foolishly smiled like an idiot. An opening. Swoosh, I kicked his guts when he didn't expect at all. Arg. Why? Pay back, bitch. The morning was a bit peaceful, so I took the chance to fool around with Wolf for a bit, then went to the company and geared up together. Wolfer was trying a new warmer today and its weight was something to behold. What did you made that from? Steel, steel, and more steel. I love it. Don't you feel like you need a new weapon? Your saber and hammer are really getting outdated. Now that you mention it, I only have that powerful staff we acquired from Viermina in Quagmire and my traveling armor that I acquired from Herson. Let me think if I know about some good artifact hiding here or there. Fine, just saying if you want anything custom forged. Nope, the forging is not my current problem, I need some good enchanted gear. To tell the truth, I really need a serious upgrade to my gear. Savior's Hide and the Skull of Corruption are the best pieces of gear I have. The best sword I have is a katana called Bowler's Oath Blade and I'll be carrying it around from now on. I stored my stuff in the Haven Ring and went to the meeting held on the 4th floor. In the meeting room, Joel, Alina, Wolfer, Porna, Njord, Jonred, Hilda, Brenda, Nefertiti, Nurina, Mjol, Trudvar, and Angium were all present. Okay, everyone, sit down. As everyone sat down, Porna approached Wolfer and whispered something for him. He looked at me with eyes wide open, then looked at Alina and Joel. I grinned at him, confirming what he heard. What is the big deal about it, I wonder? You are not the only one to gift your girlfriend a mithril artifact, so don't think that you are the only one who had some romantic night. The two of us weren't the only one who had a pink night too. Some people were glowing this day more than yesterday, so take a hint, damn it. Anyway. What is the big deal, boy? Nurina asked. I looked at Trudvar and he nodded to me. With that, he stood up and started the report. It was about the Thalmor spy and what we extracted from him, the location of the other Thalmor spies, their contacts, their purpose, some other strategic information and some plans regarding how to deal with them. So, you want to send the Thalmor away? Killing them off is better than leaving them around. This will send a message that we are not playing nice with them. If we let them be, they will become bolder and infest the area with their spies. The discussion kept going in favor of my opinion. Good, count me in. Jonred agreed with me and put his golden katana on the table. So you are not giving any face to the Thalmor? Angium asked. Fuck the Thalmor, I said. Hee hee. I am in too. Angium put his axe on the table. What about the Empire? Their spies are still around. Acting so rashly will make them hold one against you. Njord asked. Fuck the Empire, I said. Haha, why am I loving this? Njord put his spear on the table. So you don't think that moving this early would make them lump you with Ulfric? Brenda asked. Fuck Ulfric, I said. Cousin, you have my axe. Brenda said and put her axe on the table too. Everyone stood up with their weapons drawn with a bloodthirsty air around us. We moved that night leading a small force of 200 Dare Dragon mercenaries, and our target was the coast near Isgrammar's tomb. The ones who didn't follow were Nurina because she was the one to watch over Winterhold when I am not around, and Hilda because she didn't feel well this morning. Other than that, we traveled into two groups, the main group under the lead of Njord and Wolfer, and the stealthy unit under Jonred and I. So, you made a pact with a saber cat. I talked with Jonred, who was carrying a large snow saber cat that looked really fearsome. His name is Hans, a really friendly one. Jonred said while patting Hans. What about Gulliver? I asked about Jonred's cat. Lazing around at home, cats aside, when did you acquire such a nice blade? Jonred pointed to the katana I was carrying. Belonged to one of you blades, its owner left it over a shrine of Talos and an oath on it, last I know he died to the Thalmor chasing him. Jonred looked sad for a while then talked again. Do you know which brother that oath blade belonged to? I think his name was Asilius Bowler. I see, so that's Bowler's oath blade. It is, you know the man. Met him once or twice in Cloud Ruler Temple, didn't know much about him but he was another good brother that we lost. I see, do you want the blade? No, you keep it. A blade's katana with you is better than to be with some random adventurer. Bowler wouldn't be any happier seeing his blade being carried in a campaign to kill his enemies. It will bring him comfort. Jonred's voice was a bit nostalgic. So, you didn't tell me, if the blades were to be reformed again one day, would you go and join them? I asked a question that was on my mind for a while. Jonred paused for a bit then shook his head. If the blades were ever formed again, I doubt it would be for the same true purpose it was originally formed for. You mean slaying dragons and guiding a dragonborn? Jonred nodded. You can say so. What if that true purpose came up once again? Hehe, that's a good question, boy. Well, I am an old man now, if a dragon break ever happened, it would be every man's duty to stand up and fend off against dragons. If a dragonborn appeared, then every man's duty and honor is to aid him or her towards their path. It is not really a blade's thing to fight dragons and aid the dragonborn. But if the organization was formed once again with that purpose present, I don't think I have what it takes to go back. I am a father and husband now, you know. I see. His answer is logical, and good. Good answer, old man. I didn't really want him to get along with the blades when they come back to the world again, it wouldn't make me feel comfortable. Jonred was looking at me and trying to figure out the reason for my question. I had to divert the topic. This golden katana you carry around, what is its origin? Oh. Good eyes, you are curious about it. Well, it looks cool. Sure it does, have you ever heard of Goldbrand? With these words, my head went completely blank. When I confirmed what I heard, I looked at Jonred again. Fuck. Did you just say Goldbrand? What is Goldbrand? Goldbrand is an ancient artifact, which takes the form of a golden katana. It was created by the dragons of the north. According to the legends of Thieves, it was given to a great knight who was sworn to protect the dragons. It contains the power of the Daedric prince Boethia, and burns those that it strikes. One more legend about that sword was that it was wielded in the Battle of the Red Ring by Emperor Titus Mede II. All in all, it is a top-quality Daedric artifact. Calm down, calm down. This is not Goldbrand. Oh, you startled me, old man. Don't do that again, I have a weak heart. Then what is that? This is a replica of Goldbrand that a friend gifted me. A replica? Well, not as good as the original but it doesn't lose to your medium or low quality Daedric artifact. Damn. I want a replica too. Well, the current owner of the real Goldbrand is my friend Gulmit. Remember him? Gulmit? The one we met in Dawnstar with you and Tyr. That was even before I become the Thane of Winterhold, it was when Jonred called himself Old John and taught me the battle spirit or the aura. That's him. Damn. Just who is that man? Chapter 207, Against the Thalmor, 2, A/N, every 5,000 votes, there will be an extra chapter. Night fell at the coastline of Winterhold. The chilly breeze of the Sea of Ghosts made it impossible for people to survive the damnable cold weather without the company of fire and the cover of furs. Most people, not all people though, Nords can chug on a bottle of mead and walk around with one layer of clothing as if it is the mid of sun's height, July. That night, a band of high elves camped near the coastline under the cover of rocks and made a camp to warm themselves. Among them at the most central area was a high elven officer named Aranya. She was the leading officer of this camp and with orders to gather information about the new Nordic force rising in Winterhold. Aranya always had a bad feeling about this quest. The higher-ups sent a very mediocre force under her lead to investigate the new threat in the east with no real backup whatsoever. She only had her partner Ilinar who had infiltrated into Winterhold 3 nights ago. The mission went like this: each one of them would go into Winterhold for a week and act as one of the refugees coming from Winterhold. With her talent, Aranya performed very well in the first week and gathered a lot of valuable information about the Thane of Winterhold and his group. There was an imperial contact waiting for her in Winterhold and provided her with all the information that happened in the meeting between Winterhold's top brass, the Empire's envoy and the Stormcloak faction. The information she got her hands are really valuable and enough guarantee her enough merits for a promotion in the ranks. The problem was her partner Ilinar. He was as arrogant mare and the source of her headache. He would always go and brag endlessly about himself in every occasion. Aranya always wondered why would their direct superior, Justicia or Linhui, would always tag them up together in a team. She is twice as talented and hard-working than this Ilinar. Still, orders are orders. In order to root out any real threat in Skyrim, Aranya had to swallow the bitter pill and do her job. Speaking of, her report was still halfway through done and she was a bit worried about some certain events. An Altmiri master alchemist appeared in Winterhold. That mare was known for his radical beliefs about the man-mare relationship as he lived in one of the most damnable cities of men, Windhelm, the city that witnessed a lot of abuse against mare in its past and present, and also this mare has taken an apprentice from the men, which meant he was passing knowledge that should have put into the benefit of his race. Such an individual is an assassination target to the Thalmor, but him being in Windhelm kept him away from harm as Eastern Skyrim was not that welcoming to high elves. It was easy to send some assassins but it was not worth it till now. With the rising force in Winterhold that is seen as a threat, something had to be done, but any stupid action right now would alert those people. Agent Aranya discovered some people who were very alert to her movement and spotted her more than one time. If not for the imperial contact she had, it would have been impossible to move easily. Another piece of news in her report was the individual power of the Thane of Winterhold as well as his close circle. No one had any solid information, but the man was treated like a hero in the eyes of the people. It was said that he could turn the tide of any battle, and like his surname, he was very daring in his actions, qualities that would prove that he is going to be a true headache if left alone. Other than that, the force of Winterhold was diverse and highly trained. There was always a training going on in the mercenary camp of the Dare Dragon mercenaries, and their ships were always moving in the sea. Rumors were that the ships were always engaging with pirates for the sake of training. This meant that the troops of Winterhold have tested their mettle in battle and tasted blood a few times. This is enough to give them the needed experience for any bloody conflict yet to come. The problem here was that the Thane of Winterhold was very cautious in politics despite him being a Nord. He refused to take part in the religious conflict between Eastern Skyrim and the Empire and came up with the old pantheon as an excuse. The Temple of Kine was a dangerous entity that the Thalmor didn't see coming. All the gods of the humans are equally dangerous. Worshipping Kine is also the same as worshipping the demon Doomdrum, Lorkhan, whom the Nords call Shor. Whether it is Talos or Shor, worshipping these gods needs to be stopped as soon as possible for the sake of fulfilling the ultimate goal of the Thalmor. Agent Aranya ended her report with these warnings to her superiors and requested a swift eradication for the new force in Winterhold. As soon as she ended the report and sealed it, she went out of her tent while cursing the damnable cold of this freezing wasteland. She looked to the east and begged her partner Ilinar to be here as soon as possible. She actually left nothing for him to investigate as she was hoping to hoard all the credit for herself. What worried her actually was that Ilinar would go desperate and try something reckless like going into one of the red zones. These zones are places that got marked as dangerous to infiltrate because of the heavy security on them, such as the new alchemy shop and the Dare Dragon headquarters and barracks. Aranya tried to infiltrate one of those places, but she found that there was a presence that was about to obliterate her if she stepped further into the place. This is how sensitive to magic high elves are. Even though she still didn't awaken her highborn power, the awakened power would allow high elves to have more magicka and a very high-speed magicka regeneration. All Thalmor executioners are awakened individuals with a power that are considered something with a tactical and strategic value. Actually, an officer like her was under one of those extraordinary elves. His name was Justiciar Linwi and he was nearby with some of his trusted officers as he refused to stay in this camp for some reason. Aranya sat beside a fire and waited for the return of Eleanor to get this mission over with. She was surrounded by some soldiers from the Dominion that weren't really anything impressive at all compared to the Thalmor soldiers. One must note that the Thalmor are the ruling faction of the Aldmeri Dominion, so any Dominion soldier was much lower in rank compared to an elite Thalmor soldier. Hours passed and Aranya's head started to feel heavy. She checked her surroundings one last time and made sure that all the soldiers were sober before going to her tent. At that moment, she heard the sound of something tearing through the air. She looked behind her and conjured a shield to get ready to whatever that was. To her shock, tens of arrows mowed down on their small camp and started reaping the lives of the soldiers around her. Battle stations! She shouted at the top of her voice and the camp became lively in a second. Elite soldiers or not, high elves are not the foe to be made light of. Their reaction was fast and accurate. Every one of them was at least a seasoned soldier with 70 years of experience under their belt. Compared to Nords who would be middle-aged people at that time, high elves are not to be looked down upon, well, in most cases. The sound of arrows breaking through the air was heard once again faster than expected and another spray of projectiles started killing the soldiers around Aranya. What are these? Bolts? Crossbows? That fast? Damn it, take cover. Take a hard cover. Shields and armors were no longer an option. The enemy was using fast crossbows that were unheard of. The power was much higher than the usual and the firing rate was scary. Aranya realized that they are under the attack of a new weapon. In truth, these were the lever-action crossbows. Jon kept their existence a low-profile matter as he didn't even hide them. He just gave some of the guards normal bows and other crossbows to make it look like not a big deal. In truth, these crossbows were a very scary weapon that only the trusted teams would carry around. Wulfur marked his enemies and devised a formation with the help of Njord, Brenda, and Porna. Advance! With his order, the Dare dragon troops started to advance in the snow under the cover of the shooters, with shields above their heads and a few shooters in the ranks. The troops used a mix of urban assault techniques and normal ones. With some mages in the ranks, they could corner the high elves and break into their camp. This was the battle of the big forces. However, in the shadows, many eyes were watching how this situation was unfolding to be. Jon hid himself and started giving orders and sending individuals for the true fight that is yet to come. Chapter 208, Against the Thalmor, 3, A/N, This my birthday, 22nd of January. I am freaking 24. Also, I am publishing extras for 5,000 votes. We can do it. Wulfur gave the orders to attack and the forces moved in an orderly fashion. A team started shooting to the heart of the Thalmor camp, a team started moving in the open with their shields up, and a small unit of mages was preparing to hammer down the defenses. The Dare Dragon mercenaries were very diverse. Jon encouraged the idea of learning magic and made many promotions are based on many requirements. Magic was one of them. In his small army each soldier can at least cast a spell or two, which was rather very impressive. The forces were the infantries, which were the armed forces carrying round Nordic shields and spears and armed with arming swords, which were similar to the Roman legion except in a Viking theme. The archers were mostly relying on the fast lever-action crossbows, and Jon trained them like the Ottoman Janissaries, arming them with a lot of bolts and deadly one-handed melee weapons. While not liking the idea of gunpowder Ottoman cannons to support his Janissaries, Jon's third official team was the living cannons, which are the cannon mages. Unlike other forces that used the mages as a high-grade unit, Jon's mages were elites who were solely trained on the AoE, area of effect, spells like Fireball. With these units, Jon created his balanced small army that relied on modern tactics. There were still the naval units, but Jon preferred the battleships, which were a perfect solution for all naval battles. Ongium, Mjol, and Trudvar were Wulfar's commanding officers that oversaw the assault with the ranged teams. Njord, Brenda and Porna Firemane were getting ready for joining the assault. "Commander, are you coming too?" Brenda asked Wulfar, who was carrying his oversized hammer. "Hell yes, Wulfar loves having fun." Wulfar smiled with a hint of bloodlust and walked forward in the lead. Brenda and Porna looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. All the men in their lives are warmongers, even the one who is not firemans or moonblades. Forward, men! Break their skulls and mash their bones. Whose sword is not bloody enough will get a good beating. Wulfar rallied the men who were used to his attitude. In the Thalmor camp, Agent Ornia heard the rallying and gathered her soldiers. "They are coming from the north, ready the traps. Archers, take the towers. Soldiers, spears and shields, spears and shields." The inner layout of the Thalmor camp was simple. They constructed a small camp enough to house the 300 soldiers they are here with. Part of their plan was to clash with the force in Winterhold, but it seemed and their number guaranteed total superiority in their opinion, but still, they were playing in the enemy's playground. Wulfar didn't like to wait for the enemies to prepare. Once he reached the nearest spot on the enemy's fortification, he ordered the smoke grenades to be thrown. These little toys were Jon's idea. Rather than the ability to blind the enemy and make a smoke screen, some of them can be colored and used to mark areas to receive the bombardment of mages. In this night, the moons didn't give enough light, so it was hard to see further than 10 meters ahead, but these weird grenades could make a glowing gas that could be seen in the darkness. Once the mage unit saw this signal, they understood that this is where they should blindly target. A barrage of fireballs mowed down on the defenses of the Thalmor camp, followed by loud explosions. Each fireball was fired from a staff provided by the company, so their power was guaranteed. In mere seconds, the wooden wall was completely obliterated. Attack! The defense of the Thalmor camp was in a disarray. Wulfar led the charge with his mighty hammer, followed by the 3 firemans and the Dare dragon infantries. Breaking through the fortifications, Njord sped past Wulfar to be the first who would face the Thalmor force. Aranya was holding her staff high, waiting for the best moment to destroy as many invaders as possible, while Neglection Njord, the lone Nordic berserker who wielded a spear and charged in alone. However, when Njord reached the defense line of the Thalmor, he spoke only 2 words. "Fuzz." Ro. Power was unleashed with his voice, and the elves in front of him were reduced on the ground after they flew away. Even though the Thursday he used was completely inferior compared to what Jon can display, it was still Thursday and Njord was still a talented tongue, even though this was all that he could display in this shout. The damage was done and Njord took down a lot of elves alone. Aranya got shocked, but she became infuriated after she realized what just happened. She tried to move the staff and aim her spell at Njord, but an arrow sought her arm, putting her down and dropping her staff on the ground. Fuck! The second line. Retreat to the second line. There was still enough time to reorganize. Aranya was injured, but she wasn't foolish enough to fight under such a state of shock. She knew that voice masters can't use their voice twice in a row, so there was no more of that dreadful shouting anytime soon. As soon as her troops retreated, Wulfar was already there with his men. "Don't give them the chance. Send them to oblivion. Glory to Winterhold. Sovngarde, you sons of bitches." Wulfar waved his hammer and sent 3 elves flying with their limbs broken to fine powder. Each time he waved his oversized heavy hammer, elves would meet their worst nightmares. "I am loving it, haha. Wulfar loves big hammers." He was totally in a berserk mode and he let out a golden aura. Even though he was a heavy warrior, Wulfar loved the holy aura that could heal him and make him fight more. He developed that aura after taking a special lesson from Hilda. His goal was to find a way to shield himself from the fire of the forge, but he ended up making a paladin-like aura. A blue aura rose from beside him and another hammer landed on an elf, sending him away. "Focus, damn it! Stop lusting over your hammer." Porna was already tired of his attitude with weapons. "I can't, this hammer is the best thing Jon designed so far." Wulfar is very happy. Wulfar didn't stop admiring the hammer and he waved it again and again at the elves. His image started to transform from the image of a paladin to a mad-blooded berserker. The firemen's troops were gaining ground faster and faster with the lead of the strong heroes buffing their morale. Njord looked at the far distance and nodded. Looks like the others are moving too, try to finish her as fast as possible. Acknowledged. The 3 commanding officers of the Dare Dragon followed his orders and moved the archers team to the fight too. At a time, Wulfur actually became tired from waving the heavy hammer. Even though he had tons of fun for real this time, he still couldn't find the perfect weapon that would suit him for good. He was somewhat depressed but still had a fight ahead of him to finish. Here, keep this for me. Wulfur dropped the hammer on a dying elf and took a sword from the ground. He joined the fight again and started his killing spree while testing a weapon after a weapon. In the end, most of the Thalmor died like flies and broke into small teams as they retreated to the tents. Wulfur advanced forward alone and faced a Thalmor officer in one-on-one battle. The officer was using magic but Wulfur would always throw a hidden knife at him which resulted to a pure melee in the end. Nonetheless, the elf was a crafty fighter. Wulfur had a sword and blocked the coming attack from the elf's sword with it. The countered with a kick to the guts. The elf didn't stop and stabbed at Wulfur's face despite being on a knee. Wulfur avoided and counter-attacked his sword's pommel sending the elf on his back. Agile as he seemed, the elf rolled backward as Wulfur was charging at him and slashed recklessly upward in a desperate attempt to send Wulfur away, which Wulfur blocked with the sword in his hand. Unfortunately, Wulfur's sword was not anything special and couldn't handle the elven sword in the Thalmor officer's hand. Tisk! Wulfur clicked his tongue and threw the broken sword away. The elf took the chance and slashed at Wulfur, who seemed to be completely not interested. Wulfur only waved his hand and slapped the elf away. How boring! He looked around to find any weapon and all he saw was an eating fork on a broken table. Wulfur picked it up and walked to the elf with no expressions. Human! Don't look down on me! Never! The elf couldn't take the humiliation of being slapped and walked over, but Wulfur already stabbed at him with the fork. The elf got a fork to his throat and died in a state of disbelief to a human. Impossible! Officer Telkar died just like that. 4 Dominion officers were hiding away far from Wulfur after seeing him kill an officer like that. Wulfur turned around and saw them and walked towards the tent they hid in slowly. Just as he reached it, he walked through its entrance and all could be seen from outside was his shadow moving around violently in the inn. A few seconds later, he walked out with the bloody fork in his hand. Who saw him first was Porna. Wolf, we are all done. Maybe I should ask Jon to design me a trident next time. Porna heard that and her eyes rolled upward, then walked away while cursing at Jon. Chief, we have a prisoner, the leading officer of the camp, a she-elf. Trudvar reported to Wulfur. Fine, tie her up well. Jon will be pleased. Wulfur said with an absent mind and started overseeing the cleanup. A few minutes ago, when Wulfur started attacking the camp, a few figures in heavy furs watched the situation on higher ground. Justiciar Linwi and his troops nodded to one another and started taking action. The Nords really came, hey? I didn't believe they would be this daring. A Thalmor officer spoke with respect to a tall elf in Thalmor robes. Heh, they are predictable. As soon as they discovered that idiot Eleanor, they came like hungry feral dogs. Justiciar Linwi replied with a smug smile on his face. But for Eleanor to be caught this fast, I can't help but be disappointed. Both Eleanor and Aranya are fools. Beside their mediocre talent, they couldn't even come up with a way to play these idiotic humans around. The officer around Justiciar Linwi started to mock their colleagues that were used as bait. It was true, Justiciar Linwi has sent some low-ranked officers with some Dominion soldiers to be a bait for the Nords. Aranya was a good officer, but she was a perfectionist and had a very competitive soul which always annoyed Linwi, while Eleanor was a fool alongside the other nobodies. They were the best to use against the Nords in Winterhold, who seemed to be not going out openly against the White Gold Concordat and planned to hinder the Thalmor in the shadows according to the spies. The best way was to catch them red-handed and to ambush them while they are attacking the Thalmor camp. as long as the Thalmor could take some Nord prisoners back, they could use them to prove that the faction in Winterhold is a danger to the peace between the Aldmeri Dominion and the Empire, then use the Empire to fight them. After all, humans killing humans and the elves watching from the side is the new play the Thalmor came with. Humans are already foolish enough and had the numbers that the elves can no longer fight against, let them chip each other lives away while the elves recover. It was one of the problems the Thalmor always had in mind. Even though the elves have long lives and can use these lives to perfect their combat or magic, their birth rate was very much lesser than that of the humans. Jon was also aware to the fact that the long-living cells would focus more on survival rather than reproduction, which meant that the losses that the elves suffered in the Great War 23 years ago were still having their effect on the elven society, while the humans had already another generation of soldiers to replenish their armies. This is why the Thalmor are rather hesitant to start another great war, as they can guarantee the quality but not the quantity, and they will always try to control the humans to make them fight one another in order to recover in peace on their own. Justiciar Lenwi used his soldiers as a bait without thinking, as he believed that elves are much better than humans anyway. Even if the humans ambushed, the elves can react and turn the tide. One of the reasons why he took his best officers and retreated on a higher grounds to watch the elves obliterate the humans and brag about it. Still, he couldn't be more wrong. The elves were falling like flies. He kept his face solemn in front of his experienced officers, but he was about to slap himself a million times now. Fine, playtime is over, let's move and end this shameful display. Justiciar Lenwi ordered his officer and moved swiftly to save what is left from the elves in the camp. Each elf in the Dominion army, low-life or not, were important no matter what the others think of. This was the unwritten iron rule after the Great War, as more elven resources can't be wasted anymore. Once Justiciar Lenwi and his officers reached the location for firing their spells on the Nords, they all started to raise their staves and aim at the Nord team down there. Suddenly, one of the officers fell from his place on the ground. What is happening? Timon, answer me! An officer ran to his fallen friend and started shaking him. Once he turned him around, they found that the marehead was opening his eyes with no breath or reaction. Time stopped for a second and everyone fell silent. The only thing that reminded the Thalmor team with themselves was a strange sound that they didn't expect hearing in a frozen wasteland. Meow! All turned around with their weapons drawn to the source of the sound. A black cat with glowing blue eyes sat on her buttock and tilted its head innocently. She turned her face down and started licking her front paw. Under the paw she lifted up, a small puddle of blood could be seen. The cat raised her face up and glared with its eyes to the elves, who forgot to breathe. With that glare, she faded into darkness as if she sank in her own shadow. Chapter 209, Against the Thalmor. 4. Horror of the Skull. Vote 5,000 stones for an extra. We are close. The cat raised her face up and glared with its eyes to the elves, who forgot to breathe. With that glare, she faded into darkness as if she sank in her own shadow. Silence took over the place despite the noise coming from the small battle between the Thalmor and the Dare Dragon Company. The elven officers tried to look around for the small cat-like beast that killed one of their comrades. Don't wander around, form a defensive formation, the enemy has spotted us and they are using demonic arts. Justiciar Lenwi couldn't help but shout at his officers. He needed them to be in full awareness, not to fall in panic. Damn it! How is that possible? Justiciar Lenwi inwardly wasn't believing that he got ambushed like that. These men must be using some cowardly tactic of some sort. He kept scanning the area around with his magic and found some traces to the east. 100 meters, fire. With these short words, Justiciar Lenwi gave rapid orders and his officers followed immediately. A few lightning spells dashed from their staves and landed exactly where Lenwi pinpointed, but no confirmation on a hit was received. Damn it! Justiciar Lenwi now sensed a real movement, and it was opposite to where he thought it would be. A second later, the attackers showed themselves. Roar! With a mighty beast roar, a large snow saber cat emerged out from the snow and jumped at one of the large-bodied officers. In a mere second, the saber cat swooped another 2 officers and mowed down the large officer with its fangs. Trying to put on some resistance, the officer activated a close-ranged magic on the saber cat, but out of nowhere, a golden sword cut his hands off in a clean arc. The wielder of the blade was riding on the saber cat. Once he killed the large elf like nothing, he directed his attention to Justiciar Linwi right away. Justiciar Linwi coped on with the situation immediately and directed his staff at Jonred, trying to cast a spell as soon as possible. Humph! Jonred snorted in disdain and waved his sword once again towards Justiciar Linwi. A whip of flame was released towards Linwi at the same time he cast a lightning spell. The two magics collided, resulting Jonred's triumph. Linwi's staff flew away by the shock of the clash and he was sent a couple of meters to the back. Using that force, Linwi managed to rotate himself in the air, then grabbed a scroll from his robe. Once he faced Jonred again, he opened the scroll and a large-scale frost magic in it was released at Jonred. Tisk! Cheaters! Jonred clicked his tongue and inhaled as much air as he could. However, what he exhaled was a fiery breath resembled that of dragons. What? The King of Ash? Linwi recognized the skill right away. This was something only written about in tales, but this is with no doubt the fire breath skill, something only dragons and dragon knights can use. The only known dragon knight in these parts is an old nemesis of the Thalmor and a former blade agent, the King of Ash, Jonred Firemane. Linwi's spell was broken and he retreated even more. Once he could get a breather and face Jonred once again, he noticed that one of his officers was sneaking behind Jonred. Linwi decided to make an opening for that officer and started spamming fast spells at Jonred. Jonred didn't hesitate and started dueling Linwi with his flame magic. The officer that was sneaking behind Jonred caught the chance and jumped at Jonred, aiming his dagger at Jonred's neck. Die, filthy human! Jonred didn't even react. In a split of a second, a silver bolt came out of nowhere and hit the Thalmor officer in his forehead, sending him away like a ragdoll. The officer's body landed on a nearby rock with the bolt in his head, pinning him on it. Thanks, daughter. Jonred said in a lazy tone. You welcome, father. A few tens of meters away, Jolinar was aiming her crossbow at the dead elf and nodded to herself with a grin. Let's not laze around, kill them all. Jon appeared beside Joel with his hand on the katana sword, Bowler's Oath blade. With his order, Joel and Alina nodded. Behind them, a few figures emerged and followed Jon's lead. These were Team Zero, Jon's personal guards. The group was around 20 people who all charged out of the snow. As they were running, a small black figure joined them from the side. During the charge, Nefertiti started to enlarge, turning into her beast form. Let's go, partner. Joel ran and jumped on Nefertiti's back. Nefertiti was not as large as Jonred's saber cat, but carrying someone as light as Joel was a piece of cake. Joel switched to her small spear and aimed it forward, then threw it at the nearest Thalmor officer. The spear hit splendidly and Joel jumped from Nefertiti, performing a flying kick at the Thalmor officer, then retrieved her spear. Just as she landed, she aimed the spear and threw it again. It wasn't over yet. She switched to a short sword and a buckler, then joined the fight. The crown of the Valkyrie on her head shone in a silver gleam and her skin started changing color from ashen grey to shining silver. Joel dived into the enemies, cutting through them left and right. Her attacks were empowered by her aura and the crown on her head. I am not falling behind. Alina used her wind magic and stormed the other side of the Thalmor officers. She unleashed a large cyclone of wind that threw the elves to the air. She entered to the eye of the cyclone and unsheathed her two moon sabers. In an artistic style, she drew arcs of blood with her swords. Once she had enough slashing, she touched the Firekeeper mask on her eyes with a finger and red veins started to form on its design. Pitiful screams and wails of help sounded from inside Alina's cyclone, but they died down in no time. Once her cyclone went out of magicka, around 10 elves could be seen in puddles of their blood that came out of their eyes, noses, ears and skin. Some even killed themselves to rid themselves of the pain they suffered. On another side, Nefertiti was advancing through the Thalmor with agile steps. She could use two styles of shadow magic now. The first is to travel through shadows by sinking into any shadow and moving from a shadow to another, including hers and Jon's. The second is to form claws, fangs and scales all made of shadows on her body. Nefertiti formed 2 large fangs, extended her claws and made some sharp scales on her back and tail. One wave of her limbs could break armors and dent weapons, but Nefertiti preferred keeping things simple and target the gaps of the armors. With the speed and agility she had, she jumped like a demon between the officers, killing them one by one. Jon and his team arrived last. He had no wind magic to fly with or could ride on the fast Nefertiti. Damn it! Leave some for me. Jon pushed out his green aura of madness and taunted all the remaining officers. They charged at him with mad expressions. Die, human! Filthy Nord, we will eradicate your race. Jon smiled and put his hand on Bowler's oath blade. This blade had an oath on it to kill the Thalmor, and this was the perfect moment to avenge and honor its previous owner. Jon drew the katana the right way and wielded it with 2 hands. Once the first officer came close enough, Jon slashed horizontally. Slash! A body and a head got separated and fell on the ground. Slash slash slash! Each time Jon slashed, another body and head would go in separate ways. Just like that, Jon mindlessly killed over 15 Thalmor officers on his own. Man! Katanas are really stupid. What kind of a sword can only slash and not stab? Jon seemed to be dissatisfied with katanas. Unlike how the media in his past life made the katanas appear like the sexiest weapons ever, Jon hated the shit out of that weapon. Even Wolfer himself described them as defect products. Want to switch with one of my sabers? Alina came behind Jon and offered him a weapon. No, thanks. Even though I am a longsword kind of guy, I will go with magic for now. Jon put Bowler's oath blade back into his haven ring and took out the Skull of Corruption, the infamous staff of the Daedric Lord Viermina. Alina saw that staff and got some cold shivers in her spine. The staff looked like as if it was made of short straight bones attached up together, the joints with bone spurs coming out from them. The top of the staff had a horned skull with demonic features that made it look like the most horrifying thing ever. A/N https://ib.co/dbdk37 and here is a pic. Once Jon wielded the Skull of Corruption, its eyes glowed with a green light and made it look scarier than it already is. Retreat! With Jon's order, Team 0 along with Nefertiti, Alina, Jonred, and Jolinar all retreated behind Jon. The Thalmor thought they were gaining an advantage, but what met them was Jon aiming his staff at them. Now, let's see what this skull can do. The skull had a few strange abilities that its wielder can use rather than using the staff to cast stronger spells. These abilities were Dream Steal, Walking Nightmares, and Psychic Agony. To use the latter 2 powers, the user needed to use the first one to charge the skull by stealing the dreams of the sleeping people and replacing them with nightmares. Jon had the best source of dreams, which was Winterhold's prison. He went out every night and collected the dreams of the guilty to torment them without feeling bad about it, one of the reasons why Jon hunted many bandits lately. Now, with the staff charged, Jon can use the other 2 abilities. Jon waved the staff at the Thalmor agents and cast Walking Nightmares. What appeared was something unspeakable, as if the Thalmor agents were cloned. Another band of identical Thalmor agents appeared on the side of Jon. Even Jonred and those who were around Jon retreated in a panic, not understanding what happened just now. The Thalmor themselves were in a state of utter shock, seeing mirror images of themselves on the side of the enemy. Attack! With Jon's command, the clones on his side attacked their originals in the most confusing scene ever. Each clone picked its own original and targeted it solely with equal power and equal skill. Jon's lips curved up. This staff cost me a lot of nights to charge, and its power isn't half bad, much better than the game. A/N, take note that I mixed the power of the staff from the lore with the effects from the game, check the UESP wiki. The fight kept going and going. Jon was fully focused on how was it going. If a clone killed its original, he would immediately send it away. If an original killed a clone, then he would send a lightning strike spell from the staff to take down that weakened original. Finally, the clones killed all the enemies in front of Jon, not entirely all of them, as the last mare standing was the injured Justiciar Linwi, who barely defeated his clone. Amazing, right? For this single artifact to create such a fascinating power. Jon walked towards Justiciar Linwi with a wide grin. Damn you! Justiciar Linwi cursed at Jon while kneeling on the ground in pain. Don't get me wrong, you are a good mage, I would have enjoyed fighting you, but let's just say that all is fair in love and war. Jon aimed the skull at Justiciar Linwi and used its last power, Psychic Agony. Justiciar Linwi fell on his back and started squirming on the ground while screaming more loudly than he ever screamed in his life. The pain was so all-consuming that he no longer cared about his so-called elven superiority and would actually beg Jon to stop if he could. It was as if 1,000 hot knives cut through his flesh and skin. Alina walked beside Jon and looked at Linwi's state. It was the same thing she could cause with her eyes, a state of intense psychological torture to the point that its effect would appear on the physical body. While channeling the spell to his heart's content, Jon noticed that the power of the staff started fading. It seems that the staff had run out on dreams. Now the skull can only act as a powerful magical staff until it gets charged with dreams once again. Justiciar Linwi woke up from his pain in a haggard state. His appearance was so miserable as he almost sank in his sweat and filth. Jon looking down on him caused him an unspeakable horror, as if he saw a monster from the deepest of oblivion. In pitiful screams and horrified shrieks, Justiciar Linwi started crawling on the snow trying to get away from Jon. He would go insane if he ever met Jon once again. He can't take it anymore. His mind was clouded with all sorts of fear, and survival was his sole purpose. In all his days he never was this scared. Jon looked at him, mocking the pitiful appearance of the elf. He flicked his fingers, spoke. Bring him alive. Shackle his magicka and gag his mouth. In sync steps, the members of Team Zero moved like shadows towards Justiciar Linwi, dragging him back and beating him left and right. Jon turned around and stored the skull of corruption in his haven ring. He looked at the direction of Wulfr's team to see that everything has ended on that side too. Let's clean up and go home. Chapter 210, To a New Adventure. Cleaning the battlefield was done mostly by Alina. She summoned a strong storm that buried everything under a mound of snow. The Thalmor camp was looted and every trace of their existence was erased. All right, good job, everyone. Trudvar will oversee the rewards based on the merits of today. Also, those who are injured are going to receive an extra raise based on the injury. Yet. Savant-Guard. Boss. 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 The men started cheering on their own once again. Thanks. Thanks. I am happy that you are happy, but remember, today never happened. If anyone asks, then you know what to say. Bandits. That's right, which is not far from the truth anyway. If any tiny piece of rumor went out, I will figure out who said it. Kapik. Kapik. Good men. My relationship with the troops of Winterhold was very good. I trained them many times and kept them close most of the time. These troops are my important brothers and sisters after all. I had to keep them under the impression that their boss is an approachable person who treats them fairly all the time. I can tell many of their names, with the help of the system of course, and offered them a lot of free education in magic. I also helped them with their family and health matters and offered them the best of Winterhold's services. Even though that was the case, I also added limitations to what the mercenaries can do and have to limit their greed. It was a very well-studied system to keep everyone in line. After finishing with the general tasks, I went to the tent in the camp that is now ours. There were my top officers gathered alongside the two prisoners we had in our grasp. Apparently, their names are Aranya for the female agent and Linwi for the male agent. How is the loot? Perfect, better than perfect. We took a lot of elven gear this day to the point that it will sink me with work. Wulfr loves work though. Wulfr said with a pleased face. Okay, bro. I am happy for you. Smelt all of them and make us some good products. Noted. Hey, I was thinking. That's dangerous. Very funny. Can you design me a trident? This guy. What weird idea is he dragging me into this time? Jon, if you ever design something new for him, you won't hear the end of it. Horna came out of nowhere and threatened me with a dagger. Okay. Geez. The hell is going on between you guys? I don't want to know, but get a hold of yourself, man. That hammer you made last time is very good. Well, it is too heavy. Just find yourself some good sword and use it as a secondary. I am making a big order in the coming days, so make sure to be free. What? Want a new weapon? Me? Nat, I will go look for a certain sword in a few days, you will tag along. Fine. The meeting in the tent was concluded fast. Cousin Brenda took her men and went back to the Moonblade clan. We from the Dare Dragon Company and the Firemen's rode in front of the troops back to Winterhold. That was one hell of a staff, kid. Jonred was riding beside me on his saber cat. Dreadful, isn't it? Just don't show it to your mother. I called out the skull of corruption from the Haven Ring and showed it to him. Alina doesn't like it. I said. Poor child, her luck is as bad as your mother's. You mean because of us, born under the serpent? Jonred nodded. It is our fate that stinks, old man. These women are kind enough to us that they decided to stay in our lives. You and I both know we struck it the luckiest. I said what I firmly believed in. For Hilda, Alina, and Jolinar to follow men with broken fates like me and Jonred, those women are the greatest no matter how I think about it. With the number of hardships in our lives, those women just withstood all the stupidity and pushed us forward. I can't help but admire them. Jonred himself went silent to what I said, but I am sure his thoughts were exactly like mine. Wahahaha. Kid, I admit it, truer words were never said. It seemed he agreed with me completely for the first time. It was gross, but I think we are both glad we agreed like that. Speaking of mother, is she? Yes, she is. I smiled widely when Jonred confirmed my thoughts. Why aren't you pleased? I thought you would be jumping around all over the place by now. To tell you the truth, a few months ago when you came to the clan, I and your mother were ready to have another flock of children, but now as it happened. You are chickening out. Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but, fuck, sigh. We are chickening out. It was obvious, their firstborn turned out to be a disaster child that almost destroyed a clan and made a lot of trouble throughout Hammerfell, Cyrodiil, and Skyrim. Now that I think of it this way, I am truly a disaster child. Look, it all will turn out just fine, the world can't endure two of me in the same era. Haha, I guess you are right. Jonred and I were really agreeing more and more this day. Okay, what are you still doing here? I asked. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Still, not getting you, son. Aren't you the one who has a pregnant wife? You and I both know how crazy can she get when she has one of em weird thoughts. Jonred realized what I meant. Well, I am heading back first. Jonred patted his saber cat and moved ahead as fast as he could. Damn, those saber cats are really fast. I was left back, but I was not alone. I turned around my flame Atronak horse and waited for Alina and Joel to catch up. John. Human. Ladies. What's with father? Joel asked. He remembered something and went ahead first. Alina rode on my right and Joel rode on my left. Nefertiti was lazing on Joel's Atronak horse and Alina was looking into a note. What is that? This is the initial report from what Angium could make our prisoners spit out. I see, what does it say? You see, Angium used, or rather abused your name with the elf mail, which turned out to be really useful. The mayor pissed himself and spat out all what he knows. Good. Apparently, the first purpose is to assess the threat of Winterhold's new government, that's us, and to get a list of names and details about the important people inside Winterhold. It seems that the female prisoner has infiltrated Winterhold and gained the names of some senior employees in the company alongside some information about their personalities and weaknesses, stuff like their relatives outside Winterhold and those with families in places the Thalmor can reach. Haha. I saw that one coming. I said with a wide grin. Seriously, how low can they get? They would go as far as kidnapping the relatives of our people to force them into their side. Jolinar seemed upset about it. Of course, it is how low people are. That is why I made the background form in the employment papers a must. Those who are going to be promoted to high places were mostly people from Winterhold or those with no origins that we trust. I see, the natives and the Dunmer, that's why you always preferred the Dark Elves and Nords. True, I have a high opinion in Dark Elves as I was raised by one and I also like them. They are really down to earth and humble folk as long as they are not nobles. True. Jolinar buffed her chest. She is a half-dark elf but her appearance is very much influenced by them, so in public, she can be counted as a dark elf with some human ancestry. Anyway, that's not all. Rather than sorting us out, they were to assassinate any threat that is not connected to any large force and figure out the relationship between the Dare Dragon Company and the clans of Skyrim. Alina kept going. That far? How dirty? Joel said. Heh, it gets better. They are also to try and frame us with anything that would make the Empire move against us. They wanted to frame some of us to be Atalos cultists or related to the Blades, but their plans have failed with the emergence of the Temple of Kine. Their next move seemed to be luring us on a fight, then capture some of us to prove that we are a danger to the White Gold Concordat. Dirty. Joel was still displeased. Not impressive. I said my opinion. How would you have done it then? Alina asked. Well, if I am the enemy of Winterhold, I would attack its economy by trying to influence the naval trades and make it hard for the company to operate outside Winterhold. My next step would be spreading rumors around the citizens about the company to worsen its image. The third move would be spreading an epidemic or any kind of poison around the population, then offer the cure in exchange for the most important resources in Winterhold. This would prevent any economical stand-up in the hold once again. That's how I weaken the entity, break it from inside and destroy its infrastructure. I said with a proud tone. The girls, however, were looking at me with pale faces. I am going to spread the news around my friends from the other clans to never piss you off. Alina said. I think you are the most suitable person to face the Thalmor after all. They wouldn't have a chance against you. Joel said. Well, it is not my fault that I was reincarnated from a shitty world that would trade people lives for oil. Unless you control their greed, mankind is a lost cause in my opinion. Still, do you have any preparations if someone as scary as you appeared on the side of the enemy? Alina asked. Sure, to prevent any of that from happening, I gathered a lot of information about our important trading partners and their weaknesses to find all leverages on them. The second thing I did was to control the news flow in the hold by controlling the rumors and recruiting eyes and ears around the town. The last thing was hiring a lot of healers for the Temple of Kine and also by luring a master alchemist like Master Neuralian to come to Winterhold. Now there will be no possible way to strike us from inside as long as we keep our security up all the time. The girls started thinking about what I said and nodded in the end. Well, carry on with the report. I said. Ahem, this is how they were planning to deal with us overall. That high elf female agent is apparently a very diligent one. She showed a lot of resistance during the interrogation and wouldn't speak a word. Also, her work showed that she has a talent that the Thalmor failed to employ in the right place. One less threat to worry about. I agree. The last piece of information, however, is interesting. It seemed that there is something very important that the Thalmor suspect they would find in Japhet's Folly. What is that? No idea, the elf didn't know. All what we could tell that it is something of value to the elves that they lost to pirates 6 years ago and they want it back. Is that all? Yes. If the elves were after something that much, then it would bring me great pleasure to take it away from their hands. It seems that we should power up the fleet and its firepower as fast as possible. We have 2 months until summer and the sea is still frozen now, so it is dangerous to sail with a lot of ships. Still, we have to risk it and go to that place. That place? Yes, you should pack your things. we are going to Solstheim.